link.
It's goddamn setup.
I have one. I did the forever link, and I have it there. So I just copy and paste the whole join the Discord thing.
Yeah.
Give a forever. What is it? What?
So when you go to invite, we'll walk you through it. It says invite people, and then under the link, it says your link expires in 7 days. Edit invite link. Then you can have it expire after 7 days or never. And you can also have a max number of uses. So if you want to use it for like, whatever, and then you can generate a link. And then that link is permanently, if you do.
Oh, wow.
Forever,
That's actually.
Hey, appreciate the sub, man. That is mighty kind of you. All right, so it looks like everybody is here. I'm glad you could finally join us, Lethy. You know, man, I think I mentioned to you that it was 2 hours earlier, like 3 times, but that's okay. I still knew at least one person was going to miss that.
I had no idea, was not paying attention. I just ordered food. Yep. I looked and I saw the alert. I'm like, wait a minute, why is everybody in the room? Oh, no.
Thank you, Lethy. Thank you, Lethy, because I needed it.
You gave him the minutes he needed to be able to take this ass whooping with his feet under him. So that said, everybody out there in chat, let's fucking go. We are there. We've got everybody here. Do you guys see that link right there in chat? Please click that link and make a vote while you still can. We're going to do this before and after every single debate tonight. Your votes actually do matter. You guys are the third judge, but we're not doing it based on a popularity contest. It's not just who you think's prettier, because I'm pretty sure Jesus is going to win that one. We're just going to go based on who sways the audience most. So the percentage shift is who actually wins from the audience. Now, we do the audience last, so just like in reality, your vote only matters sometimes. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our judges here. We have got Doomer Pilled Patriot in the green screen all the way to the left of me. We've got Let's Chief, the faceless wonder here in the center, and then of course me, your moderator, the horseradish. We are going to be debating 3 different topics tonight. Each debate is going to be structured. They're going to be a modified Lincoln Douglas format with both openings, closings, and cross-examinations with a 10 to 15 minute open discussion time in the middle. Thank you, whoever it was that did that. That was super nice in my ear holes. And finally, and it took me right out of my goddamn ramble. Thanks again for that.
Final part.
We're going to go ahead and open this up right now to the first debate, which is going to be value is determined by demand, not labor. Now, a lesson that I have learned is that I do need to give at least some sort of an understanding of what that prompt means, because there's been people who didn't understand prompts in the past and it just went sideways and off track and it was ugly. So value, the net worth of something, is determined by demand, how much people want it, not labor, how much effort went into it. I feel like it's pretty simple, but I still want to just lay that general groundwork. Now, is everybody ready out there in the audience? Have you guys voted? And debaters, do you both have your awesome openings ready?
Ready to go.
Yeah, written down right behind me.
Right down behind you. That's what I wanted to hear. All right, we got 3 minutes on the clock. Everybody, value is determined by demand, not labor. Get those last minute votes in. One last time. Boom. And Jesus, are you ready?
Ready.
One sec.
All right. I'm hearing a little bit of a feedback, a little comeback of my own voice. I don't know who that's coming through on, but it's not awesome. Test.
I don't think it's me.
Oh, it's gone. Thank you. Whoever fixed it. Nope, I don't either. So
you didn't put a neither button for me. What is this?
A neither button for what? Oh yeah, because you're not debating this one, right? No, but you can go with the undecided. You can go with the undecided. Again, I'm very sorry, Circa, that you didn't get to do this debate. I was very excited about it, but I'm just as excited to hear these two go at it. So, Jesus, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, cheers. 3 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, sir.
So the prompt tonight that I will be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it in economic terms, the value, but not nearly as much as demand. Unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. I am certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics or any of that stuff, as I'm sure will come up. So if I ask for a clarification, I'm not playing stupid. I really just don't understand and would like to. I genuinely just don't see how one could take the opposing position. But hey, maybe I'll learn something that will change my worldview tonight. I'm always open to it. I anticipate that my opponent will use some kind of collectivist, communist, socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the clear fundamental aspect of free trade, that value is what someone is willing to pay for it. Where I think this debate would be most interesting is in a discussion of what value actually is, as opposed to some theoretical debate on capitalism versus socialism or some other economic structure. Value is defined by the regard that something is held to importance, or again, as I would put it, in monetary worth. If that is in fact what we are discussing, then I think it's rather clear that there's no other position than to agree that demand or desire reflecting immediate subjective preferences determines the value of a good or service to a much greater degree than labor, defined as the human effort, both physical, mental, and time used to produce goods or services. If labor were a determinant factor in value, then we would necessarily have to see goods and service of equal quality cost more or less simply for taking longer or shorter to offer the same thing. If I had to build a house and I was going to be paid based on the result, then I would want to put in as little effort as I could to achieve my standard of quality. I could easily drag my feet and pretend that I'm putting in more labor, but that raises an important question. If labor is what determines value, we need a mechanism to determine what the worth is of labor itself. This means we would need to account for all things that are in labor, all things in labor, all the way down to the joules on each time I use my hammer to hit a nail, minus the wind resistance going in the same direction, and the gravity, or maybe the wind is blowing in the other direction and would require more labor. And on windy days, I get paid more than sunny days. If this is not what my opponent means, then I think we are in for a good discussion. And that's
cheers. Landed it perfectly. So I hear somebody talking in the background from somewhere, and it's most definitely not coming from here. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but I definitely hear it. So that said, if you could just tell whoever it is to shut the fuck up, that'd be super dope. I'm going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock for you, Lonzo, to do your cross-examination. Are you ready for that, sir?
Sorry. 1 second. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm sorry.
Right. It's your background noise, isn't it, Lonzo?
No, it's not. I'm just trying to, because I was listening to. Go ahead. Let's go.
It's okay. Yep. Nope. As long as you're ready, 2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead with your cross examination.
All right. Okay. You said that they don't want this to be a discussion about labor being. I mean that, but whatever you. Okay. What I don't understand is what you said is that you want this to be a discussion about how labor and demand affects the market for the value of something. You through the market, how it affects the value of something, but you don't want this to be some communist discussion of what value is, which is a weird take to have, since value, which you just said through the market, does not only pertain to currency. So I don't like this can still step away from that. So I want you to explain to me what you mean by the value as in through the market. Is it purely just currency?
Are we going back and forth? There's just 2 minutes of
yes. He's asking you a question.
I'm asking you a question.
Okay,
cross exam.
I was taking notes. So the idea about bringing up socialism and capitalism is that I don't think I'm not saying we can't mention those things. I'm just saying if we're going to say capitalism is better or socialism is better, I don't think
that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, what do you think value is? Is it just a currency? Is it of currency, or is it of such as manpower, such as things that are provided to people? Would you say that if I had bread that required me to labor in the fields for a year and I were to try and provide that to you, would you say that that is less valuable to something that you have? Let it be something like medicine, because the demand for that medicine.
No, so those are both answered within the same thing. That's why I'm talking in the context of value. I don't understand how we would have this conversation in not the context of economics. And all I was saying is that if we are talking about economic value, we're talking about labor in the market, and we're talking about demand, then I don't see how my position could be incorrect.
All right, cool. Perfect. 2 minutes is over. 3
I didn't know
minutes is
that
on
was
the clock
already
for
up,
your
dang.
opening.
They're
That's
taking
all right.
notes
Yeah,
and stuff.
That's right.
Sorry, that went
3
by
minutes is
quickly.
on the clock for you. Are you ready for your time, Lonzo? Whoever it is that has somebody stretching packing tape in the background, please go knock it out of their fucking hands. Thank you. All right, 3 minutes is on the clock. You ready, Lonzo?
Hold up, I really don't hear that myself. So is that something?
I'm not hearing it either.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, the chat.
Is that like
the
a stream
chat's
you have
saying
open in the
something about
background?
What?
Do I have the wrong stream?
Y'all didn't hear somebody just laugh. A lady laugh.
No, that's probably a browser you have open or something.
Do I have any browsers open? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not streaming anymore, so it's not coming from my end. And I was yelling penis
I think I
earlier,
know
so
what's
you would have
doing-
heard me.
I think I know what's doing it. Is the stream together is probably not muted on my end.
Oh, somebody doesn't have the stream together muted. Oh my God,
You
that'll do it.
fucking
Okay.
asshole.
Appreciate you, Lethe. Yeah, everybody. I've got. Well, no, that doesn't even make sense though, because I've got mine. Oh, it fixed it. Oh, praise it, brother.
It might have
Thank
been
you
me.
Very much.
It might have been me.
My
I don't think it was,
apologies.
but it might have been me.
Nope. It was Lethe. He fixed it. Thank you very much, good sir. You're the best. All right, back to it. 3 minutes on the clock for you, Lonzo. Are you ready, sir?
Okay, so when it comes to determining the value of labor and the value of goods within this country, one thing that's pretty obvious is that labor, in large part, determines the value for every individual who works within this country. I mean, not for every individual, for a majority of individuals who work in this country, especially blue collar jobs. If you have a job or something that you're working on, such as a construction site, and your labor is what you're being paid for, they don't pay you that off of the demand for it, especially if you're working for the government and you're doing government sites. That's not paid off of demand for it because it has to be done. That it's just how our economy works within this country, and it's actually how most economies work, because there are certain things that have to be done regardless of the demand for it. Things that you could apply this to within our economy that do require demand over labor would be such as the food that we produce within this country, but that is part of an issue in the first place. That what the question really is who gives it that value? Because if you're saying value to me for food is based off of the food itself being made. It doesn't matter the labor, nor does it matter the demand, such as if a person needs it in another country or something. Okay, it's what matters. I'm really trying. 1 second, let me think for a second. I'm sorry, man. Shit. I had a point. Okay, listen, when it comes to demand, my point here is that when it comes to demand, for example, right now within this country, I believe we waste around 2/3 of the food that we produce each year. Now, in order for us to accomplish that, and in order for the food to hold its value, we waste that 2/3 in order for us to drive up the demand, which means that the value of it is only determined by that demand that we've created whenever the labor is still being outputted. The reality is that to us as the people, the value of that demand does not matter, because that 2/3 of that food would be just as valuable to us even if you removed that demand in the first place. So the value of demand being what sets the value of things in this country is only applies can only work if you create that demand, and then by that demand you inflate the price. Like companies, for even with gas, they do this where they will say that there's an issue with how much gas that they can produce, which means that they can't produce enough for people, which means that they can inflate the price, which in reality isn't true, but the demand is their excuse for how they can inflate the price. God damn it.
And time. All right. God damn it, I can't was our closing statement there. All right, so good stuff. 2 minutes is on the clock for you now, Jesus. If you would like to use that to pick apart anything or direct the cross-examination, go ahead.
Yeah, so you were saying that for blue collar work, that labor, they get paid on the labor, but they get paid by the hour on the demand for that labor. They only get paid because there's somebody who wants, has a demand for things to be built. So it doesn't matter if you work construction, you just go in a field and start building things. Nobody's going to pay you for that.
Wait. No. First off, I was relating that to government jobs, which does not require that there's an actual demand for that to be built by. Now, first, they build things constantly, which if any government builds things constantly, regardless of actual demand for those things, they just do it so that there's a job that's being presented. I mean, that's quite literally done all the time.
I mean,
like,
corruption exists.
But
it doesn't change
but also
the demand. What we're talking about.
You're also saying that the demand of labor is an example of how labor is not value, but demand is. That how
I never said. I explicitly said in my opening that labor is an important part of this. It's just not as much as the demand.
So your argument here is that it is demand because demand for labor is a demand. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
that's your argument.
Yeah, it's not the work itself. It's the fact that somebody is willing to give money to somebody for that work. Like I said, if you're doing that same exact job, pick an 8-hour day of a construction worker, take it and do that exact work at a different place. The foreman or the company or whoever's not paying that dude because they don't have a demand for the labor in a field. They have a demand for the labor where they're doing the labor. So you said before, I don't know exactly what it was, but you said something would be the same value if you remove the demand. So this is where we get into what I was talking about, the economics, because there's such thing as sentimental value, but then I don't know how you put demand and labor into that.
I'm sorry. This is.
I'll tell you what, we're going to go ahead and just put the 10 minutes on. Nope, we're going to go ahead and put the 10 minutes on the clock. That was the end of the cross-examination. I feel like he asked you a good question, give you an extra second to think about it. 10 minutes is on the clock. Y'all just go ahead and go at it.
Yeah, so I mean, it seemed like you were catching your thoughts. I feel like
No, I'm genuinely. I'm Radish. I'm sorry. It might be because I'm still taking medication, but I don't know why. But I have not been able to get a single proper thought through my head this whole conversation. I don't know what's going on. Like, it is bad.
Okay.
Sorry that you're feeling that way.
Yeah, no, I'm
You got
sorry.
this, buddy.
I was about to say,
believe
for
in
what
you.
it's worth, I'm going to stop the clock for a second. I'm going to do something a bit unorthodox. For everybody who doesn't know, Lonzo had his tonsils taken out like 4 days ago. So that said, he is indeed under painkillers and such. Not that anybody gets a buy or an excuse. We're gonna mock you later for it, but I'm going to let you sit there. It looks like Circa, because he was prepped for this. Jesus, are you okay with Circa stepping in and white knighting for Lonzo just to keep the action going? Lonzo, are you okay with bending the knee and letting Circa come in and
as long as I don't need another opening statement?
Nope, you're
All
good.
right.
It's just going to pick up where it's at. Lonzo, you're good? All
It's
right,
all right,
Circa,
yeah.
go after it.
Are you sure, Alonzo?
Yeah, you got it, bro.
Do it.
Feel better, bro.
Okay. Just so
Yep.
I don't misrepresent you.
That's all right.
Instead of an opening statement, Indian, can you describe to me in like one sentence again, just so I don't misrepresent you?
Value
Exactly
is
why
what people are willing to
only
pay
for
for
the-
something.
Okay. So value has to have like some transactional element to it.
Yes.
Okay. And the prompt though, right? The prompt is value is determined by demand, not labor, right? So you're affirming that demand is the reason, I thought.
Yes.
So what does that have to do with money?
It has a lot to do with money. The whole economy is based on people having demands for things, and that demand subjectively creates value, and then people trade money for the things that they want. So that's a trade, and it's inherently an unequal trade because, I don't know if we're going to go into.
So without money, value would not exist, or
No, that's what we use to represent value. You go back to bartering. And if I want to trade,
Well,
let's say you're
it's-
dying of thirst, and I got this cup of water, and I say I'll trade you for that guitar behind you. Now, if you weren't thirsty,
we
then
never
the
had a
value of this
barter
cup of
economy,
water
bro.
is a lot lower.
There
But if
is
you're dying
literally
of
no
thirst,
evidence to
if you're
suggest
dying of thirst, you would not take a cup of water for that guitar.
that's not how older societies worked. We never had.
I didn't ask if
bartering.
that's how older
Adam Smith-
societies worked. I asked if you would take the cup of water and trade me for that guitar if you were going to die without the water.
Except you're presupposing the idea that barter economies existed, which comes from Adam Smith.
I'm not.
and
I'm asking
said
you a
trade,
question.
right?
I have water. The hypothetical. Let's take out everything else and start fresh. You are about to die of thirst. I have water to give
Yep.
you. The exchange, the trade, is that you give me the guitar on the wall behind you.
Why are you assuming there's a trade?
Hold on. Would you think that your subjective value in that water is much higher because you're dying of thirst if you weren't dying of thirst? Well, no, I mean, unless you want to trade me a bottle of water for the guitar right now, I'm down.
That's fine. I don't know how that relates to the prompt. I don't know what subjective, whatever you just said, has to do with
Because
how
value
demand
is subjective.
determines
Value is inherently subjective. And so whatever someone decides they are willing to pay for something, or whatever.
Okay, so let's go back to the prompt. Are you thinking of demand in an economic way, or are you thinking of like a
Yes.
personal will?
No, in an economic way.
So
And so, like I
what you said
if
is not an economic definition of demand. What are you talking about?
correct me then. Like I said, I'm not playing stupid here. I'm just saying value is
What
the
does next
demand people have for it.
subjective
So if there's a
on
demand for
dying of
something,
thirst have to do with the economic definition of demand.
I gave you a colloquial definition for how I'm using demand in my opening. I'm going to read it again for you. But that's what I'm talking about. So if you want to get into an argument about semantics, I said a desire reflecting immediate subjective
So what
preferences.
if
That is what I
instead
am saying.
that we
That is
didn't-
how I
what
am
if we
defining
did not
demand.
trade
So if
for
you have a
things?
better definition of demand, I'm willing to hear it.
I mean, you can open up an econ textbook. And
I
go to
could.
chapter 1 and probably get
But
one. Yeah.
I'm kind of already winning this debate with my own definition. So why would I?
Fine. Sure. Now,
Just give me the
if
definition
without
that you want to
this
use,
trade,
dude.
Now, without this trade going on that you're talking about, right? Do you think that value could not exist?
No, I do not think that.
What if it was just dead?
What if it was dead?
As in, there's no barter, there's no trade. Do you think value can't exist then, or what?
I don't know. Good question. What does that have to do with labor and demand?
Value is determined by demand, so.
So is there a
I'm pretty
question?
sure. No, my answer to this actually is undecided, right? I would say neither. I think value is, again, I wrote it on HISP, but this is going to be determined by an economic doctrine. And then the bounded properties as well as the parameters that make that doctrine work are going to denote and prescribe value. So it is subjective in a way. Because
Yep,
there were
that's what I said in my
early
opening.
economists who thought that it came from the dirt. No, you said that it comes from demand itself. That is a property.
No, I said demand is subjective. The value, what you're willing to pay, that was why I used the water guitar thing. Because at this very moment, you're not willing to trade a bottle of water for that guitar, correct? Because you value the guitar more than the value of the water. But if you're about to die, the value of the water subjectively to
Pearson
you.
hierarchical
What am I
argument
wrong
is-
about?
You're wrong about
you're very
why it's
frustrated with me,
determining
and I don't
value.
understand why. Like I said, I'm not trying to play stupid. I genuinely don't understand what you're upset about.
I'm asking you, if we didn't have demand, could you not have value?
And I answered you, and I said, no, that's not the case. We could have value.
So, did you say yes to this prompt or no to this prompt?
I'm the affirmative. That value is determined
So
by
you
demand,
say yes,
not
value
by
is
labor.
determined by demand. You just said that.
So your position
have to
is
be
that
determined by-
it's determined by labor. So do you have anything to say about that? How labor determines value? That would be a good place to
I
start.
don't think it's determined by either, actually.
Okay, say more.
I think we're good, right?
I mean, yeah, okay.
Okay.
If you're
I
done,
mean,
I'm
you kinda
good.
just lost my prompt, right?
Sure. Well, so we'll go ahead and close it there. This one kind of fell apart from the start, but that's okay. We still got closings and judges. If they have any questions for this weird ass debate, please send them to me directly. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. I enjoyed that more than I probably had any right to. So with that said, 3 minutes to you first, Jesus. Do you want to go ahead and put a cherry on it? You don't have to put the whole 3 minutes in. We didn't use the whole fucking 10 minutes. So here we go. You ready?
Ready.
All right, go ahead, bud.
So I think it very clearly, as I stated in my opening, it's a fundamental principle that what people want or how much people want things determines the price of it. And so it doesn't matter if you make something really hard, if you work really hard. If people don't want it, then the demand is.
Do you think value means price? Man?
Dude, this
In
is
this
his
case-
closing, sir.
Yeah. So in this case, I was saying specifically that we're talking about in an economic circumstance, and that if we were the last frame, what was the last words? Let's read it again. If this is not, where is it? If this is not what my opponent means, then I think we are here for an interesting debate. So I gave you the parameters that we're talking about economics. I defined value, I defined demand, I defined labor, and I gave you my position. And you said absolutely nothing about how labor is a determinant factor in demand or value. Sorry. And I can see my time.
And that's it. All right. Cool.
This is
Well, then we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes back on the clock. Once again, for everybody, just in case I wasn't clear about this, during openings and closings, it is only the person who is opening and closing. Everybody else should shh. So 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Circa. If you would be so kind, sir, this gives you the chance to do the opening you didn't really do. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Oh, for labor for this prompt still?
Yes.
All right, so 3 minutes. I don't have anything written, unfortunately, but
Well, you know what?
then
Then in that case, since
got
we're
it.
doing a tag team here, Lonzo, do you feel like you can do a closing now that you listen to that?
we can have Lonzo come.
Lonzo? If not, no
No.
pressure.
I-
Okay, cool. Circa, give us 3 minutes off the top of your head. You obviously know the material. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to close with my sentence. I said value for this prompt. Value is essentially going to be prescribed and denoted by whatever economic doctrine is going to be creating the parameters and the properties for it. So if we go from like Marx's labor theory of value and we try to only determine value through that, it's going to have a lot of holes and a lot of problems if you look at it from different ways. So economics is not exactly axiomatic that way. We can look at Ricardo's. He doesn't really have a well thought out theory of value like Marx did, at least as shown in Das Kapital, but he does have his own as well. We also have the neoclassical school, which has their own version of it, which is based on marginal productivity, which has a lot of holes as well, and it conveniently for Ian deals with price. But my closing statement is just that value is not going to be determined by demand or labor. It's going to be determined by whatever economic doctrine is trying to denote value in it, using properties like demand or labor, but that's not going to be what inherently determines value.
Okay, and we'll kill that. It looks like we do actually maybe have a question. No, looks like the judges want me to go ahead and take this out back and put a bullet in it. So we're going to go ahead and call it there. I'm dropping the new vote because I know everybody was swayed by that intriguing conversation. I enjoyed it thoroughly, regardless of how crazy it turned out to be. But I'm going to give the judges a couple of seconds here to process their notes, which I'm sure they have tons of. And I'm going to give it a few minutes for everybody in chat to go ahead and vote. And to everybody out there who does not have a stream together, go ahead and grab that and throw the new one right there and throw it into your chat as well so that everybody can vote on that. Judges,
Sorry,
do you guys... Yes, sir.
Sorry, real quick. I'm not seeing it on your chat. Can you just throw it in the voice channel chat here?
Yes, I will, sir. 100%.
Thank you.
Boom. Boom, boom. There you go. That is going to be the one for this after prompt. And I want to say again, Lonzo, I understand, man, you did take this under less than desirable circumstances, but I'm definitely glad you still made it in tonight. We definitely enjoy having you every time, and even if you feel like you're under the weather, I'm glad you tried to pull through and you tried to do what you could there. So, and Circa, I also want to say thank you for being willing to step up to the plate and be a pinch hitter and do what you could to try to dig him back out of that hole. So, what are you about to say, Lethe? Or I'm sorry, Lonzo.
It is crazy that this is the first time my cousin has showed up to a debate, and the whole
And that's
time,
when you trip and fall on your face.
the whole time, I can usually, even if I don't know what I'm fully arguing, I can at least think. I just blink. It's like blank. Like I'm still trying to figure out what the discussion is, to be honest with you.
Yep. I understand, sir. We all have bad days. Like I said, it's no big deal. Drugs do terrible things. Don't
Even
do
the
drugs,
economists
kids.
who make these models, Lonzo, don't even know what
No,
it
I'm
is.
just saying,
I was about to say,
Lonzo
so don't feel
needed to
bad.
do more drugs. That's how he ended up in this
There
predicament.
you go. Is that what
Lack
it
of
was? All right.
resistance.
Cheers to that.
If he
All right.
would
No,
have just
hit me up
had
when you're
one
feeling
more,
better.
it would have
We'll-
taken him
wall.
to the next peak.
Yeah, no, I will make sure and set you two up again next time for a debate. I will find another prompt for the two of y'all, and this time Lonzo will actually do his homework. But with that said, I'm going to go to Let's Chief first. Let's Chief, you look like you are ready to go, sir. Where did you score this? And any feedback or comments or thoughts?
I'm gonna have to give this one to Lutch, the Indian Jesus. The only, the only point I don't have a ton of notes as you predicted, obviously, for this one. It seemed like, Lutch pointed out that there was no affirmative argument made for why value is determined by labor, like at all. He openly put it out there for it to be knocked down. He was not afraid of it. And, it's just whether it was, drugs or a lack of desire to make that argument because that's not your position. It just never happened. The only thing I thought was interesting was when jobs programs got mentioned, Lush referred to that as corruption, which I thought was kind of like an interesting framing, but it didn't affect my scoring in the debate. But I'm going to give this one to Lush. Good job.
Cheers
Thank
to
you.
that. And DPP, Mr. Patriot, do you have your judgment ready, sir?
Yeah, I had pretty much similar thinking to Let's Chief. Also gave it to the Indian Jesus up here. I was following the other side. I agree for the most part. I just think that the prompt was more kind of engaged with on his side. So that's kind of where I went with that. I did think that the stuff that Lonzo brought up about like the services that are just needed, but that it's not necessarily. I think that what he was trying to frame it is not necessarily like needed by demand, but needed by necessity or something along those lines. I give him points on that a bit because I think that's a valid kind of point there. But outside of that, Circa, I think, stepped in pretty well. I agree with most of his takes on the prompt. Again, I just think Indian Jesus up here kind of engaged with it a little more.
Hey, cheers. So that is so far 2 votes for Jesus. That means no matter what the audience thinks, just like in our presidential elections, you have already won. With that said, I just so you know, Patriot, I think he was trying to phrase it as the demand for labor, right? So that I actually wrote that note down as well. The way that Lonzo had done the demand for labor thing, I was really hoping he was going to fucking take that home because that was really cool. But other than that, Jesus, yeah, dude, absolute fucking fire. I see. Just like Jesus, you walked on water, buddy. Circa, like I said, you absolutely came in here and you did what you could there. But yeah, in order for your argument to have really worked, I think you would have needed to do an opening to set up the framework for you to be able to climb a ladder, right? And you kind of didn't have that opportunity. So, but again, it was a one-off. Shit happens. It is what it is. I will take a quick glance, and everybody should be able to see what the votes are themselves. But let's take a look at the results. The after results, it looks like 71% for yes, 28% for no. And then for the first attempt, it was that one. And the results for that one was 83%. So the no won the audience persuasion. Cheers to that. So at least the audience likes you guys down there on the bottom row. So it wasn't just a shutout. Great job to both of you guys. Jesus, I'd love to have you hang out as long as you want to. If you do need to go, I understand. Same thing for you, Lonzo. Love to have you hang out. We do the after party afterwards where we all get to yell at each other and stuff. But if you guys do have other shit going on or whatever, no harm, no feelings, I'll understand. So
yeah, I do got to run, but I really, really do appreciate you this whole format. I appreciate you having me, and
cheers.
Definitely down to,
Really quick, Lush, are you aware of the theory that Jesus actually did live in India in the lost years?
I have not heard that. No.
And that he ended up dying in France.
That's
How do you meet
Well,
John Smith in America in 1900, though? Come on.
my fault, bro. I'll give you a better debate next time.
There you go. Yeah, I guarantee you will be
learn,
getting invites every time, sir, and I will hope that you respond. So I appreciate you hanging out, man. And
Thank you.
cheers.
Thank you.
And your opponent
Very
will
much
maybe
appreciate
be
it.
less on drugs. We'll see.
Not a
All
bad
right,
thing
cool.
to say about
So
it.
there you go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our second prompt, everybody. Second prompt. Let me go ahead and get that into everybody's chat first so that you guys can start voting on this one. Control copy, control paste, enter. Audience, please go ahead and grab that. I'm going to put this into this chat as well. Control V, boom. So if those of you who are not with me in Twitch can also send it out. This time we have another newcomer. We are going to have Mr. Confluence debating a regular Lethe on prison inmates and should they be allowed to vote. Now, this was one of the ones that I have sent out multiple times to my great frustration because everybody wants to put some sort of parameters or caveats on it. And the fact of the matter is, the ones that they're trying to put into it are intentionally left out, which is to say that the question here is not, should prison inmates be allowed to vote after they get out of prison? Or should certain prison inmates with only certain kinds of crimes be allowed to vote? The question we are asking is, should people who are interned in a prison be allowed to vote while they are still in prison? Or should you being in prison take away your civil right to vote? So on the affirmative here, saying that prison inmates should still be allowed to vote, we have Lethe Water Kai right above my head, and arguing against that prompt to my immediate right, we have Confluence. Now we have 3 minutes on the clock. One more time for everybody. Hit that vote while you still can. And Lethe, are you at least somewhat prepared?
No, not in the slightest. Why would I prepare for these things?
Sweet. All right, good shit. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Lethe. Are you ready to go, sir?
Yeah, we can go ahead and get this started.
All right, kick it off.
So I'm going to start off with a quote from one of my favorite characters in a video game. If the penalty for a crime is a fine, then that law only exists for the lower class. Currently, here in America, we have the largest prison population of any country on the entire planet. Not per capita, but just by sheer numbers alone. We have more prison inmates than China and India. Why is this going to be the case that so many people are going to be allowed to be disenfranchised from being able to put forward their thoughts on how the American project should work? So with this in mind, you can have a jail that will farm out inmates to go work at McDonald's as prison labor, but they can't be trusted to vote. Why is this allowed? Apparently they're good enough to be able to work at counter in front of the public and actually do customer service, but they aren't allowed to vote. So why should 2% of the population not be able to make their voice heard in America just because of the way the prison system works? And if you want to look back at the early 1970s when Nixon's war on drugs began, that is when the prison population began to boom. So with this being the case, it's also disenfranchising specifically minority voters at most. This is a form of slavery in a lot of ways, not chattel slavery, but a different form of slavery, ruining our country. I'll end there.
Right. Good stuff. I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock for you, Mr. Confluence. I think you understand what a cross-examination is. Use this time how you want, poke holes, or set yourself up. 2 minutes. Are you ready, Confluence?
I am ready, yeah.
Get after him, boss.
Okay, I thought I expected the opening was going to be longer, but that's totally cool. I guess you said they have the largest prison population. They are, I don't know if you said that, but the U.S. doesn't. They don't, to be clear, but they do have a very large incarcerated population. But I guess what I would ask is, don't you think that effect would be larger if we let a blocking vote of that magnitude vote? If there is like 1.5 to 2 million prisoners that are incarcerated in like actual prisons, you would agree that's going to cause a massive sway if you get those people to vote.
Yes, why should these people not be allowed to have their vote heard? And what country has a larger prison population than the United States?
I'm just saying the United States doesn't have the largest one. You could fact check me on that later, but
they do.
But they do not.
So who does? If they don't, who does?
I don't. I just know they don't. There's a lot of, despot countries that have like a lot of people in prison. It's like on a per capita level, it's not on an absolute level.
Said not
it's
per
not.
capita,
So
I said by sheer number. I didn't say, I said specifically not per capita.
Okay. So I want to briefly, just to clarify, you said 2%. What do you said 2%. So are you talking, and I think when you brought up the McDonald's thing, I think you're talking about what Horseradish said in the beginning. If someone's working at McDonald's, they're not in a prison. So I feel like all those points you're talking about, like once like a felon status, but they're out of prison, which is emphatically not what we're discussing, correct? Just so we kind of set the parameters.
No, this is
well. You
prison
said
labor.
how can they work at McDonald's but they can't vote? I'm saying no one who's in a prison. If you're in a prison, you're not working at McDonald's, right?
Do you not
So you're
understand
talking
that?
about them being.
I'm sorry, you must not understand what I'm talking about. There are certain states
Then by all means,
in which they
by all
have
means.
prison labor, and that prison labor detail takes these people, buses them from the prison to go work at McDonald's for the day as their prison labor, and then brings them back to the prison after it's over. And done.
Okay. So you don't. Okay. So you
Time
don't mean
and
post prison.
time. Nope. That's it for the cross examination. I'm gonna go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you, Confluence. This is your time to shine, sir. Nobody else will speak. Are you ready to go?
I am ready.
All right, 3 minutes on the clock. Go, sir.
Okay, my position is that prisoners should not be allowed to vote. To be sentenced to a prison, you're generally doing a felony or other serious crime and have therefore been incarcerated. In the vast majority of states, with few exceptions, namely Maine and Vermont, and I think the District of Columbia, you can't vote while in prison. And this draws its roots from the second clause of the 14th Amendment, where it has the relevant exceptions to who is entitled to vote, except for participation in rebellion or other crimes. We see this being maintained by Supreme Court rulings like Richardson versus Ramirez in 1974, where it was ruled that disenfranchising someone because of felony doesn't violate the Equal Protections Clause, specifically because of the carve-out I just read in the 14th Amendment. So there's a strong legal basis, both from the Constitution that has been confirmed through stare decisis, and this allows each state to make its own decision on whether prisoners can vote. Most states have decided no, and I think there's a good reason for that. If you've engaged in a certain act, you lose certain rights. You've broken the social and legal contract you have as a citizen, and therefore you don't enjoy all the rights that normal, non-incarcerated people have. Voting ultimately is tied to civic responsibility, and by committing a serious crime, being placed in prison, you are no longer participating in society. And while there are, of course, human rights issues that are still upheld in prison, obviously you do temporarily lose a lot of rights. You can't read the books that you want. You don't have the same right to privacy. You can't exactly leave whenever you want. That's kind of the whole point of prison. You don't have the right to bear arms, etc. And you lose these rights both for practical considerations and more ethical considerations. Someone who has committed a felony and is thus in prison should not be participating or should not be partaking in affecting the legal system. It's one thing if the question were, should felons who have been released from prison be allowed to vote after they've served their time? But in prison, you definitionally have not yet paid your debt to society. So why would you get a say in participating in who runs that society on really any level of government? There's also the issue of a concentrated voter base coming together. The US has one of the highest incarceration rates in the world, where there currently is somewhere between 1.5 to 2 million people incarcerated in a prison. If these 2 million people could suddenly vote, they would likely have an incredible negative outcome on polls, especially if they formed a voting bloc. Obviously, being in prison is a special interest of prisoners, and it's hard not to see how a prison vote would be something politicians would vie for. This is clearly not what we want. We put someone in prison to remove their power to hurt and influence the outside world. We don't want them to ensemble together and have political power and be wine and dined by judicial reform promises that could be negative for society at large. So in summary, I think there's a perfectly constitutional basis for people in prison not voting that has precedent to back it up. I think it's fine that the states have the power to make their own decisions on the matter, but the vast majority of states have agreed with me that prisoners shouldn't vote. I think it's totally normal to lose a number of rights while in prison. I think voting is a civic duty based on a civic contract, one that someone in prison has broke, and I think the outcomes of prison voting blocks would be harmful for society at large.
With 10 seconds left on the clock. Pretty fire there. Lethe, if you are ready, you got 2 minutes on the clock to direct questioning. Are you ready to go, sir?
Yeah, sure. So you're saying it would be a concentrated voter base? Are you saying that all these prisoners would agree on what they're voting on, and this would create so much of a problem within the voter base that, it just can't be done?
I think it would cause a voting block because obviously if you're in prison, a big concern of yourself is being in prison. So yes, you would lend it yourself to being a single issue voter, and then you'd be wined and dined, as I said, by people who want to buy that prison vote, because 2 million people is no small amount of people. I mean, as we both agree, large amount of incarcerated people in the US. So that would be a significant amount of people voting against society's best interest possibly. And I would say that is a huge risk to bear.
What in the name of Indian Jesus would be the voting block, and what would Like literally all
Wait, what
these
do you-
people
wait,
you're
what-
voting for. Like what thing is going to bring all these
For-
prisoners together to be
for-
wined and dine?
for
How do you
prison
wine and
ref-
dine a prisoner?
Wait, by promising them clemency, by talking about lesser sentencing, by promising pardons. I mean, you could have all that. You could say, oh well, anyone who's in prison for X act is going to be pardoned if I'm in office. I mean, I could come up with uncountable amount of hypotheticals that would be like absolutely maladaptive for society. But if you're in prison and you're like so disenfranchised in like all the senses of the word, you're just like fully and not in a good place. You will vote based on that. You will definitionally be a single issue voter because that's the most present thing that's pressing you in that moment, right?
So they're going to put like $10 in everybody's commissary books and then they're going to get what they want. That sounds hilarious.
Well, that's not what I said. I said things like promising pardons, things like promising clemency, lesser sentencing times, better bail reform. Like there's a lot of issues that we
That's
could come up with
already
that
happening anyway. I have no worry about that because literally the president of the United States.
and
right
you
now
want
is
2 million
doing
people to vote on that though.
this. Yeah, exactly. Why not? Why shouldn't you be able to vote? In
Sorry,
your best
it's your
interest?
cross-examination
Well, yeah. Why shouldn't you be able to vote in your best interest?
because you've broken the societal contract.
Did you really?
And so you are not voting in society's best interest. If you're in prison, you have committed a felony and you're voting in your own best interest because you're probably in prison and you've kind of lost temporarily the ability to vote for
so you're
society's
assuming
best
that
interest because you don't
every
have society's
single
best interest in mind.
You're assuming every single felon is guilty.
I'll just keep
No.
rolling. I got the 10 going.
Okay, we got the 10 going. So
Okay,
if
yep,
people
there we
that
go.
so there are plenty of people that are disenfranchised in voting because people that are being held in prison also don't get their votes count because the system doesn't work in favor of them. So that's more disenfranchised.
Right, and it shouldn't. Right, and that's how it ought to be. And I want to hear an argument on why you think it should be otherwise.
Because they're not.
Because most states
guilty.
agree with me. Wait, I thought you said they're in prison.
Yes, they're in prison. They're being held.
Wait,
in
so are you
prison.
saying like people who are like innocent, like they like had
You
a
are-
false like innocence project shit?
Are you not?
Like what are we talking
innocent?
about? Because
Are
if
you
you're
not innocent until you get a guilty verdict.
if you're in prison, then you have a guilty verdict. You don't go to you go to jail. You go to like a temporary holding cell. You don't go to prison unless you like have been deemed guilty. So if you're talking about people who are like falsely deemed guilty, then that's one thing. But the jail thing, that's a different thing. Different states vary on that a lot more than the prison. But the prompt is about prison inmates. It's not about anyone who's incarcerated in any fashion at all, right? If you go to prison, you're in prison because you've done a serious crime. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in prison. You'd be in jail, or you'd be in holding. You'd be awaiting trial. But if you're a prison inmate, then yes, you have committed a felonious act, and so yeah, you have broken the social contract.
So with this,
And I guess I want to ask you. You would agree that like by being in prison, you agree with my opening that you lose a lot of rights, right? Like that's just kind of like on its face true, right? Like you can't. Again, they limit certain books that you can read in a prison. That you can't own a weapon in prison, right? Like a lot of amendments, a lot of stuff don't apply. And the 14th Amendment explicitly even talks about, where the Second Amendment doesn't, but the 14th Amendment explicitly says if you've committed serious enough crimes, which is why, again, the Supreme Court has ruled that it is absolutely constitutional to deny voting rights from people that were both in prison and are felons after the fact. And so I guess, yeah, like what are your thoughts on that? Because we lose a lot of rights. So why do you think voting is like some sublime right above freedom of association, above the Second Amendment, above what books you can read? Like why do you think voting is like the end all be all when it comes to rights?
Because it's literally the voice of America, and there are certain policies that have been put in place that have put more people in prison unjustly. Just like I was saying before, when Nixon put out the war on drugs, many people got put into prison for just selling marijuana and things like that, or for drug charges beyond that. I don't think that those people should have been disenfranchised and should have been able to vote to have certain laws changed or amended. They weren't able to have their
Okay, so it sounds like you're fine with certain people losing their voting rights. You just want to kind of like
Who have I
you
said
want
I'm
to
fine
kind of
with losing their voting rights? I've never said anything.
well, just the fact that you're bringing up the example of like someone like selling drugs and stuff. It sounds like you'd give them a pass, but then like the person who like was a rapist or like someone who took someone else's life, then should they still be allowed to vote? Because if so, then why bring up Nixon and the vote? So, okay, why bring up that then? That's a distraction. You
It's not
think
a
that
distraction
everyone
at
should be
all.
allowed to
There's a
vote? It
bunch of-
doesn't.
there's a
It
bunch of
absolutely
rapists
is because
walking around
you
in
think they
society
all
right
should
now
be.
that get to vote. You're being goofy.
Well, sure, no, but that's it. Do
We
you
got
mean
one in
people that
office
have
right now?
paid?
Like, come on.
Okay, well that's not criminal charge. If we're again, we have to be precise on what we mean. If you're a rapist in most states and you have gotten out, you've served your time, in most states you are allowed to vote at a certain point. In a couple states, I think Iowa and Kentucky, and there's one other one I'm not thinking of. There's like 3 states, I think, where it's like you can be disenfranchised like on a pretty permanent basis. But in most states, after you get released and after you're off parole, you are allowed to vote again.
I feel
right.
Like no
so we're not talking about like permanent
disenfranchised,
disenfranchised,
except
except for a few states.
How clear I am with you, you're just really not going to get where I'm coming from with this. I'm pointing out to you that certain laws that are put on the books specifically disenfranchise minorities to lower the amount of minorities that are able to vote, making sure these minorities' interests are not being spoken for. So I would rather
I think this could be true back in the
being disenfranchised.
This could be true back in the day. Like I think if you were punting to a historical argument, I think I would almost accept that because after slavery was done and stuff, they would get people on like vagrancy laws and they would historically use that to disenfranchise black people because obviously if you just came off a plantation, you're gonna have troubles with housing and so they arrest you for vagrancy law. And so I would kind of get that if that's where you're going, but we're talking about like people in prison now. They're like to be in prison again. You're not just like doing some like very minor thing. Like that is an obvious bar to be in prison. We're not talking about jail. We have to like distinguish those two things, right? So you have done something that society, and again, if you don't like those laws, then vote to change them. But you've done something that society has considered that you don't even deserve just jail time, that you're in jail for like more than 1 or 2 years or whatever it is, that you deserve prison time. And so if you've broken that social contract that deeply, why would you then be allowed to vote to change policy? Like you have given up those rights in the same way that you have given up other rights, which I haven't heard a counter to that yet, because you agree that a lot of rights are contingent on you not being in prison. Because for me, if I took you and I put you in my house and I locked you up, that would be illegal, right? I can't do that because you have a bunch of rights. But yet the government, they can put you in prison and they can tell you what you can't read. They can tell you where you can go. They can tell you how much privacy you have. There's like so many things that change. And so it seems like you're elevating the voting issue to an extreme example. And I guess I just don't understand that because not everyone that lives in America gets to vote. You agree with that, right?
No, but anybody that is actually a part of the country itself and has stake in what happens within that country should have their voice heard, no matter what.
No, that's not you. Okay, no, that's not. So you think a 16-year-old should be able to vote based on what you just said?
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Or would you
if you can end up being
okay, a 15-year-old, a 13-year-old? Or would you put an arbitrary age cutoff on it, as the 14th Amendment does?
Perfectly fine. I'm not here to
okay,
argue.
so you would punt. So you would punt back to the 14th Amendment, which gives the age exception. It also gives the crime exemption. So why would you say, can't I make the argument that some like 17-year-old that can't vote, you're disenfranchising them in the same way that you're saying I'm disenfranchising prisoners if I don't want them to vote?
Why is a 14-year-old not allowed to vote?
Because the 14th Amendment.
Why does
because we've deemed that
exist?
Because we have deemed that like we have the Equal Protections Clause. We want the people who should vote and who have a stake in society to vote. And we have deemed that people under 21 don't have a stake, or under 18, I guess. I don't actually, yeah. No, 18, I guess. Yeah, not 21. Yeah, I've been saying it wrong. I was thinking of drinking, But yeah, we've determined that people under the age of 18 should not vote. And in the same way, because we don't think they have a good stake in society, they're not part of the social contract. And with prisoners, we also think that they have given up their share in the social contract, albeit temporarily, besides Kentucky and the other states, right? Only a few of them believe that. But like almost every state believes that, yes, that is something. And that's what the 14th Amendment believes, that if you've done something bad, then you shouldn't be able to vote. And again, that's been decided in the Supreme Court. So I want to hear from you, I guess, why would the age thing be something you would accept which is very arbitrary? The only reason you're pulling from that would be from the amendment and from how like SCOTUS has decided. And that's my exact argument on why we think that if you're a felon who is in prison, that you shouldn't be able to vote.
I mean, honestly, I say as soon as you're paying taxes in any way, shape, or form, you should be able to vote. But we're not here to argue that right now. We're talking about people who have, especially with being brought up on charges for crimes, have a stake in society and are mature enough to make decisions about voting. So why can't these well over 18-year-old individuals that are in prison get a vote?
We can move on from that. I just want to point out that you don't think that every American citizen should be able to vote. So I think that you agree with that part of the 14th Amendment, but you don't agree with the rest, which is fine. But I guess I want to move on if you're willing.
Are you ignoring my qualifier? I said the
I'm
second
saying your qualifier
anybody-
comes from the same amendment that I am drawing from. It comes from the same place. So the fact that you're putting an age of majority at 18, that's exactly the same reason I'm saying that crimes is something that can disenfranchise somebody. It comes from the same document. So I don't know what you want in that sense, right? It's like we're getting that from the same place. You're rejecting half of it and not accepting the whole thing. And you're rejecting precedent and all the rulings that have been done on that. So
just because it's the rule, the rule, we can't amend it. There's no reason why we.
I mean, it is the Constitution. I just want to point out it is the Constitution, that's cool if you don't like that part of the Constitution. But I'm just saying it's from the same place that you get the age from. But I do want to ask you about the voting block thing because I don't think I heard a very good answer on that. How do you not think you seem to like really go against me in that in your rebuttal to my opener? But how do you not see that? Let's say, imagine you and me were in prison, and then someone, let's say Kamala Harris is like, hey, anyone who's in prison, let's just an insane hypothetical. Let's say she's like, I'll half your prison sentences. Well, all 2 million people that are in a fucking prison, they would vote for Kamala Harris. I mean, even me as someone, who voted for Donald Trump, I might switch my vote in that case. Look, if I got a 10-year sentence, I mean, I got to think about my practical life. So how could you not see problematic issues coming up with stuff like voting blocks and like special interest groups for people who are in prison?
Because that's just silly on its face. Like for the same reason that all the people that
what part is silly
wanted the J6ers to get clemency. This happened anyway. So whether or not they can vote or can't vote, there are people.
So if the J6ers could vote, the J6ers that Trump is saying he's going to pardon, you agree they would have voted for Trump, right? If they could have, they would have.
Sure
so I feel like you and me are on the same page.
I'm pretty sure they did.
I'm saying. Okay, but once they're in jail, anyone who's in jail will obviously vote for Trump because he's saying he's going to pardon him. That's definitionally a special interest group that will obviously vote in a way we both know they're going to vote. And again, I want you to engage with my Kamala Harris hypothetical there. You would agree that even you and me, we might be on different sides of the political aisle, but let's say we're both spending time, we got a 20-year sentence. She says, I'll reduce that to 10. Then it's like at a certain point, I want to see my family. I want to see my friends. I like, that's the political partisan stuff. I'm like, hey, that's like so appealing to me. I might just vote. I might be a single issue voter. And do you not think you think that's an insane thing to happen? And I want to know why you think that's so insane. Because to me, that's just so deeply logical for the vast majority of prisoners if that's what was promised to them.
Because A, I don't see that being the case. B, even if it's promised to them, doesn't mean it's going to happen.
It's not the case because in 50 states or in 48 states, you can't do that. So that's why you don't see it happening. You don't see it happening because in the vast majority of states, it's illegal that people that are in prison can't vote.
I'm saying by what
if it was, you would see it happen otherwise.
What parameter could she even say, I'm going to like half all of your prison sentences? How would she be able to make that
She
happen?
could just say that.
You can say whatever you want.
What do you mean?
Literally anybody can say anything they want.
The presidents have full ability to pardon. We saw that with Trump. Yeah. So Kamala could absolutely say, I will pardon X amount of people. And there's not a limit on pardons. So she could pardon anyone she wants. And if Kamala said, I will pardon you, Confluence, I'd be like, hell yeah. That is my queen, the half black, half Indian, that's who I'm going to vote for 100% because she's going to give me more than whatever some political leaning will give. And I feel like that is just logical. That's what everyone would do.
That is an
you would have to be like incredibly.
By all means, if you think that's going to be what happens, then.
Well, no, look, it's a hypothetical. It's not the future. It's a hypothetical, and it's designed to test the logic.
No, what I'm telling you,
it is goofy. But you're not giving me a good answer to it, which makes it less goofy. If you gave me a good answer, then I agree.
These people actually believed it, saw some road to where this was possible to happen, and it caused all of them, literally all of them, to vote for this individual. Yeah, maybe you could see that as a harm, but that's not even in the realm of possibility. So I just think
why I don't know why you don't see that. You at least see it on the J6 level. Let's say they're all in prison, the January 6th protesters, and Trump says, I want to pardon you. Obviously, 100% of them, even if they like change their mind, they're going to vote for Trump. They're going to vote for the guy who's going to pardon them from their like 20-year prison sentences. That's not goofy. That's just like on its face, like common sense, right? You would agree with that.
No.
That the J6ers, it doesn't, wait, what do you disagree with on that? You think the J6ers, even if they change their mind, and the guy is saying, I will get you out of jail, I'll get you home to see your wife and kids, I will give you life again, so you don't come into prison when you're like 60 years old. You don't think they'll be like, absolutely, I will vote for that. I don't really care about the other stuff, the other kind of minutia issues that don't affect my life, because what issue would affect your life more than telling someone that they could get out of prison either immediately or a lot sooner?
You're thinking about these things in a vacuum. I don't know why this weird black and white thought process is in your head, But if people have felony convictions for things that they know full well they're never going to get clemency for, like they got caught up on quadruple homicide with video, so on and so forth, there's no way this person's getting out and having their sentence out.
Sure, but we don't have to look at pardons. We don't have to look at pardons. We could look at like things like better prison conditions, right? Like you agree there would be, in the same way that people try to get the black vote or the Mexican vote or the trad wife vote, there would be you're trying to wine and dine people who are in prison. That would 2 million people is not a small amount of people. So I agree. You could say my examples are pie in the sky and like hard to see in practicality.
Whatever will I do?
You don't think that's a negative incentive?
No.
You don't think it's a negative incentive that prisoners are who don't have the best interests of society, who have denied the social contract and broken it? You don't think they're going to vote for? You think they're going to vote for things that are in society's best interest, as opposed to just voting for their own best interest? And you don't think that would cause a lot of like conflict in how that plays out?
Do you not think a better prison system is in the best interest of society?
Yeah, a better prison sentence
gets better outcomes, like.
Sure, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about no, it's not, because you think a prisoner has
it's what I'm talking about.
You think the prisoner is like super selfless and they're going to vote what they think is in the best of society's interest, even though they have done a felony and they're in prison. And not all people who have done that are like bad people. I just think it's crazy that you can't understand that there would be a voting bloc that would vote against society's best interest by virtue of them having done serious crimes enough to land them in prison. And you don't think that could like possibly sway elections in a way that would be maladaptive?
Nah, and you're being paranoid, my G. Stop that.
I don't think it's paranoia.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop y'all there. I actually put the extra 5 on because y'all were cooking and I was enjoying it. I do have a couple of questions from the judges though, so we're gonna go through these real quick, and there may be some that get added based on your answers, but I'm gonna go through these as best as I can. The questions were somewhat fever dreamy, and so I'm gonna try to make sure I understood the meat of the question. And I'm gonna put 1 minute on the clock. Do not feel necessary to answer the whole or use the whole minute. It's just don't go past that minute so we can kind of keep it reasonable. I'm gonna ask you each of these questions. So, Lethe first. It was stated that Maine and Vermont allow current inmates to vote. Do you believe that these states or that the other states should change their laws? I think I already know the answer, but I just want to know. Do you believe that they should be allowed to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Now, I believe that you, Confluence, in your comments sort of said that you were okay with the idea that the states were allowed to make their own decisions, but do you think that they should be allowed to make their own decisions, or do you think that states like Vermont and Maine should be forced to fall in line with the majority?
There's no federal law saying that like people in prison can't vote, and so I think it is a state's issue. And so even though I think they should change their laws because I think their laws are bad, I don't advocate for some like federal government thing to go into the states and tell them what to do.
All right, good stuff. Great answers. Second question, back to you, Lethe. We know that voting is not a constitutional right, okay? Do you personally view it as more of a privilege, a civic duty, or do you view it as something else?
Oh, wow, they put it right there in there. I think it's a civic duty. I think you have your duty to put forward your voice in what you want America to be.
Okay, same question over to you, Confluence. Do you believe, since it is not technically a right given to us by the Constitution or protected by the Constitution, do you believe that it is a civic duty, a privilege, or do you believe it is something else?
For those who can vote, I think it's a civic duty. And for everybody else, well, for everybody, not everyone else, it is a privilege. And privileges can be revoked. You can lose privileges for a lot of things. It's the same with a lot of rights that we think we have. A lot of them get, if you're in prison, again, we have broken that society contract and you lose a ton of things that we will call rights. And one of those rights or privileges or whatever verbiage we want to use would be the ability to vote. And so that leads to you being disenfranchised.
Okay, cool. Good answers. Now, what do we do? Okay, I'm not sure that I understand this one. The system we currently have allows for pardons that do restore voting rights. Do you think that that is better or worse than our current situation? Go ahead. Or that allowing people to vote in prison would be better or worse than that?
Sorry, was that to me?
I was gonna say, yes, it's to you first, Lethe. Let me try and form that question again. Do you believe that it is better for a president to be able to arbitrarily restore your voting rights, or do you believe that that it would be better for us to have just absolute voting privileges?
I think absolute voting privileges would be a better way to go about it.
Okay. Same question to you, Confluence. Do you believe that it is better for the president to be able to do so arbitrarily than for it to just remain uniform?
I think it is better. I think presidential pardons would have to be its own entire debate. But I think that causes less harm because just even though there's no limit on presidential pardons, they just end up being more limited in scope. And so they might apply to 500, 600 people. They're not applying to 2 million people. So I just think the amount of harm done, maybe some president could come along and just pardon like millions of people. And like that would be an issue. But I think just on the scale, if we look at the scale, the system we have now just does less harm. And presumably, presidential pardons, there at least is some rhyme or reason, and the president was voted for, and so hopefully we're trusting that they will pardon the right people. And yeah, there's a lot to go into on that, but those are my basic thoughts.
Okay. Cheers. And then this is the last one, I promise, and then we're going to kick it over to you guys for your actual closing arguments. Hopefully, some of these questions might have even kind of helped to influence those outputs. That said, last question. And I know this is going to be weirdly worded, but I'm going to do my best here to frame it because you sort of already answered part of it. We get that you don't consider, neither of you seem to consider voting to be a right. You consider it to be either a civic duty or a privilege. But I'm curious, as are the judges, what rights would you think are more important or sacred than that of voting? You first, Lethe.
More sacred than that of voting? I mean, freedom of speech, not be able to have the government come and clap you in irons because you say something about them. Seems pretty freaking important in a lot of what this country was founded on.
Okay, I like that. And Confluence, what rights do you personally believe are more sacred or enshrined than that of the voting?
Yeah, I think there's a lot. I think anything that we would broadly talk about as like human rights, like the right to like a fair trial and, the right to not face like cruel and unjust punishment. I would say those are things that are, not taken away if you're a felon. And I don't think they should be, because then that would get into some human rights issues. And so, yeah, I could rate all the rights, and I would agree the freedom of speech is probably, a more fundamental right than the right to vote. But I ultimately think that, yes, prisoners get the rights that they should get, which is the things I've mentioned, among other things. And I think those would trump the right to vote. I think most people would agree with that.
Okay. All right. Very cool. All right. So we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. I'm going to put the new vote for everybody out there in the audience here in just a second. I'm going to drop it into the chat as well, in the Discord chat as well, so everybody can share it to their personal streams. But 3 minutes is on the clock for you first, Lethe. Bring it home for us. Prison inmates should still be allowed to vote. Are you ready?
Yes, indeed.
All right. Kick it home.
So where I started the party before, if the penalty for a crime is a fine, then that law only exists for the lower class. People like Jeff Epstein were able to walk out of their cell whenever they felt like it, walk back into their cell whenever they felt like it. They got virtually no rights or privileges removed from them. So if you have money and you're doing well, you probably are going to get a better shake than the average person that's in jail, who is being targeted usually by a system that wants them in jail to disenfranchise them. This person that I'm dealing with today would have been fine with the slaves not being able to vote because, that's the law. That's what we're doing. Why should they have a vote? I mean, at least they're 3/5 of a vote for each. I don't need this kind of thinking. Just because it's a law doesn't mean it shouldn't be changed. Doesn't mean we can't have progress in this country. I'll end on that.
Okay, good stuff. I was completely not ready for you there. I'm going to go ahead and give 3 minutes over to you, Mr. Confluence. Confluence, are you ready for your closing?
I am, yeah.
All right, go ahead, bring it home, sir.
So I think just first of all, I hope I'm allowed to reply to his closing and my closing, but Epstein was not in prison. Epstein was in jail. And I think there's been a lot of confusion on what jail is and what prison is. And those things are not the same. I just want to point that out. My main point was that the 14th Amendment has explicit carve outs for people not voting if they've done serious crimes, which I think I repeated ad nauseum. This has been interpreted by SCOTUS to say it is constitutional to disenfranchise felons legally. These are just the facts on the table. And I don't like that he is saying that I that I would be supporting some like 3/5 rule. If my argument stopped and started with the legal stuff, that would be fine. But my argument, in fact, does not. So I will continue. From a rights point of view, which I repeated, you lose all sorts of constitutional rights in prison and after prison, and I never heard a reason on why those should be changed. For example, the right of free association, the right to bear arms, etc. You also lose what many of us would call rights, like the right to read what book you want, the right to privacy, the right to free movement. So I don't understand why the right to vote would be in a different category of rights. That prisoners continue to have. Next, I think voting is a civic duty that you have because you're participating in society and playing by society's rules, which I said, and I don't think I heard a good response to. By committing a felony, you're breaking that social contract, and you are therefore, at least temporarily, in most states, removed from being able to vote. While you're in prison, you're almost definitionally not participating in society. It's definitional because that basically is what prison is. So why would you maintain voting rights when you're being temporarily plucked out of society for a set period of time? Again, that is literally what incarceration means. Next, with 1.5 to 2 million incarcerated people serving their time in prisons, this is a potential massive voting bloc. We somehow disagreed on that. To me, I don't understand why. That seems very obvious to me. Obviously, they'd have a high chance of voting directly against the interests of society. This would cause politicians to want to win the prison vote, which would lead to a bunch of negative political incentives like promising pardons or lesser prison time or clemency or making certain criminal acts legal or reducing the sentences thereof. The list could honestly go on, and I don't see how that wasn't addressed or really felt to be an actual concern. These are all maladaptive incentives for a society to have, and thus most states do not have them. So with all that said, I maintain that prisoners should not be able to vote. It's in line with our Constitution. It's in line with our legal system. It's in line with all of the explanations and hypotheticals and logic I've laid out, and it's bad for society.
All right. So both of y'all under the wire. Nicely done. That is it. Absolutely great fucking debate, gentlemen. I enjoyed the hell out of that. I hope everybody else did too. I'm going to give the judges a couple of minutes to kind of compose themselves and clear their thoughts. I've got the vote out in the audience as well as in the Discord chat if you guys want to share it into yours. Get those votes. It's free. It costs you nothing. Just go ahead and click it. Tell us where you stand on this. We actually do think this one might matter because I have no idea where the judges landed on this one. With that said, I went with Chief first last time. This time I'm going to kick it over to DPP. Mr. Patriot, are you ready to go with your judgment, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, personally, it sucks because I agree with pretty much everything Lethe says. It's like every argument I would make, I have to give it to Confluence just because the arguments about the actual constitutional state laws about it, the kind of support with those, and kind of I think it almost goes to the boils down to it, like a person was convicted, this thing kind of did happen versus like the government might abuse the right to take this away, if that makes sense how I said it. But someone did commit a crime, that crime was proven in court versus this kind of like phantom government overreach that might happen. I give the more value to the person was convicted. Let's take that right away. It's a valid state interest as some people would say. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking.
Okay, giving it to Confluence from the Patriot. Now over to you, Let's Chief. Are you ready with your judgment, good sir?
Yeah, I think Confluence did a great job of making a clear and concise argument about voting being one of many rights that you are losing by choice of breaking the social contract. I don't feel like the argument was engaged with too much other than, Lethe did kind of say that the system was designed to disenfranchise those people. I just wish the more time would have spent kind of building up that argument and everything else. Similar to the other judge, I do agree with Lethe's perspective. I think it was argued better on the other side. Whereas Lethe kind of asserted that the right should never be revoked. It just didn't have much support for that argument. Though I agree it was a bit silly to say, that argument that will cut all sentences in half wasn't necessarily the best place to go. I would have stuck on, especially coming from your side, I would have stuck on the J6 thing a little bit more first before going back to that. But Other than that, I'm going to give it to Confluence, and I vote to make all crime legal. And also, there's going to be free snacks in the vending machine by the cafeteria.
Fuck yeah.
Cheers to that. No, putting the $10 into your into your commissary was the bring home there for me. I loved that one. Because again, it was cool the way you did that. It wasn't what he was talking about at all, but you did what you could to try to make it like seem silly what he was saying. With that said, Lethe, you know I love you, dude. And kind of like both the judges say, like my vote here doesn't matter, but I gotta say I agree with him. You did your best, but Confluence, you fucking brought it, bro. Like I don't like anything you said, but I gotta give it to you. You said it great. I honestly thought that both of the judges were gonna automatically just fail you for voting for Trump, but or
It was
I
close.
shouldn't have said that. That's a misstep.
No, but seriously though, dude, that was absolutely amazing. Even though I disagreed with you, two things. Like I disagree with Let's Chief in that you bringing up the whole like the fact that you have literally a captive audience who is the easiest to bribe. Bro, I'll let you out of prison early if you vote for me. Like fuck me,
They have that
and they
now,
don't
though.
even have to do it. They don't even have to do it. They
Right.
just have to say that.
Yeah,
And
but that's
yeah,
literally every promise.
Yeah, no,
what I
exactly.
was
That's
saying,
true.
Honestly.
No,
Yeah,
I hear
exact-
you,
I
but I,
get you,
but I,
Leafy.
but I think that like he said, I think that there is no more better representative of a single issue vote than that particular bribe right there. Also, whenever you were saying the thing about the you can't have weapons, you already have like other rights have been lost. So why would we not be willing to accept this right being lost as well? Which I thought Lethe's response of, and the fact that both of y'all did not acknowledge voting as a right kind of disempowered that, but it was too late and you didn't really like bring it back around to that. And so again, like you just kind of left that hanging there. I just really thought that was a really great debate from both of
I
you.
know now it's not totally the time to debate the debate, but you know when you're talking
No,
about
go ahead, yeah.
hanging clemency over the head and like cutting sentences in half,
Mhm,
you know, an easy counter that would be how like you know the U.S. has some of the harshest prison sentences in
Yes.
you know the
Oh,
First world.
thank you for reminding me. And I also got to give it to you, Confluence, for being able to just bullshit your way through a straight up absolute bullshit fact. The U.S. does, like, I was like, I got to check because I could have sworn we do have the most incarcerated people in the world. Believe it or
I
not.
think they were off. They were talking
Yeah.
across each other. One was talking
Yeah,
about like
I thought he meant like per
versus-
capita.
there was
Yeah,
just a
Per capita,
misunderstanding.
So
yeah,
that
yeah,
could have been
yeah.
my
Opening
bad. I
argument
think I
that-
misheard that.
I even took per capita out in my opening argument. You just
Mhm.
didn't hear it.
He did, but
Yeah,
you were
no,
able
yeah,
to
that's
get it
my
in
bad.
there. No, because the way that you handled it was great. Fact check me later and roll on. You just fucking steamrolled past it. And I mean, again, in a debate like this, that's what you got to do. And so it worked because again, Lethe wasn't all like, and if he had jumped onto the keyboard to try to fact check you, the rest of what you said would have just sailed past him. So you kind of caught him where he couldn't actually properly debunk that statement. So that was kind of neat the way you did that. So anyway, let's check
cherry
the
on
audience.
top. It was a virtually flawless performance. Just don't make a cringe reference
Can
to
I-
Kamala's race next time.
Can I?
Yeah, yeah, I did that. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that he made a statement about the idea that if they would just that politicians like presidents would try and favor towards that voting block in order for them to get an easy 20 something million votes. The issue with that is that in order to lean towards the voting block, you then have to account for the voting block that you'd be losing by doing so. And both parties within this country are very heavy on their anti-crime, and you must be strong on crime in both the Democratic and Republican Party. So if you were to go and say that I'm going to half the sentences of people who have manslaughter charges in this country, be expected to lose even more voters than you just gained by doing that.
That's very fair. I actually that is a good comeback. I actually
That would've
really
been a good
that's a
argument.
very
Yeah.
smart point. Yeah.
And,
A moment. Of
and so if we're
lucidity
saying it's a
from Lonzo.
captive
I was
argument,
about
I
to
don't
say,
see
the
how
drug-
putting
the drug
a
fog
ballot in
clears.
front of someone makes them vote for you.
True. No, but the bribery behind it, I think, is the point. Is
What bribery, though? Just putting a ballot?
The incentivization, I think, the ability
what-
to incentivize the vote.
What do they get from the vote? They don't get out of jail. They just get to vote.
Right, but they're being
Right.
promised that, and that hope is a damnable drug. More
I
than
guess-
what my friend is on. You know, that's a hope is way
I
more
guess
of a
I'd relate it more to
painkiller
the
than
pardon power,
painkillers.
where like the president and governments, state governments have the right to just, I'll pardon you and get you out of jail right now if you vote for me. Like that's the thing we have now. That's-
Also, you can't pardon. You can't just pardon people. It has to be a federal level crime that they, in order to pardon
For the
people.
president.
Yeah,
States
can't,
can
yeah,
pardon.
Yeah.
president can't pardon state, and state can't pardon federal. So
Yeah, but
So-
states can pardon
Yeah.
anything. So the governor can
exactly.
just buy votes by pardons.
by pardoning vote, by
Yeah, but
pardoning
like
state.
dead serious.
Yeah.
Like if you had a dude that hypothetically murdered 14 people and their dogs, and you said, "Hey, we're gonna get you out of jail," do you think that person has any incentive to believe you?
You think the people who vote for you also are going to go, yeah, thank you. Please get him out of jail. I'm going to give you a vote.
It would be poison to your entire
Yeah.
political career, and it just wouldn't happen. So it's a goofy
point.
hypothetical. Like I
Yeah,
said,
Doomer, I
multiple
think that
times.
was a good point to bring up, though, because, you're just like doubly emphasizing that with the pardons, it is like still like a classist system where, the rich not only get to get away with their crimes, but they're also, by having access or to the pardon system, like, compared to like the more poor prison population, like it's just re-emphasizing the point, I think.
I want to say if I can that I don't know who said the comment about pardoning it only being like federal or like and not state, because that was that was a very good comment, and I'm glad that didn't get brought up in the debate, because that's a good point, because like even someone like Derek Chauvin, it's like if he was, there's a lot of talk about like, oh, should Trump pardon him on the right for some reason. But it doesn't matter. He would just be moved to a state penitentiary and then serve out like 25 years in jail anyway. It makes no difference. And so that is actually a very good point. Is like most murders and like serious crimes are charged at state level. So it's like it doesn't really, the pardon system only applies to the federal charges, which is a minority of people in prison.
Good job throwing in that, which is absurd part, because I was worried that you were going to be like, yeah, we should give him pardon. And
No, I'm center right. Okay, I'm not that crazy. I'm not that crazy.
He did say he was a reasonable human being, even if he did.
Yeah, still Trump voter, but not that insane.
So real quick, I do want to say, well, that's for the after party, bro. So I do want to say that both times now the audience has voted against the judges. This time the sway actually went for the AF. So Lethe, you've got the will of the people, at least, if not the judges. So good on you for that. All right, so we have one more debate scheduled. I'm going to give a little bit of a preamble to this one, just because this one is a little personal. So their next two debaters, this debate has actually taken place apparently in one of their Discord channels, where it kind of broke down into some name calling and some shit slinging and some finger pointing. And when I found out about that, I said, well, goddamn, I want to hear that shit happen in real time. So that said, the topic was kind of interesting to me, and I hope that you guys find it as interesting to hear them duke it out as me. I've got your vote in the chat there. I believe you guys. Fuck, I'll put it into the group. You've already got this one, Confluence. If you want to drop it in your chat, you've got the opening version. But the next prompt, it's going to be a little bit long-winded, so forgive me for that as well. But I couldn't really tighten it up any. Our prompt this time is, boom, the Trump administration has been more supportive of Ukraine than that of Biden. So one more time, just to be clear, the presidential or administrative support from the Trump administration has been greater in regards to Ukraine than Biden's administration. Now, on the affirmative, saying that Trump has indeed helped Ukraine more than Biden, would be Tyler, aka the average debate enjoyer, the dude directly above my head here. And coming in, oh, look at them guns ready to blaze. Coming in for the negative, saying that Biden was actually more supportive of Ukraine than Trump. That's going to be Circa, the dude who already came in sword fighting on behalf of Mr. Lonzo while he was slain on the battlefield. We have got the timer ready. 3 minutes is on the clock. Tyler, you are muted. I'm not sure if you know that or if you can hear me. You seem to be flexing at the right time, so I think you hear what I'm saying. I'm going to put that into the chat one more time for the...
Can I just say,
where's the guy
before we begin, this is in the context of specifically the war, not the broad support for Ukraine on any issue since Ukraine's been invented.
Why does shit always move on me? I hate it. You're still muted,
Started?
Tyler.
Am I
Can
still?
you
Wow.
hear me, Tyler? Because you can't,
Yeah,
you can't
yeah.
do your opening while you're muted, sir.
So you're saying it doesn't include Hunter
He's not
Biden's
mu- he's not-
I'm
contributions?
not muted on
to
my
free stuff?
end.
He's not muted.
Hey now.
Oh man.
Don't throw shots, Judge. All right. Everybody go ahead and get your vote in on this prompt.
You guys hear me? Am I
This is
good?
going to be our last debate of the night, and then we're going to open it up to
Yeah.
open party afterwards. So, Tyler, are you ready? All right, sir. 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and tell us why the Trump administration has been more supportive of Ukraine than that of Biden.
Okay, so we're going to be talking specifically about the war effort, not
Tyler,
support.
you are still muted. Is it me
I
who
can hear him.
muted? Oh, fuck me. I muted you. My bad. Sorry. The time is restarted. Yeah, my bad. I think I accidentally muted you. Server muted you when I was trying to suss out who it was that had the background noise. So you can blame Lethe later. Are you ready to go again? All right, cool. Sorry for taking the wind out of your sails. Go.
All right, so we're talking about specifically aid when it comes to the war effort with Russia. So this breaks down on two levels for me. This is first, ideologically, it's a no-brainer. Everyone's known our entire lives that the right wing is the party of war, the party of U.S. hegemony. It's been so since before the Cold War. This is why the neocons came over. They originally were Nixon Democrats that became Republicans because of the Reagan administration's stance on the Cold War. So forming policy and strategy from a right-wing perspective is actually going to be about winning wars, not paying off people to preserve peace. On an ideological level, the right wing is always going to be the side you want on your side if you're trying to win the war. That, to me, tells that they are ideologically the better backers. Now, when you say this, it kind of plays out practically in that, what do we mean there? Well, the Trump administration put a ton of sanctions against Russia. He stopped the pipeline that was going to Russia that would have boosted their economy. He did all sorts of actions with them. He even threatened to bomb Moscow. When the Biden administration was there trying to talk them down from the war, they took down most of these sanctions, only putting a couple of them in place. They did no type of economic attacks against them pre-war. They stopped selling lethal weapons to Ukraine in order to appease Russia. And they were also giving them other appeasement. They were essentially rewarding Russia for their aggression on Ukraine by getting rid of things that Trump had put in place. And that still resulted in a war. Now we're going to go to the practical. The practical to me is what actually happened in terms of policy. The tit for tat we're going to be doing all night. One person did X, one person did Y. Well, there's three major things we're going to hear about. Trump is going to be about the impeachment that happened long before the war started. And that was a couple of months, and everything was fine. Didn't affect Ukraine at all in war. We're going to hear about the J.D. Vance fight that ended up. There were a little bit of Ukrainian issues when Trump cut off aid and cut off intelligence, but generally that didn't help or hurt them that much. Whereas Biden holding out against them, not letting them attack deep into Ukraine, not giving them the weapons that they needed, there was a bunch of efforts that Biden did to hold Ukraine back, to give an off-ramp, to potentially provide Russia with different ways to get out of the conflict while still saving face. At the end of the day, we're talking about Trump was trying to attack the enemies of Russia on the world stage, whereas Biden was placating them. We look at the Iran deal, the rebirth of the JCPOA that Biden campaigned on. Even after the war effort was going, he was still trying to make a deal with Iran, who's a close ally. There was the Obama red line on Syria. He made a red line. They violated it. He didn't do anything. So Russia and its proxies and its allies have been actually aided by the Democrats on the world stage, where Trump dropped bunker busters on them after destroying their economy. We'll probably get into why that's a big deal later, but I would say on the world stage, ideologically and through policy, the Trump administration backed everything Biden did and said he wasn't doing enough while coming into office and doing significantly more. All you have are anecdotes.
And nailed it. All right. So that is going to be 2 minutes on the clock. Serica, it is 2 minutes for cross-examination. Poke holes, ask questions, set it up. Are you ready to cross-ex? You are muted, sir. All
Sure.
right. Go ahead.
All right, so a few things. I noticed that you said, I just found it funny that you said impeachment was too long ago and did nothing, even though it was a few months, to essentially weaken Ukraine as it relates to a war. Russia invaded them like what, 3 years later, but somehow neocons who aren't represented by Trump in any way, at least I think, are more relevant. I don't really understand. How's that like too far in that one?
I think I'd have to reread my whole introduction for you. The neocons were brought up to show that the right wing has always been the party of global hegemony and winning wars across the globe.
And Trump is supposedly someone who is anti that.
The
correct?
impeachment, no, he's not. The impeachment that was brought up.
He's not? He's not
No, the impeachment. I'm trying to
anti-neocon?
answer your question. The impeachment that was brought up. The reason why I brought that up as something that's anecdote that we can hand wave away is because it was so far away from the actual war effort that we were talking about initially, and that this
Fighting
is
was
about.
going on during
That it
2019.
didn't hurt Ukraine at all when it came to
Just
the
because
war.
Russia didn't invade yet did not mean fighting was not happening in the Donbass.
Doesn't mean they had all their funding back a couple of weeks later. It didn't, there's zero practical proof that it hurt them at all in the war effort or any efforts fighting with
Find me a
Russia.
time when Biden did actually just stop or threaten to withhold funding like that.
He didn't threaten; he just flat out did it. Yes, he withheld certain weapons. Yes, absolutely. There's a ton of. I have articles in my
Storm
section.
Shadow missiles that I knew you were going to bring up is
Yes,
not
multiple
relevant
missiles.
to this.
There's all sorts of weaponry. That's one missile that you brought up. Trump just approved, and the Pentagon just approved the other day, the long-range Patriot missiles going to Ukraine so they can attack deep into Russia. During the entire Biden administration,
That's correct.
during the entire Biden administration, what Biden said was Ukraine was not even allowed to attack deep into Russia, a policy that they didn't drop until 2 weeks after the election when the Trump transition team pressured them to do so.
This was a policy of NATO.
It doesn't matter. It was
And
also a policy
NATO.
of Biden. It doesn't matter if it was a policy of the Marg. It was still a
and
policy of Biden.
Yes, it does.
Time,
Yes, it
time,
does.
time,
We
time,
are
time. Hold
part of
on,
NATO.
Circa. Hold on. We're putting on 3 minutes on the clock. Go ahead and work that straight into your opening statement. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, give me a sec.
All right. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, I'll start.
So mine, I'm going to be doing the side that Joe Biden supported Ukraine more than Donald Trump, right? Support for Ukraine is more than a policy. It's a test of conviction. When comparing presidents, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, the difference is unmistakable in my opinion. Biden's record shows consistent commitment, grounded in law, alliance, and moral clarity. Trump's reflects hesitation and political interference. Under Joe Biden, which I don't want to contribute this directly to him because it is a congressional bill. It was bipartisan in a way. But under Biden, there was $170 billion provided in military, economic, humanitarian, and other support to Ukraine. And I said that's not charity in our little talk earlier. That strategy included advanced systems like HIMARS and Patriot air defense missiles that he was just talking about. It also included older generation Abrams tanks and ATACMS and the training intelligence to use them effectively. Biden didn't act alone. He rebuilt trust in NATO after Trump left NATO in his first term, which most definitely did not help Ukraine down the line not get invaded. He coordinated sanctions and rallied European allies, which is, I don't know how you thought that he didn't do that or like lifted sanctions. At the 2024 NATO summit, I'm just going to quote him here, where he said that defending Ukraine was defending democracy itself, and he said that freedom, once compromised, seldom stops at that one border, to show his conviction towards him. He also managed risk carefully. Early in the war, Biden limited use of these long-range missiles that we were just talking about to avoid triggering a broader conflict. Russia was very aggressive against this. Obviously we have to pick and choose which things Russia is more threatening about, but this was not like in hindsight, it looks very simple. But what happened is when Russia opened up the Kharkov initiative, they used North Korean soldiers, and the strategic picture changed. So that means it was a reckless move by Moscow, and NATO took advantage of that. They saw it as a restraint no longer deterred aggression, and those limits were lifted because of the use of North Korean troops. And you can even use the NATO Secretary General's own words for this. If you actually went and looked up NATO's transcripts and stuff, I can bring that for you if you'd like. He says it by name, Kharkov and North Korean troops. Now, compared to Donald Trump, in 2019, his administration withheld congressionally approved military aid for just a few months, like you said. That was meant to strengthen Kyiv's defenses against Russian aggression. And under the GAO, which I'm assuming you're going to say is not correct, that's fine. We have a transcript. It doesn't matter. Confirming that the funds were blocked, though, for policy reasons, not legal ones. The pause and assistance didn't just violate process. It weakened Ukraine's defense posture at a moment when it desperately needed it. And it sent a message to our other allies about confusion of us being reliable, especially leaving NATO. The pause and assistance, or even more telling, is recent actions. Trump again proposed holding up approved foreign aid, including funds of Ukraine, back and forth this entire year. And then who truly supported Ukraine? Biden didn't just fund a war effort. I think he turned promises into policies and policies into protection. And Trump, by contrast, has just shown interruption, fractured trust, and placed political interest above strategic ability or stability.
And time. All right, I'll let you finish that thought real quick. 2 minutes is on the clock for you. Go ahead and poke holes. Are you ready to go, Tyler? Cross-examination time.
All right, so I got two things. So one was the sanctions that you said Biden did not remove. In 2017, Trump passed the SSAA TSA sanctions, and in 2019, the chemical weapons sanctions. On top of that, he also put the Nord Stream 2 sanctions. All things Biden removed when he was negotiating with Ukraine or with Russia that never went back on. Are you saying that doesn't exist?
I'm unfamiliar.
Okay, well, that happened, so maybe just better debate prep next time. And the second question, Biden withheld $200 million of aid to Ukraine during the negotiations at a time where Ukraine was begging them to send it, saying that Russia was gathering troops on their borders and about to invade, saying this is a critical time for them to get aid, and the Biden administration was withholding it. You said they never withheld this. But when you had talked about Trump with $200 million in aid, in military aid.
Of what aid?
It was missiles. They were withholding $200 million in aid just a couple of weeks before the conflict started. I would have to look at my citation to tell you exactly, but again, you said this did not happen, and I'm telling you, no, they were not long-range missiles. They were not long-range missiles, and they were not able to shoot it. The Biden administration's official demands of Ukraine was that they could not shoot it. So, on top of that, are you denying that this $200 million was not withheld?
Actually, it was NATO because we're a part of NATO.
It doesn't matter if it was NATO or the Mars. It was Biden's admission. We control NATO. If we told NATO we don't want to do this, NATO wouldn't have done this. And all of NATO was not on board. That was also part of our discussion. It was also China and India that were asking for this. It doesn't matter.
That's a good thing.
Because we're talking about the Biden administration's policies, and every time I bring up a Biden administration policy, you hand wave it away as, well, other people were doing it too, so we can't blame Biden for the policy he chose and enacted. It's bad faith hand waving. It's just bad faith hand waving away, so you don't have to admit you took an L on this one. Now, going back to my question, after Biden withheld that aid, you said that Biden was on the same team as Ukraine consistently. You even said in your opener that he was not giving things that Ukraine things that they wanted because it would have pissed off Russia. So if he's actively working to make Russia happy, does that mean he's consistently on the side of Ukraine, unimpeachable, like you said?
And open talk is started. Go ahead, just roll on into it. Answer that question.
I think you're conflating making Russia happy with serious risks of nuclear war, right? If there were no risks,
I'm saying they're one and the same. I'm not conflating that. I'm using a colloquial idiom.
Wouldn't we have just invaded Russia if you think that we can just unilaterally fucking do whatever we want?
I'm using a colloquial idiom. Maybe you could answer the question instead of attack my language.
I did. I answered your question because it was fucking stupid.
You didn't answer it. You dodged it again. You just made false claims that I refuted with actual citation. Skipped right over those. I asked you a question. You rephrased my question, didn't answer it.
ET sanctions, correct?
You said, your words was that Biden was on the same page, stalwart backer of Ukraine. Then you said in the same opening that we couldn't help Ukraine in ways that they were asking for because it would have pissed off Russia. So if we're denying Ukraine what they need, what they say they need for the war, are we still a stalwart backer of them in every form?
Thorbjørn Jagland, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe? That guy, when they
I'm asking you your stance. I'm not talking about anyone else.
What sanctions are you talking about?
This wasn't about the sanctions. This was about the.
You said SSAT, right?
This was about the $200 million being withheld that I'm asking you about. You're just not engaging at all in question. That we're not talking about the sanctions right now.
It's fine. We can talk about them later, I guess.
Yes, because I'm asking you a question that you're completely dodging over and over and over again. I'm just trying to hold your feet to fire to get a simple yes or no out of you. It's impossible. So again, you said the Biden administration was a star. Maybe if you stop talking over my question over and over, you'd actually hear it, be able to answer it. You said the Biden administration was a stalwart supporter of Ukraine, on their page, had their back. But then you say in the very same opening, I'm framing the question. You say in the very same opening that Ukraine was not getting the things that they were asked for because of risk of pissing off Russia. If they are doing things at Russia's demand, does that mean that they are stalwart supporters of Ukraine and backing them in every way? Or are they working to help de-escalate the war? Because de-escalating the war is ignoring Ukraine's desires for weapons. It's ignoring their...
Is this a question, or are you just going to fucking monologue an essay right now?
I've already asked it like 6 times. I'm trying to rephrase it because you keep dodging it. I'm trying to rephrase it in the simplest of terms so you can actually answer.
2 fucking seconds. So let me answer your question. Do you think every managed risk in a conflict is the same thing as sucking that country's dick?
No, but that's not answering my question. You're attacking
is
my
the threat
language.
of nuclear war a managed risk in appeasing a nuclear power like Russia?
Yes. So that's the point I'm making.
There we
Then that means
Your
they're not
question's been answered.
stalwart. You didn't answer my question. You only answered half the criteria of it to clear up the language you didn't like. The question was if they are stalwart backers and committed to Ukraine, like you said in your opening, then them giving several things to Russia and denying Ukraine those things that they're requesting
What did they give
is
to Russia?
antithetical to that claim. Yes or no?
They give to Russia. What did they give to Russia?
Their demands to not let Ukraine attack deep into their territory, their demands on security guarantees,
No,
their demands on
they
troops
allow
in Ukraine,
drones,
their
they allow
demands on
things like
NATO.
that. Those are managed risks. And I just told you.
I
it was
understand their
NATO's
managed risk. Just
decision to
putting a
have that,
label
not
on
just
them
fighting.
does not get you out of answering the question. You're just putting a label on them
I feel like
and
you live in a
dodging.
fantasy, man.
And I
Can
feel
you
like
just
you're
say
dishonest
that
because you
managed
can't
risk-
answer a yes or no question. This is the 6th time I've asked it now. You can't even just say yes or no.
Yes or no to the question.
All right, let's move on because obviously I'm not going to get any honesty
Biden
out
does
of
not
you here.
support Ukraine because the risks of using.
I never
long-range
said
missiles
Biden doesn't
seem like
support
it would
Ukraine.
provoke
And the
a
prompt
massive
isn't Biden
war.
didn't support Ukraine. You said he was on the same page, a stalwart ally of Ukraine. If he's on the same page, then
Yes,
why is he telling them no to their requests, no to their military actions, no to their desires and what they want to do in the war, and instead placating
The only
Russia?
thing
That would
that we
make
said
him
no to
not on the same page
was
as
the use-
Ukraine if he's telling them no, right?
The only thing we said no to was the use of Patriot missiles, and same with every other NATO country, like the Storm Shadow missile and the other fucking variants of striking into Russian territory.
didn't ask
because
that.
Russia.
It doesn't
That's what
matter
we're
what
talking
we
about.
said no on. The fact that we told them no in order to give Russia things that they wanted so they weren't get mad means that we're not on the same page with Ukraine. That's all I'm asking.
If we're treating this like a dentist's office abacus right now, how many?
I'm just trying to get you to answer a question honestly. That's it. It's impossible.
I'll just put it on the tally mark of saying Biden did say no once. Okay, got it. So what he says no to doesn't matter. You just said that, your own words.
Okay, if
So
you have to
Trump
lie
did.
like this in order to get you to
How many
answer the
times
question,
has
that's fine. I'll
Trump
take it.
suspended or said no to Ukraine on behalf of really fucking extremely weird reasons?
I don't know, but I didn't make the
Those
claim that he was
doesn't
exactly on the same page as him. I'm refuting the claim you made in your
matter. Isn't
opener.
it Trump who supports more though? If we're gonna do some stupid fucking like abacus in a dentist's office, like Trump's definitely done it more. Don't I just win by default then?
No. I'm not. You made a claim. I am refuting that claim directly. Now you're pretending like you never made the claim without saying, "Oh, the claim I
So
made in
the
my opening was
substance-
wrong."
The substance you want to refute my claim with, right, is that Biden said no one time about.
I did not say one time. I gave you multiple examples. What you're doing now is lying to play down my accusation, and that you've already admitted to. You've already
was the
admitted
other
it.
time
We're moving on
Biden
now.
said no?
We're already moving on
was the
now.
other
We're
time
already
Biden said
moving
no?
on now. I got your answer. I don't want to focus on your sophistry and bad faith tactic. Now we can go into what the administrations actually did preparing for war. What the Biden administration did was remove sanctions. Would you like to speak about those? Now I can give you the exact sanction.
Sure, give it to me.
SSAATSA in 2017, these were sanctions on defense, the intel sector, selected oligarchs, officials in Russia, and a dozen companies. In preparation for that sanctions package, the Biden administration prepared that, delayed it to negotiate with Russia over Ukraine and hostility moving forward. They told Russia they would drop Trump-era sanctions against them for their aggression if they stopped doing the escalated aggression they began doing. They were telling them, your aggression will get you a reward. We're going to take sanctions away from you.
They're going to do that in
They did it.
exchange for something?
They did it. They also, in the Nord Stream public, yes. Yes, they did. They gave Russia.
They got something in exchange, or what?
Yes, they did. They got something. They got nothing in exchange.
what if
No.
they didn't
Russia
exchange?
said to fuck off and continue to invade Ukraine. Obviously, they're still there. But
Again, the SSAT.
it's SSAATSA in 2017, the sanctions package.
How was that Biden?
I just told
You
you
mean like
that.
he was vice president?
In 2021,
Wait,
this was passed in 2017. This was a sanctions package. When the Biden administration's turn to prepare this sanctions package for deployment,
Fucking
they
NATO
delayed
EU
it.
guy, isn't that?
I have the
Yagler?
citation. Look, if you don't get that these facts exist, I can give you my citations to
No,
read
isn't
after
that
the debate.
Yagler?
But this
Isn't that
prep was
NATO
supposed to be done.
sanctions? Isn't that European Union sanctions in 2017? correct?
I'm looking for you. I have it linked in here. I have it all. I'm looking. I don't see that anything about a European sanction. I'm looking at 2017 sanctions. I have the citation linked in here from the Washington Post, from Kissinger, AIS, foreignpolicy.com, all of that, talking about Biden's war effort.
So
All
what
from
were
Biden
these
administration.
Sanctions. They were EU sanctions, correct? I could have sworn. These
No,
were
the
EU
Biden
sanctions.
administration dropped sanctions against Russia in negotiation. That's like not a disputable fact. They were rewarding
You
them
said
for
it
their
stems from
escalated aggression
2017,
against Ukraine.
correct?
When Trump was asked about it, he said, "We will bomb Moscow if you go into Ukraine." When they started ramping up under Biden, he gave them free shit and tried to placate them to get them to stop.
Okay, so the sanctions you're talking about in 2017, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about Thorborn Jagland's sanctions.
I'm talking
being
about
lifted,
the
right?
sanctions that went through the House, the Senate, and the Trump administration that were put on Russia.
Sanctions you're talking about in 2021. Just so I just want to get this chronologically because I don't really I feel like I don't know about this, so I want you to tell me what exactly were these?
Okay, it was
What did they lift?
countering America's adversaries through Sanctions Act in 2017. President Donald J. Trump signed it on August 2nd.
So that's Trump sanctions, right?
Yeah.
So Biden lifted these?
He was preparing a sanctions package and delayed them, telling Russia that he would fully lift them if they did not go into Ukraine. He took the sanctions away temporarily and said it'll stay like this if you stop doing bad
but
things. Yes.
Fucking Trump took away the sanctions, right?
No.
I'm so confused, man.
I know. And this is like chronological
How
shit.
does
Any-
Biden take away an act? This is a congressional act, right?
He has to prepare the sanctions packages, and he delayed the sanctions package from them.
Okay. So this 2017 law imposes sanctions on North Korea, Iran, and Russia, right?
Yes.
Now, what does this law do? Do I have to read it? Do you know what it does? Can you
Yeah,
tell
I'm
me?
not here. I did not do my research on this specific sanctions law. No, this was just one of my single of my very, very, very many points showing this.
Isn't this a Trump law though? Like, what are we talking about?
Yes, it was a sanctions law against Russia, and all that matters for the context of the debate. Before you derail us into this little fucking hole, is that Biden halted them in negotiations, as well as the Nord Stream pipelines he removed as well, allowing them to continue construction on the Nord Stream 2. Something that would have bolstered their economy greatly, since the Nord Stream 1 bolstered their economy by about 30, their oil output by about 30%. The Nord Stream 2 would have done that as well. We don't know exactly who blew that up, but all intel suggests that Ukraine had to go into Russia and blow up the Nord Stream pipelines because they were so coupled with EU for energy. The EU still can't get off of Russian energy until 2027. Something that Trump is advancing by doing energy production, drill baby drill. We are forcing now significant amounts of energy over to the EU to supplant Russia so that we can put stronger economic sanctions on their oil, something Biden never did.
Have you read this bill?
No, I haven't read the entire definition of the bill now. I just read the news stories that said Biden delayed the sanction. The entire context of the bill. I read the news story that I have linked in my
I think
citation.
you should read this.
Okay,
I think you should read this.
Okay, I think you should do the debate you're in.
I mean, I didn't know about this, but you're making it seem like Biden lifted literal sanctions, which
I did not
you
say
then
that.
moved it to say that he delayed it.
I didn't move to say that.
Correct?
I said that initially, that he delayed sanctions for Russia and then said he would remove them permanently if they did not go into Ukraine. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and this act also is a review of the sanctions that Obama put on Russia.
Mhm.
That's what he signed into
Okay,
law.
so
This
maybe they
act
started as Obama sanctions
literally
that were
trying to
enhanced.
take
It doesn't
away.
matter. This is a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with the prompt of the debate. Okay, so what? They came from Obama level sanctions that were enhanced. So what? That's like a lot of how government works.
No,
They
it
build
was
on
an
top
effort
of
to
each other.
take them away.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, I'm reading it right now. It gave the ability to review a bunch of Obama sanctions
And-
for review. Congressional
Okay,
review
so
of
take them
sanctions
away and
imposed
replace them. This was a
against Russia.
sanctions bill against a bunch of countries, including North Korea. There was no effort under the Trump administration to remove sanctions from North Korea.
Sanctions with respect to the Russian Federation, so I don't know why you would bring that up. It doesn't matter.
I told you why. Because those sanctions were still there, and the Biden administration delayed them. You just can't seem to grasp simple facts. You want to play sophist games with everything and weaponize stupidity. It doesn't work.
I think you should read. I think you should read the.
Okay, I think you should have done debate prep before you, so you knew what you were talking about before you got in here. Anyways, moving on. I know you are. Anyways, moving on. The Trump administration also expelled 60 diplomats, closed consulates, coordinated to force Russia out of the United States footprint in terms of trade, sanctioned them under the Magnitsky Act for child abuse, and on top of that, they were giving lethal aid and boosted training to Ukraine for the first time. They almost doubled the amount of training we were doing, $6.3 billion of additional training and equipment. On top of that, again, Trump threatened to nuke Moscow if they touched Ukraine, and the evidence is they never
say
ran
that
to.
Trump increased the funding?
Yes, I have it from. Oh no, that was Biden. You're right. Sorry, you're right. That was Biden. That was the 6.3 billion was Biden. That was the article.
The executive branch works. It wasn't Biden either. It was fucking Congress. They're the ones who literally make laws to spend money.
Yes, I understand how government technically works. The president's the head of it. He can veto it. Did he veto it?
That's why I'm not
No,
telling
he
you
approved
that
of it.
Biden wins. That's why I'm not telling you that Biden wins because he signed a bill that gave most aid under his presidency, right? Because that would be fucking stupid.
No, that wouldn't be stupid. That just, again, exposes your
It would be
ignorance
fucking
into how the
stupid.
government
Congress
works.
wrote it in a bipartisan way.
Do you
It's
know
not
what the
Biden's
president's
win.
role is when he wins the primary? He becomes the leader of the party. That's one of the roles of the
So
president.
all
This
of
is basic
those,
poli
if
sci
not
101 you
all
learn in
of
a
the
community
aid,
college.
then fine, I'll use your argument. Most, if not all, the aid was done under Biden. Does that mean that he supports them more?
No, but it was bipartisan. The Trump administration was on board with it. In fact, the Biden administration tried to delay it by packing down the aid bill with border pork that had to be removed. The Trump administration.
I thought he was the leader who influences.
Yeah, he put out a bill, and his party tried to make his bill happen, which was coupling immigration to funding for Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine. Biden announced that.
Republicans wanted Israeli aid in that. Yes, there's a lot of different
see
things
that
inside
you're
of
conflating the
that. That's how those
timeline.
work.
I have the timeline right here in my notes. Actually, it turns out
Timeline of what?
of
All
how
matters
that
is when
works.
the bill is put in
It turned
place.
out Biden actually made the request for that bill to be drafted months before the Republicans said anything. Biden made that request to couple all these things together. So trying to blame it on the Republicans because Joe Biden made this request.
I'm not blaming it on anyone. That's just how our government works. We do that all the time. That's how you do concessions, though. Because when you go to the bill, okay, you need to have all of it in there so you can get what you want. Or else you'd have 65,000 votes for 65,000 lines.
I understand how representatives work. This is sophistry again.
Clearly, you fucking don't. What are you talking about?
Time. Go ahead and save that for your closings. So I don't see any questions from the judges. I feel like they seem to have heard everything they needed to hear so far in that cross, which was definitely very engaging, gentlemen. I did give you all the extra 5 minutes because it did seem like there were a couple of points that were being pressed that was really interesting, and it was good to see how that went. So that said, we're going to go ahead and roll straight into our closings. Three minutes is on the clock. Tyler, are you ready for your closing, sir? All right, put a cherry on it for us, bud. Go ahead.
All right, so as we saw here, a lot of this was just rejection of the facts. The opening was filled with multiple things that I disproved that the other debater didn't even know existed. We have the Biden administration placating Russia up until basically the time of the war, putting Ukraine, in Ukraine's own words, in a worse place for the war that actually happened. Something they did not say about the Trump phone call, which was something he tried to blame on the Trump phone call that happened 3 years prior. The Trump impeachment had little to nothing to do with the war in the first place. It's just trying to kind of score points for partisanship, I think. I'm surprised the J.D. Vance fight wasn't brought up because that actually had some practical effect on Ukraine on the battlefield. The Eastern Front was shelling. They had to dial back their shelling and lost a little bit of territory due to that delay. But we didn't even hear that argument out of him. So even if you agree with his side of the debate, you can't tell me that performance wasn't flat out like shockingly bad. I could make his argument better than him, and I just gave you the winning argument right there. So on top of that, the ideological argument wasn't even challenged. We know Republicans are the ones, the global hegemony guys, the ones that want to win the wars, the ones that want the United States to be the world's police. on an ideological level, the right wingers are always going to be better than the left wingers in terms of global hegemony. If you're a peace person, you're generally left wing. If you're pro-war in the United States, you're generally right wing. That's just kind of how it pans out. So at the end of the day, Trump's actions during the war, the only time he went against Ukraine on their war effort was after an argument in the White House that was never once brought up. Otherwise, he has had their backs the entire fucking time, whereas Biden was working to try to make Russia happy. We're trying to avert the war, so we're just going to give you this, give you that, tell Ukraine no, not let Ukraine strike into Russian territory for 2.5 years, the critical 2.5 years that the war started, not let Ukraine have the weapons that they requested. It wasn't just one missile, it was multiple. Trump's giving them all those weapons. Obama wouldn't even sell them lethal aid. So if you want to argue that Biden was giving them everything they want, look no further than the quotes from Ukraine saying that they need jets, they need defensive missiles, they need all sorts of shit, and Biden saying no, 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 the entire way down. The only reason that it was lifted that they could attack deep into Russia was because the Trump transition team deemed it so, giving Ukraine the actual chance to win the war that they have today. If Biden was in charge, 100% Ukraine would have lost. Trump backing them is letting them off the cuffs the same way it's letting Israel off the cuffs to go win the war in Gaza, which they have. So at the end of the day, I don't think I heard a single point refuted that I made. I just heard, no, it didn't happen, and did you read the bill? So I think this is an easy dub, but it's up to the judges.
And time. Good stuff. We got 3 minutes on the clock for you, Circa. Circa, time for your closing. You ready, good sir?
Just give me 1 second because my stream died really fast. Okay.
Yep, I did see that. Yeah, take your time, take your time. And by take your time, I mean hurry the fuck up. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm not. So let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna push the button when you start talking again. Cue the awkward silence.
Sorry.
You're good.
Outside of all of the weird personal, I didn't bring up the JD Vance scenario because I think we just didn't get to it, but I feel like Trump has kind of been off and on, as well as suspended and impounded funds in the past, so I kind of did bring it up already. I just want to end this with saying that I think Biden's record has shown, and after reading this bill that you gave me, the CATSA, it doesn't mean what you think it means, has shown more support for Ukraine. He doesn't consistently give Ukraine a transactional basis. He doesn't ask Zelensky to dig up dirt on an opposing candidate's son in exchange, which creates a lot of confusion. Trump has done all those things. Trump has, and if you read the transcript, I want to bring up a little bit of a metaphor, if you will. Saying that Zelensky, who is on the cusp of losing his country and has to deal with thousands, hundreds of thousands of people dying around him, saying that Zelensky is not going to try his best to make sure that he says good things about Trump because he is president is not really a good argument, because you have to think of it this way. Even though Zelensky said the phone call didn't matter, if you are in like a domestic dispute, like let's say a girlfriend and a boyfriend are fighting, you call the police and you punch that girl in front of the police, do you think they're not going to arrest you? No matter what your like the says there, you're still going to get arrested, man. So the transcript is out. It doesn't matter what Zelensky says, as well as the investigation afterwards. So maybe you should engage and read a little bit more, which I think you didn't do at all, and try and understand this not from the single point of view of someone who has everything to lose, but probably from the fact that Trump did actually try and extort him. And this dude is losing his country at that same time. I don't know how you can conflate that with support. So I'll just end it there.
Hey, left 45 seconds on the table. That was fiery, gentlemen. It definitely went back and forth. There were some interesting highs and lows. Both of y'all seem to be, I honestly have no idea which direction the fucking judges are going to go with this one. So I'm kind of eager to see.
You're not the only one.
And that's from a judge. So I do have the straw poll one more time for the secondary vote. This is for the who was persuasive in this debate. We want to see. I'm going to go ahead and go back to you, Let's Chief. I know you said you're not sure where you're going to go with this, and I'm just going to put your ass on the spot because Because
What a roller
that was
coaster.
it was indeed. So where did you fall on this, Mr. Let's Chief?
It was a real back and forth for me. I thought Tyler came out really strong at first. Um, you know, claiming that Biden removed 3 different sanctions. I Googled it. I don't think it's true. Um, but he also, like, at some point started, like, self-defeating, saying that Biden, didn't allow aid in, but it was also, like, before the war started. So it seems like the times that he mentioned were either to not be a provocation, as I think, Circa was trying to say, versus the other time was, saying that he will remove sanctions as like a negotiation in response to, and essentially like stopping the invasion. Like that all seems like perfectly reasonable, and not like a lack of support. I think Circa could have done better in some places, where, instead of just saying, I think you should read the act, like, and this is a debate that's being judged, so you need to teach us. So, like, even in the close, like, I think you did a little bit better job of circling back to address some of the things in the close. But even like, I read the act, it doesn't mean what you think it is. Like, teach us. Like, we need to hear it. So definitely consider that next time. But that said, I feel like the extortion versus support as the final punctuation of the debate, like, just barely eked it out for me. So at the end, I'm going to give it to Circa.
Okay. Circa from Let's Chief. That's 1 vote for you. Mr.
Still
Patriot, are you ready with your judgment, sir?
Yeah,
And was it as equally difficult for you?
pretty much. Yeah, like I equally saw it. Like Tyler come out swinging. Like got some connections. I think got him down in the first round for sure. Didn't quite finish him though because he brought up those exact examples that Let's Chief kind of referenced. I looked him up too. I kind of agree with Let's Chief. Not quite how was presented, which makes me question anything else that I didn't look up yet as well. Circa does have the little bit of a benefit to where, like, I know about all the impeachment stuff prior, so I don't need to look that up mid-debate. But everything else that he said seems also factually true, so I'll give him the benefit of a doubt on everything else. So yeah, that's kind of how I went on that part of things. As far as the prompt goes, Tyler did reference right in the beginning, the prompt is about who did more for Ukraine, not about anything else really. And then I felt he spent a little bit too much time on trying to equivocate like 100% loyalty and always saying yes to an ally with like being on prompt, I guess. I don't know about that part. And then how he goes into like sophistry and bad faith tactics feels a little slimy. And then on the actual prompt side of things, Circa actually addressed the actual aid presented, where Tyler, I felt, more defended the aid that Trump actually cut and tried to reference the aid that Biden tried to waive, I guess, which doesn't seem like referencing reality.
Okay, so the final vote was?
Circa, obviously.
It's for Circa. Okay, just wanted to make sure and hear that one. So, all 3 times the judges agreed with each other. Damn, that's new. So, looks like Circa gets the win on that one. Before we go to the audience, for all 3 times, the audience votes didn't actually matter, but I still am looking forward to seeing how it swayed. I'm going to put my 2 cents worth in there. I agree exactly with everything they said. Tyler, dude, you came out swinging, and I was super stoked. Like I was getting like jittery over here because you were bringing the fire. The thing that you had said, well, first of all, Circa, actually, I want to let you know, in case you didn't know, you're having some mic issues. I don't know if everybody else is catching that, but like there's sometimes where your mic comes across crunchy. It doesn't actually matter for like the debate, except that there were a couple of times where I missed a word that you started with. It only seemed to happen sometimes, and only almost like it sounded sound like a bad wire or a
Is
loose
there, like
plug.
static that comes?
Yeah, it's like weird static.
It wasn't
It-
static. It was almost like
like
digital
weird compression.
interference.
Yeah, it was like
in
crunchy.
my
Yeah, like it
opinion,
was
yeah.
weird. So, but
Well,
anyway, I just want to let you
maybe
know.
when my stream fell, right?
No, it
could
well,
be having
actually, okay, it
internet
hasn't happened since you restarted your stream. So yeah, it might have been related to that. I don't know.
I stopped streaming YouTube. That might help.
Word.
I
So
was doing
so
multi-streaming.
yeah, and yeah, our PCs are only human. So to back to you, Tyler. The thing that you did there at the beginning, where you were like, if he's holding back Ukraine from attacking Russia so as to not provoke Russia, is he not thereby not like pandering to Russia to some degree? I really liked the way that you did that. But then it seemed like Circa, he posed back to you with the whole limited engagement or limited provocation. Like, I didn't feel like you came back on that. But I also thought, and I think that the judges kind of hit this on the home, where you cited a reference that you had only read about like in another article, right? Which as a debater, you like that honestly shocked me to hear that you weren't able to like quote fucking chapter and verse of what it was in those documents that supported your claim, that you were just going based on articles about those documents. That just surprised me from you. Again, it doesn't really matter, my opinion, but that was a tough one. I wouldn't have wanted to be a judge, but I think I probably would have had to have sided with the judges just because of that last part. Let's see what the audience thought, though. We're going to go ahead and go to, first of all, okay, we got 85% is on the yes. 85% agreed with Tyler for the after the vote. And let's go back and see what the first one was. 85. No, not create a poll, dumbass. Click the right thing, fucker. Thank you. Trump administration. This one, it was 85 this time and 70% for the no in the first. So yes, actually won from the audience vote. Weird. All three debates tonight, the judges agreed and the audience disagreed with the judges. So that's cool. You can at least know, Tyler, that you persuaded the audience and the will of the people is on your side. So fucking great job tonight, gentlemen. I enjoyed the fuck out of this. This was, I think, despite that earlier debacle at the beginning, I feel like this was possibly some of the best debates we've had yet, or at least as far as the 1v1s go. So everybody who participated tonight, thank you guys. I appreciate the hell out of y'all as always. And we're just going to go ahead and open this up. As always, anybody who needs to go, I understand. Go ahead and dip out. Anybody who's out there in the chat who just wants to get in here and fucking give us your 2 cents, as long as you've been in the Discord channel before and I know who you are, or if somebody in this Discord can say, yeah, that dude's the shit, go ahead and jump on into any Discord channel or any chat that you see, and I'll drag you on up in here. As long as you don't like pull your dick out on camera or anything, then you're going to be pals with us. So that said, I'm going to put a little bit of time on the clock for us to bullshit tonight. Circa and Tyler, do you guys feel like you were able to clear a little bit of the air there, or do you feel like that just kind of made y'all angrier at each other?
No, I still got met with the same dishonesty. I mean, I don't have anything against the dude. I just don't. I got met with the same dishonesty that didn't happen. Saying that a sanctions bill actually took away sanctions from Russia is just completely untrue. I don't know. I just find him dishonest.
I do have one question though, man. The CATSA, I went a little deeper as he was talking. Biden has never delayed or lifted sanctions for Russia with this. In fact, he even increased its ability to.
I'm looking for the citation in my document now.
So the judges actually said something to you, Tyler, about something that they fact checked you and weren't sure about. Yeah, I'd like to know what the actual truth of that was. Like,
I'm gonna pull it out.
He did delay it to India. He delayed some sanction relief to India, but not Russia. In fact, he's only ever used it to impose stricter sanctions on Russia. So
and the sanctions in India was suggested by the GOP.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's mainly because of a missile system, right? Is that, I don't know. I don't have it up anymore, but
yeah, well,
from Russia.
Again, like I said, you actually, the reason I was interested in hearing you guys debate this was because I hadn't considered it until you mentioned the conversation, Tyler. And to be clear, Circa, like I said, Tyler didn't ask for this. I asked for this. This wasn't like a grudge match between y'all. This was a grudge match because I wanted to hear the actual arguments being made. But whenever you said something about it, Tyler, I was like, I hadn't considered it, but my gut was, oh, fuck, maybe he's right, because Trump has been more aggressive towards Russia. He has not seemed to be as limiting towards Ukraine insofar as like their strikes and their tactics and such. But if what you're saying isn't true in regards to the sanctions being lifted or whatever, then I mean that kind of does disempower the whole thing. And ultimately,
What were
I
the
thought
other
that
two ones? You said 3 total.
Nord
Right?
Stream.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you
It
said
was a
3.
2019
It was-
sanction as well. I'm trying to find. It's in a citation from.
What's the name?
How
I'm
did
looking.
Biden lift in 2019?
It was a 2019.
no,
when the
it was a
sanction was
2019
passed.
sanction.
Oh,
That,
okay.
yeah. So, and that was kind of interesting too in the debate where you guys kind of got muddled in the like what year was which and what. It was kind of difficult for the, I think, audience and the rest of us stoners in the world to follow and track exactly where, because y'all were like building a timeline, but we couldn't really see the timeline. So, and you kind of kept moving the goalposts on the timeline, so it was just really confusing.
No,
Someone
I
at
think-
some point said Biden was
I think-
VP in 2016. I thought I was having a stroke.
I know.
I think I
same
conflated.
thing.
I think he was actually right to call me
I-
out on that one. I think I conflated two different things here. It looks
I
like the
said, I
only.
said Biden was VP then.
It looks like the
Oh,
only
maybe we're talking-
sanction that was truly waived and not just negotiated about was the Nord Stream pipeline. The rest were just brought up in negotiations. So I did overstate that. They only waived one sanction. The rest were just offers that never made it to the table. So that was my bad for over conflating and overstating that. So you were right to call me out on that.
That's an EU sanction too, isn't it?
No.
The Nord Stream is so they can give
Yeah, that was the other
gas
thing.
to
Was, yeah,
EU,
the
right?
EU thing. You had said something about that. What was the
Yeah,
truth
the
on that
United
one?
States. Well, Trump put something through in his first term where he disallowed them from having that, and Biden got rid of that. It was waived a U.S. sanction on the construction of the Russian Nord Stream 2 pipeline. The Biden administration did.
So
in May
that was on
2021.
behalf of the European Union because, if I'm not mistaken, they had serious issues with energy.
Yeah, at
right?
that point they were
Wasn't
getting
it?
about 40% of their natural gas from Russia. At that point, yeah, and now it's down to
So
I think.
it's mainly like an
10.
EU sanction, correct?
Well, yeah, but we controlled them even building it. We signed off on that, and Trump stopped it. So we were asserting our
We don't
authority.
control them. That's assuming
We
a lot.
do.
man.
We assert that was what it was. I'm not. You can argue it all you want. Trump passed it. Biden waived it.
Trump left NATO, right, in his first term, right?
No,
I was about to say,
Trump's-
yeah, and Trump didn't actually leave NATO, did he?
Trump strengthened NATO in his first term.
did.
I don't think
No,
so.
he
He left
never.
NATO
No,
in his
he
first
never
term.
left NATO.
In his
Yeah,
first
no,
term.
we never left. He threatened, I think, once or twice, and he claimed that he didn't agree with us being in NATO. But yeah, as far as I know, we've never left NATO. That would
Maybe
have been
stopped paying.
Trump has
yeah,
never
or he
left
was like
NATO.
he was saying that like if the European Union doesn't start paying their share, we're going to leave NATO. Or why are we the only
They
ones
had to use the
paying?
House to
And,
block it.
say that
Yeah,
again?
well,
They had to use the House to block it. Like Trump literally left NATO, and the House had to essentially vote against him. But he
I
did
see.
withdraw from NATO.
I don't see
The
that.
House is what kept us in.
What was the date on that? That vote
Yeah,
happened.
do you have any links or any
I'm pretty sure,
citations?
I'm pretty sure
anything?
he left in
yeah.
like December, or no, not in December, but when the fuck was it? It was like right after he fucking won, like 2017 in March or April. But I'm pretty
Yeah, he was-
sure
he
the
was-
House
he
had
was-
to vote against it.
He was pressuring the other countries in NATO to pay. But yeah, no, again, like I said, if you can find a link or anything, any articles or anything, I would love that. So,
I mean,
because
I can give you the House vote from what is it?
it was a House vote to block,
357.
or it was
Yeah.
like they voted on whether they should leave or not.
I think Mike Lee introduced a bill to leave NATO, I think, but not.
But that wasn't Trump. Yeah,
Yeah,
he didn't
no.
just arbitrarily do it.
Yeah, Trump has
I
never
don't even think
ever
that passed the single
started
house.
taken a single action to start the former process to withdraw the U.S. from NATO. The first time he even said it was reportedly 2018. He told the senior private staff
They're taking a
administrator.
single formal
And
process.
it comes from it came from an unnamed source in 2018. Was the first time he said he would consider leaving it. When he was asked about it in August of 2018, he has never once lifted a finger to attempt to leave NATO.
Yeah. Now, I mean,
Really?
not to bolster Trump in any way, because I mean, you could just drop that under taco, right? Like, oh look, Trump made a threat that he didn't follow through on. Huzzah! But yeah, I don't think that he would have the power to just arbitrarily leave NATO, even if he did want to, right? Like, would he? Excuse me. DPP? Would he?
I'm pretty sure
have
the
that-
National Defense Authorization Act prevented him from leaving. Like he wanted to leave, and then you have to have 2/3 majority of Congress to do that because it's a.
So basically, you're
I'm
saying that
pretty
he
sure-
persuaded the congressperson to put it on the floor, but once again, that's still.
Yeah, he withdrew
I mean,
from
that's still a
bunch of them.
few steps away from he left NATO, as opposed to he had one of his proxy henchmen put it on the floor to vote and it got batted down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's definitely kind of that's a different characterization of the thing. I think.
Yeah, being caught in that falling off.
Unfortunately,
a
we
cliff
have.
versus
I mean,
being stuck in the
fortunately, sorry,
guardrail.
we have guardrails, I guess. But
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
pretty sure he
exactly.
said I'm leaving, right? I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah. No. Well, once
I'll
again,
look into it. I could. be
well,
wrong.
and that brings us to the real core of it, which is kind of what I was just saying. What Trump says he's doing and or gonna do. I mean, shit in one hand and have Trump vote, or Trump tell you what he's going to do in the other. See which one's going to weigh more. I mean, he doesn't really follow through on most of his shit. He just throws things out there to see how people react. Like he says that he does that. He like it is known. So
That's not good at all.
yeah, no, it's not good. Exactly. Like that's
No,
it's
that's
terrible.
perfectly normal. That's how. Remember under the Obama administration when they wheeled Biden out to talk about gay marriage, and that was like the bellwether of whether or not they should pursue some sort of agenda. It wasn't popular in polling prior to that. Biden got a good reception, and the Obama administration went from being
Pretty
anti-gay
sure
marriage
gay
to pro-gay
marriage was
marriage.
extremely popular in 2008. What are you
Yeah,
talking
first of all, I don't remember that.
Obama
But
got
second of all,
elected anti-gay marriage.
he did what?
Obama got elected in 2008 on the stance of not being pro.
I'm pretty sure in 2008, 2007, gay marriage was a very popular topic.
Okay,
And
well-
had sweeping, like a bunch of
Yeah,
states
no,
ratified it.
that surprises me for a progressive or a
And you-
supposedly progressive president. Which I mean, again, we could argue about how progressive Obama actually turned out to be.
I mean, his
but I-
policy has been pretty okay for it since then, right? I don't think Obama's ever
Pretty
made
sure
policies
Tyler's right,
and-
though.
He was
Is he?
100% against
Okay.
it until Joe Biden came out and made a comment about gay marriage. I think on a news show. I don't remember exactly where he made the comment. He did the same thing with a gun policy.
That's
With
close to me.
I wouldn't say
It's a good
100%
thing he changed his
against.
mind.
I think
Yeah,
the exact was like I believe marriage is man and woman, not that he's against gay marriage.
So what is the problem? He changed his mind. It's good. I don't know.
Sure, but
Is
the
that
idea
as radical as
that
Trump?
Trump. I
Fucking-
think the point he's trying to make, Circa, is that Trump is not the
Google
first
something.
president to talk one thing and or say things to see how the
No,
public's going to
yeah,
react before
test-
he actually does it. Yeah.
send out a bellwether, essentially, is how it's phrased.
Sure, yeah. And I understand
I don't
you're
think
probably
Obama-
right, but I
I don't
definitely
think he's our
don't think there's
analogist in any way.
yeah, I definitely don't think that there's any president in history who's done it as much as Trump. That's just my inclination. I
Or
didn't
as
fact
Brad.
check that, but yeah. So
That Gaza plan, that was super brash when he
I
came
do
out.
I
and
do
announced
know
it.
that like John Adams and Thomas Jefferson very much fucking said gnarly stuff about each other.
about each other,
In the
sure, but that's not.
papers.
But we're talking about like saying crazy ass shit to see how the audio or to see how the public is going to react before actually making policy decisions. Like that's kind of what Trump does. But I think that we didn't have the real time reaction that we do in the social media world, right? Like we live in a time now where a president can do what Trump does, where he says some off the cuff shit and then can look in real time at how many fucking likes he gets, right? Like we've never had that real time feedback loop. So I don't think there's ever been a president who was as notorious
A
for it.
degradation of political decorum, right? In my
Yeah.
personal opinion, it's kind of like a fundamental thing of fascism. So, is the degradation
Also-
of populist agenda? You could be.
It is, but I could also make an argument, Circa, that it's a better representation of the will of the people if what I just said is true. Where in real time we
You're
get to
correct.
see
No,
the
it is.
public's
It is.
actual reaction.
You're correct.
Also,
So, I
just
mean,
to the
You're
point
100% correct.
about gay marriage
But the
popularity.
will of the people can turn into fascism.
Mob rule,
Um,
1000%. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Gay marriage popularity had never been above 42%. It looks, oh no, it hit 46 once under Bush, but under Obama, it had never been over 40% until 2012
I
when they
said
started
at the
pushing.
time in 2008, it was very popular.
It
as an
wasn't.
idea
It was
topic.
56 against, 40% for. It
No,
was,
not popular like to vote for. I mean, like the idea of gay marriage, its height of popularity is and like being talked about was 2008.
I don't understand what that has to do with.
Not like
They had the
whether
most
people
popularity then.
approved of it or not.
Yeah,
I'd
As in,
probably
like, the
say, yeah,
conversation about gay
between like
marriage
then and
was
like
most
2015,
prevalent in
16.
2008. I very much remember because a bunch of states did pass gay marriage, so it became a national topic.
There were 3 states that had gay marriage passed in 2008.
California, I think, was one of them, right?
I think Massachusetts was one as well. Only 3 states had passed it,
California
had
has a lot of people
40%
in it.
approvals. It wasn't that popular of a topic. That's why he sent Biden out as a bellwether to test the waters on this. When they found out it was popular, Democratic approval for gay marriage went through the roof, and we saw a 10-point spike in the approval of gay marriage year over year from 2010 to 2011.
Electoral approval isn't always the same as like popular approval, though.
Search interest for gay marriage saw major spikes in 04, 08, and 2015
Okay,
because California
okay.
legalized it. So, I mean, it had a major fucking trend at that time. So
Still, it could have been a major trend, but the public disapproved of it.
I know. I'm just saying it was a big topic at the
Talking
time. So
point. Yeah.
it wouldn't be uncommon for Obama to like have an opinion or
Yeah.
Well,
I don't- I
but
just don't
Tyler's
get what
saying
bringing it
Tyler's
up.
saying that it wasn't that Obama did. He's saying that they trotted out VP Biden to discuss it to test the waters. Basically, that's what Tyler's getting at.
Trump is taking this to a whole different level, though. When he's testing out the waters, he's not doing it with the United States population. With that Gaza plan, he went out and tested out what fucking Arab countries would say to his Gaza. Yeah, other nations would say to his Gaza plan. And when he got pushback for a couple parts of his initial Gaza plan, he immediately went back and changed it, pretend like it was that way the whole time. And now we're moving forward with the revised plan.
Which is
I think it's
arguably
so much
even more
credit
disingenuous,
for
but
his, like,
true.
his like ability to actually think about these things deeply. What part of Trump's rhetoric or any evidential fucking post or anything he says and does gives this level of just complexity? I don't get it.
The results.
Are y'all still debating?
The results are awful, man.
No, we're just having a
kinda-
conversation now.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jumping on
hey, Radish, you want to see that? You want to see
Yes,
the two
sir.
giants? Let me show y'all something.
Dude, if you pull your
Let me
tits
show y'all
out, I'm
something.
done.
Whoa,
Oh.
whoa.
About inflation
Whoa,
for a
whoa,
second.
so-
Okay, results.
Right here.
Inflation.
It's right here, cuz. Now, I'm 6'5", as y'all know. And
Don't kick the food, man.
oh, my
You're
fault.
6'5"? Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Look, look at this.
Nice.
This dude
He's so
out-
tall he can't stand up with his headphones on.
They
The
can't-
wire's
they
too
can't
short.
tell- The camera's here. Hold up. Let me fix
Don't
this.
tell who Big Cuz is.
Like, all right,
There you
okay,
go.
okay, right.
Is that
I
a
think
Marvel
this
sweater
shows-
too?
Hold on,
I
I
think
think
it
this
is.
shows what I'm talking about.
It looks like it glows in the dark.
Do y'all see
My
this?
dude is wearing a Captain America
I can't
coat,
hear,
and
but-
that makes me love him even more. Give him a fist bump for me. You didn't hear a word we were
What?
just saying, were you?
No,
We were
I
just-
did
we
not.
were talking so much to you, and not a word of it came through. But
I
yeah,
just
give him
wanna- I wanna
props
ask-
for his
Talking
coat.
about how you were defeated by your tonsils today.
They
And they're not
give you
even
probably
there
a
anymore.
coat.
I want to ask average, okay, about results for a second. So, like, let's just talk about the economy or inflation and tariffs for just hopefully a quick second.
You know what? Matter of
So,
fact,
you think Donald Trump's results,
here
you know, post hoc, make what he
see.
does
How do I get
complex
my,
and like actually good?
Well, we are in the middle of the trade war still. He just negotiated a trade deal like 2 days ago, so we don't actually have the
Whoa,
results
whoa,
yet.
whoa! Did you say we're in a trade war? I thought we
Yes.
were promised no new fucking wars, dude.
Different context of war, yeah. The war on drugs isn't actually a real war, yeah. But no, we're in a trade war. But if you look at inflation
Don't tell
in
that
the
to
last
people that
7
getting
months
shot.
that Trump's been in office, if you add those 7 months together, compare them to the previous 7 months, inflation's slowing, wages are going up at higher rates. Like, you could say inflation, but it's a binary
Fucking wrong.
choice.
I have no idea how anyone.
I
could
have
even
the September
begin-
Didn't they
CPI
fire the
numbers
people
pulled
with
up
those
right
numbers?
now.
Inflation was high in
That's right,
2022.
they did fire the people who
and in
compiled those numbers.
2023.
I'm talking about it's down
No, he
from
didn't-
the
he didn't
last
fire
7
them,
months
no.
of 2024. I'm not talking
not
about
how the BLS
2022 and
works.
3. I'm looking at the
She
numbers
doesn't
right now.
handle for inflation of what year? You said 7 months
Yeah, I have the
before
CPI
Trump took office.
reports pulled up. Yes, so if you compare the 7 months before Trump took office,
You
to
think the 7 months
yes.
before, when inflation was dropping consistently, because I mean,
Well, if you want to look
the
at the
big
results
spending
of
is
Trump
what
and
happened
inflation, you have to look at also the binary choice we make. If you look at inflation or economy, the GOP, Trump in particular, is like what, 10 to 12 points higher than Democrats and whoever they pick as a representative to be the stewards of the economy. If you go issue by issue,
Fucking care what the average person thinks about the economy. Are you kidding me?
so you're
Most people have no idea how
what
the
you
economy
like is good and bad. I don't
No,
like this.
I
so it's
studied
bad.
econometrics.
Ignore the
So
ignore
I
the
know
poll,
how-
ignore what people say. I don't like it. It's icky.
That
Okay,
Does
does
the
sound kind of
deficit
fascist.
increase inflation?
How long does an inflationary effect take from an inflationary action on average?
I don't fucking know off the top of my head. Depends on what the
Yeah, so
action
Okay,
is.
so why
Real
this
quick,
is why
real
I don't
quick,
listen
Circa.
to the average voter about economies.
Real quick,
Ah.
Circa. Please answer DPP on his question.
Yeah,
Ask
how
it
does
again,
the
DPP.
deficit affect inflation?
How does what?
How does
The
the
deficit.
national deficit affect our inflation?
Spending absolutely affects inflation. 100%.
Okay, so how Tyler was saying how Democrats were worse off. So
Sorry, I have
Republicans
to ask you, do
historically
you know
are worse
what
off.
years
in-
we spent the most money under and
Oh,
added to the
Republicans.
deficit with?
100% Republicans.
No, it was just Trump's last 2 years.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
COVID.
So if you want to look,
No.
it wasn't just COVID. I'm
was
sorry,
COVID.
it was not just COVID. COVID's stimulus package only
When did
accounted
COVID
for
end?
about like $400 billion, which is a lot. But fucking Trump's stupid ass PPP loan program that was completely defrauded and forgave up to $900 billion, almost $1 trillion, is why we had a 3.126 fucking trillion deficit in 2020, in 2021. It was like 2.97 in that year.
Whoa!
And presidents,
During the debate, when Congress passed something under Biden, it wasn't Biden's fault or his administration's fault. But now, as soon as Congress, bipartisanly, with most of Congress on both sides, passes something on Trump, it's his program. He has to own it, and he's at fault for it.
what the fuck are you even talking? Do you
You're
have any
double-standard.
idea how we
So
create money?
he's talking
No,
about
there's no
during
double
the
standard there.
debate.
You just have no idea how we create money in this country. How do we create money in this country?
He was
I wasn't
talking
talking
about
about
during
money.
the debate. He was talking about during the
We're
debate.
talking about
whenever we were
spending, so
talking
yes,
about
you're
something
talking
that
about creating
Congress
money,
did.
creating debt.
We were talking earlier in the debate what he's referencing, because I actually I did write this down in my notes. The prompt was about the Trump administration versus the Biden administration, which does include the entire government during that period, right? Like we would refer to the Congress under the
You're talking
Trump
about
administration
spending, yes,
as
you're
Trump's
correct.
Congress,
Except the
right?
PPP loan program was a designed executive program, not a legislative one. So that wouldn't work. Sorry.
Okay. So I thought you said earlier that it's the legislature
wanna-
who
I
decides where
need
the
to ask
spending
this, I'm
goes,
sorry.
not
I
the
need-
executive. So which is it?
Correct. But this program was not an appropriated fund from the
The
legislative branch.
PPP
It
was
wasn't from
written by
Congress. It
Ben
needed to be done
Cardin,
fast.
Susan Collins, Shaheen Shahid, and Marco Rubio. It was part of the CARES Act of 2020. It was written by
Those
Congress.
all sound like
passed through
Congress
Congress.
people's names.
Yeah, it was passed through Congress, written by Congress. It was a congressional plan, and almost everybody on both sides of Congress voted for it bipartisanly. So now it's Trump's stupid policy. But when
It is a
during
stupid
this,
policy.
Trump was
Directed
actually
quite
saying,
a lot of
we
how
don't
it
want to
was made.
shut down, we don't want to do an eviction moratorium, we don't want to suspend this, we want to let states open up. And he was being called pro-genocide. Remember when Georgia opened up?
You know,
it was called an
okay, so
experiment
here's
on
my
human
problem now. No,
sacrifice.
stop talking. Stop talking. The PPP loans, do you know who investigates the fraud and abuse related to the PPP loan program?
Not specifically.
Which section of government?
Probably the
It's
executive
going to be
branch.
the SBA in the Office of Inspector General,
Yeah,
the SBA. Now, who actually directs the SBA to do that?
The administration that's in charge.
The executive branch.
Mhm.
So yes, Trump literally said, we're not going to do anything about the fraud that is inside this program. He helped design it. He helped the fraud happen.
Okay.
Why are you
That's-
laughing?
That's stupid logic because he didn't write it. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans in Congress wrote it. Congress passed it, and now you're saying it's Trump's plan.
It is. He very
But
much
in the
had a heavy
debate, he
hand in
made the
creating that
exact
plan. That is a
opposite
fact.
argument.
It's not the exact opposite. No.
You did. You said because Congress passed something, we can't blame one administration or credit one administration for it. It was Congress that did that. Now Congress passes something with 98 to 0 vote, and it's
I have to ask, do we actually look at what Trump says during these years, or you just like never look at what he says?
I ignore most of Trump's rhetoric. I
Yeah,
look at his
that's,
actions.
we kind of established that what he says is very, very, very low meaning. So, like,
I'm
it's
a
what
big
he
believer
does
that
that
when people
actually
say
matters.
things, you need to listen to them. When they tell
Sure.
you who they are, you need to listen to them.
Oh, I agree with
don't
that.
just like discredit
But
that, right?
on the same token,
like,
he
Trump
says a lot
had
of shit that
taken-
never comes to pass, right?
He has claimed responsibility for it.
Right, but he says a lot of
Himself.
shit that never comes to pass. That's what I'm getting at. And he claims responsibility for shit that he has nothing to fucking do with. Both of those are true about Trump. Is that not true?
Except the administration had a big role in it, because what they did was they were responsible for the implementation and the administration of the program under the SBA as well, not just the investigation of the fraud and everything else. So yes, he participated in the very idea and essentially made it so it was corruptible. So Congress passes a bill, the SBA then puts how it's going to be implemented, and Trump designed it to be defrauded. That's how it works.
And do you have any
Real
proof
quick,
that
real
Trump
quick,
specifically did that?
before you come back at him, Tyler, real quick, I got to race like a piss horse. Doomer and Chief, if I can get the two of y'all just to make sure that nothing goes off the rails while I'm away, I appreciate you, gentlemen. I'm going to leave it going, but I will BRB literally a minute and a half to 2 minutes. You can time me.
I mean, it was passed in Congress, but you do know that the SBA did handle the implementation and how the loans went out, right? And he designed it to be defrauded.
What are we talking about right now? What loans?
We're talking about the
PPP
PPP loan program, which amounted to $1 trillion in fucking forgiven loans, which became grants, I guess, which is an absurd amount of money. And it went
Under
to
who?
payroll protection.
Trump.
What do you mean under who?
Didn't like
It was
right
under
before he
Trump
left office, the SBA like removed all the fraud flags from anything?
Yeah, he literally did. He set it up in a way where no one could actually. But you know how hard it is to actually prove fraud
Yeah,
in
remember that
payroll?
scam?
It's fucking impossible. Like
Easy
he
money.
designed it in a way that
I didn't
people
get
could
paid.
straight
I was
up
too busy
defraud it.
being-
So
What?
if you're a business
14
owner,
at the time?
you just said that you had payroll.
All the
and
free
you,
money
you
was
just
passed
took out
when I was
$1.5 million
Crazy how that
in a
worked.
PPP loan, and then it was forgiven. This is why the price of assets went up so much in 2020, because the people who already have a lot of money and can buy assets got gifted $1 trillion. It's an absurd amount of money.
So what was thrown away? There were 2.7 million flags that were thrown away. I think the dude to my right here brought that up. Most of those flags were just put on automatically for any loan over a certain amount of money. That doesn't necessarily mean anything was wrong, any wrongdoing happened, or anything like that. They were just a certain amount of money goes out. We're going to have to check you. The Trump administration waived a lot of those. Yes, most of them. After
He waived, dude. He was in charge of making sure that the plan could even have a way to even investigate.
a flagged loan does not necessarily indicate fraud, especially when it's automatically applied. All they were flagged for was further investigation. There was no wrongdoing proven at all.
Yeah, I know that. I'm aware.
So when that fraud takes place, that then can get investigated, and it has been, yes.
I do you know what money supply is?
Oh my
I know
God.
it seems like I'm going on a tangent. No, just answer the
Yes,
question.
I
Do you know what M1
yes.
is and M2?
Yes, I know what M1 and M2
Okay,
are.
so I want you to go to St. Louis Federal Bank Reserve right now. Type in M1 and go to 2020 and ask me if that's a normal amount of money that's even with COVID added in there. There's no fucking reason that much money needed to be paid for payroll.
I
It's just
agree.
basic math.
You know who else agreed with you at the
So,
time was the Trump administration. It was trying not
there
to
was
shut
no
down.
fraud proven because Trump designed it in a way that there was no fraud.
Trump
but
didn't design
let's
it.
not be stupid.
Trump didn't write it. It was
did.
written by congressmen.
He was tasked with doing the implementation and the investigative part of it. So how the
Congress
loans got distributed,
writes the law.
who would qualify?
Congress
I think he
writes
just
the
didn't-
law.
Congress
So real
writes the act. It's handled by the SBA.
Yeah,
I'm gonna jump in there. This has been fun to listen to. I gotta note though that last time it turned into the Circa v. Ancom after party. This time it's turning into the Circa v. Tyler after party. I think there's a common thread there. But I'm just saying. I just want to say cheers, everybody. I stayed way too sober tonight, and I've got a little something here. If you got it, put it in you. So. Keep and what is that noise, Lethy? Is there? They are fucking wilding out, aren't they?
There's a party in the backyard and they're watching the baseball game on a projector in the back.
Who the fuck cheers that loud at a baseball game, man?
Isn't it Game 7 or something?
Yeah, it's Game 7 and we can't lose to Canada.
Canada plays in baseball.
Toronto apparently has a team.
New World.
You know,
I had
how
no.
people
Why are they in?
like how currently people can't vote in jail or in prison. They're changing things.
If they're up there, are
Well,
they like the Super Yankees?
I mean, good shit. I guess the MLB is not inherently American, is it? I never thought about that, but yeah. So are there any other countries that play in the? Is there a Mexican team for the MLB?
I think it's bedtime for me though.
Tyler, I appreciate you as always, good sir. And you will. Even if you did lose tonight, it was a close loss, and I know you're going to lick your wounds and come back even madder than hell next time. So,
I'm fucking arguing for once.
I think you have a lot of wit.
Word.
Pretty crafty.
Yeah, no, it was a great debate. So,
not a bad face either.
No, I appreciate it. I'm being a little mean because I'm still salty, but because you called me a liar and couldn't back it up with any verified claims. So once that apology comes through, we'll be cool.
But then the judges
Didn't you
agreed.
say you lied?
Misrepresented fact.
Hey, I looked. I admitted that I was wrong about that. I conflated two different points. I admitted it. I was wrong about that one specific thing.
Maybe not lying, just wrong. How about that?
I asked for proof and revalidation, so once my apology arrives, we'll be cool. All right, take it easy.
Have a good night, man.
Tyler, my
So,
God.
yeah, right. I love it when people do that, like yell at something as they're walking out the door. So that's
Jim,
it.
you were the one who asked me about spending in the deficit, right?
Yeah, he was the one who was talking about the deficit response to.
Yeah, I was just trying to.
Whether or not whether it affects inflation, it absolutely does. But the way we create money is it has a lag. So when we spend a lot of money in 1 year, the reason it's around 12 to 36 months, depending on the type of inflationary action, for it to take effect, because the government doesn't just print money. They borrow debt securities to private banks, and then private banks have to follow a strict regulatory capacity through double entry bookkeeping to make sure that we never default. That's why we can't default, because they have required reserve ratios, and it's a lot of math. I mean, actually, it's pretty basic algebra, but a lot of effort over a long history to make sure that it doesn't happen. But it does add to inflation. Inflation is not really bad either, though. So you have to keep in mind, inflation is a good thing. The opposite of inflation is deflation, and that's a scary word.
That's when people start burning their cash for body heat, right?
I mean, deflation is just you probably don't have a government anymore.
No. That was what happened to the with that fucking the people. Was it post World War I, where they were like literally sweeping cash in the streets?
That was hyperinflation.
Hyperinflation. Okay, gotcha.
Hyperinflation, yeah. Which we don't have. That's also very bad, obviously. But that was. But
I've been reading that could happen very suddenly to us. That we are sort of set up for
the amount of debt that the Weimar Republic had to spend money for the reparations from the League of Nations was just insane. Like, it was an unreasonable amount of money. So the hyperinflation was just the government trying to make money to pay back countries.
Do you think that it was done that way intentionally? Do you think that they set the amount of reparations intentionally to completely war? But do you think it was the intention was to punish them out of existence?
To punish them for sure.
You said the mustache.
Punish them
100%.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know about out of existence, but it was absolutely to punish them.
This was honest questions. This is part I don't know. Because again, I have said this many, many times, and I will say it again. You will never catch my ass in an economy debate because I fucking know virtually nothing about it. I don't know how to balance a checkbook. I do everything in cash because I just balance a cash book. Like, I fucking hate money. I hate numbers. I work as hard as I can. My wife handles the bills.
You don't have to be good at accounting. You can not be good at math and not do economics. You know, like, econometrics is mathematical economics, which is what I didn't finish my degree, but I studied it.
It's what you studied,
I wasn't very good at the math either, so I can understand it, you know, and like read literature and like follow their math. But if you ask me to do what they're doing or like apply a function without it being there, right? Like why they chose that one, I would most likely have a hard time.
See, and that's the historical, like, practical applications of the stuff. That's what I'm interested in. But yeah, like once people start getting into like nifty little terms and like gatekeeping, you know, phrases and glass ceiling terminologies, I kind of glaze over.
There's a lot of ideology in economics. Unfortunately, I mean, I love Milton.
I
Friedman
also know
writing,
that
and I like him.
I
as
do
an
also know
economist,
that
but-
there's a common trope that anything statistically related, which I would say economy is a form of statistics, right? It's numbers in practice and application, and statistics are
Kind of.
always going to be biased by the interpreter, right? Like you can always
100%.
use.
They're
The
bound- I mean, they're
statistics,
bounded. They
though.
can be axiomatic, but like we can't test macroeconomics. Macroeconomics is not testable, not observable, really.
Explain to me
The reason for
macro
that is
versus
because
microeconomics. I know obviously one's big, one's small,
macroeconomics
but
is going
like,
to be
how does it apply?
so macroeconomics is going to be morely about like the groups of individuals and firms and how they relate to each other in an economy. That means like country to country or company to company. And then microeconomics, even though there's a lot of crossover, is going to be more about like supply and demand, ideas of finding price equilibrium, choice, price theory, things like that. So those things are more axiomatic. So like if I wanted to buy, a book, this one is pretty sensitive to the demand chart or supply and demand chart, and it's kind of observable. But in macroeconomics, we only have one reality, so we can't like observe the things we want to do, if that makes sense. So you can't test, you can't do a lab setting for macroeconomics either. You can't like make fake countries and then treat them like shit to see if your economics will work. It's just completely unethical, right? So
Donald Trump
macroeconomics
seems
is
to do it.
untestable. Yeah, he does. But a lot of economics is seen to be like a science because the microeconomic side with Milton Friedman and positivism, which is just an expansion of like neoclassical theory, right? Tried to make everything extremely mathematical. So like I do this in my stream just for fun, but I bring up Milton Friedman's second chapter in Essays on Positive Economics, and it's about the Marshallian demand curve. And I just start naming the variables in it just for fun. And then as soon as I get to the parameter, it's just very clear that everyone just goes, wait, what? How the fuck would you figure out a number for that, right? Like it's just... But Milton Friedman would try to never really engage with those things. Like I'll just post it really fast so you can look at it. But in the Marshallian demand function,
Yeah, drop it in the chat.
you have you have essentially a parameter, which is going to be U most of the time in most economic models, equals preference or change in taste, right? And when you think about it, Milton Friedman just thinks everyone has complete rational knowledge on why they buy things. If a car goes more in price, you will just substitute it with a different car, right? If your
mic just did the thing, just so you know.
Shit.
Yeah, and I missed the word that you said there.
that.
That's the only reason I bring it up.
Which word in particular?
Milton
preference, change in
Friedman.
taste?
You come back from Milton Friedman.
Okay, so in his model, he has a few variables. They're pretty basic. You have one that is going to be price, one that's going to be quantity, and then you have a derivative of both, which are going to be the composite of both of those as represented as all commodities. And then you have the parameter. And parameterization is really important in economics, so you can bound the supply and demand chart. And it's a utility function, right? And he describes it as change in taste. So for Milton Friedman, he just assumes that everyone buys things rationally. That's kind of the neoclassical idea. We buy things because we know what we want. Markets are completely dependent on that, and we have all the information we need. And I've always found that to be just like not satisfying. Because the truth is most people buy things without any idea why they buy them. Like you buy a car because your parents probably had that car. You have no fucking clue why you bought that car. They said it was cool one time. Supreme has $5,000 t-shirts and people still buy ones that aren't 5,000, but like simple price swaps are not really going to change and be substitutive.
I mean, I understand the reference, but I bought a Jeep because it goes off-road, to be fair. So
there you go. But I mean, is it the
But
best
I understand what you're meaning because
thing to go
my
off-road?
dad was a Mopar man, and there's my natural inclination is fuck Ford and fuck Chevy. So I understand the
we're
reference.
like biased.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I
So
think
Milton Friedman thought he could bound that.
Gotcha.
Like
What were you gonna say, Alonzo?
explicitly. He was just like, it's just going to be price. Yeah, it's fine. People will simply just buy something else if it drops like $1 or goes up.
I just feel like there was
And-
an important thing that was not brought into consideration earlier today during a debate between you and Tyler, which was that I equally dislike both of y'all, but I have to tell you though that during that debate, what upset me was that
we stay buying shit.
was what upset me. What upset me about that was that Tyler somehow thought that he could pretend as if everything that Trump has done to sabotage the relationship between the U.S. and Ukraine since he has gotten into office could be completely bypassed by him saying, well, Biden kind of hesitated on how strong they were of a position he was going to take against Russia at times, whereas Trump actively was like, let me roll out the red carpet for Putin while he's bombing you in another country, when he should not legally be allowed to even come to our country.
First,
You're describing the unconditional credence for sure.
And,
Yeah,
I would also say
Good
that
job.
that he once it didn't work, once the dick sucking didn't work, and he realized that he was getting backstabbed, then he immediately pulled back. But Lonzo, hold on. I would actually like to pose my personal my take from what I saw. My bet is that was planned and performative, that in their closed door sessions, you probably heard me say this before, in their closed door sessions, the most likely Occam's razor explanation is that they came to an agreement that some sort of a Cold War standoff was mutually beneficial for both of them. And so that was why Putin seemed like he stabbed Trump in the back. And that's why Trump seemed like he was escalating his rhetoric towards Russia. That's just my personal opinion. Go ahead.
I think I can pose something simpler. I think Trump literally has no values. He doesn't care about anyone but himself, and he's one-dimensional as fuck.
Yeah.
Wait, are you? Wait, for real?
Both.
Yeah, I started streaming because I think he's dangerous.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
I thought
Motivation for a couple of us.
Full time.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why I call myself an independent. I have conservative and progressive views. Trump is dangerous, man. He's a real threat, and it's not because he's a nationalist. It's simply he's very
because he's a narcissist,
one-dimensional garbage human being.
Yep.
So I think he doesn't have a plan. I think he's just going, "You like me, I like you."
He doesn't have a plan, but other people have plans for him, and if it persuades him, he follows their plan.
For sure.
Yeah. So
that is true.
What were you about to say?
I think I would agree to that.
That sound like you had started to say something. Never mind. Yeah. So fun little quip about me. Like I didn't start streaming because of Trump. I just started streaming because I wanted to argue with people on the internet. But I had a huge shift, and the reason that I invited the dude who co-hosts with me on Sundays, Rook, was because I've known the dude since like 2017 or so, and he used to tell me Trump is the fucking devil and he's gonna ruin America. And I was like, dude, come on, you are being so hyperbolic, blah 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 blah. Our system is strong. Our system can withstand his bullshit. There's no way he can get away with the things you're proposing, blah 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 blah. And every fucking thing that he predicted is coming to pass in real time, and it made me say, "Oh goddamn!"
Similar story, my friend.
Yeah. So there was a significant shift in my debating, in my streaming like tone once I realized how wrong I actually was. So
I think this country is probably not going to make it through. Personally, I think the moment we re-elected him was too late. That's me personally.
One of us.
Yeah, one of us. Yeah, again, that's not wrong.
Was definitely our moment, man.
Yeah.
So there's not really much I can do. Doing like protesting is not going to work. If anything, will probably make it state on citizen violence much easier. I'll
go you one better, and I don't remember who the content creator was, but they made a really compelling argument that Trump isn't even the worst it's going to get. Trump is the beginning. Trump is he's a symptom, not the actual disease, and that this is just a precedent setting, and that if you go back historically to falls of previous empires, you can see that we are just following the recipe. We're following the playbook, and that things are fixing to get way worse, not better. So
Carlson, 2028.
I think the parallel historic. Sorry.
Oh, real quick, I was just going to say, Groofus is in chat. What's up, Groofus? You should hop in here and play some music with Circa sometime.
Yeah, wait, Groofus plays music?
Yeah, he's good too.
Really? How do you know all of this, Doomer? How the fuck do you know all of this, man?
I know Groofus from Gorp's chat.
Oh, yeah, I guess
I forget. Gorp's stream.
Yeah, that's how you found me, so gotcha. What do you play, Groofus? Shit, are we going to start we should start a stream band, bro. Like, y'all might not know it, but I do sing. I'm not great, but I enjoy it. And so yeah, I can give y'all some vocals. Y'all play them machines, and I'll. Do we have a drummer? We need a drummer. We need somebody who can give us beats. Come on. Do we have anybody in here who has rhythm?
Yeah, I do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, sounds like we got the makings, gentlemen.
I can sing though.
Anyway, you can. You can sing back up, buddy.
Not with those tonsils.
Yeah. Oh, true story. You used to sing. That's what matters. You haven't tried since, have you? Welcome in.
Oh, there we go.
I thought I was a Trump supporter, by the way. Are you kidding me?
Hello.
What the
No,
fuck?
who
So-
thought you were a Trump supporter? Is that
I'm
what
sure
Lonzo
Lonzo
said?
does say he thought I was a Trump
Came
supporter.
off that way for the EC debate, but I think that's just the
Why?
position.
Oh, the electoral
Because I was
college debate.
defending-
Yeah.
What?
The
Wait,
Constitution?
wait. What accusation did I hear? I
He
didn't
was
accuse
saying
anybody
that-
of being a Trump
Yeah.
supporter.
He was saying that you implied, I guess, that he was a Trump supporter.
Who did I imply that for?
Circa.
For Circle? No, I didn't think
Mhm.
Circle was a Trump supporter. He didn't sound like
Gotcha.
one. I just
Yeah,
don't like
no,
him.
He seems way too intelligent to be a Trump supporter.
No. Like literally, the most annoying debate we've had was when Ancom and him sat there going back and forth for like 30 minutes. It felt like.
3v3.
And I was just staring at the screen like I was like, this
You
is
know,
not.
you know the best thing, the best part about that is every single member from both of their teams messaged me personally. We're like, they're going off book. They're leaving it. Like we do not condone what they are doing. Like both teams were like, fucking stop them, please. I just thought that was great. So. But
Yeah,
again,
I did go
as
back
as
and
you
do
can
that.
see, Circa, I brought you back because you do still have the chops. Like you're definitely swimming in the pool with it. So and I dig it. Which, for the record, I do want to bring
Thank
it
you,
back. No, thank you. I appreciate every goddamn one of y'all who participates in this. Like, I never take it for granted, not for a split second. Every single one of y'all who plays with us, dude, I love it. And I was going to say that I hope Indian Jesus and Confluence both come back. Both of them brought fucking fire tonight. And so I hope that more of the people that I recruit, because I'm constantly recruiting. Like, every day I'm going on politics streams. I'm going on podcast streams. I'm doing what I can to go into other people's debates. I am constantly looking for people to bring into this party so that we can keep getting better and keep growing. And it's not easy. It's never fun, but I'm doing what I can for it. And every time that I get like a new person to participate, I'm fucking stoked. So yeah, like I said, I hope both of them keep coming back. I hope all of y'all, I mean, I count on Doomer and Chief way more than I probably should, because the two of them have been around for quite some time and they're the fucking goats. But every single one of y'all who is here right now has been reliable so far. And I have no reason to doubt that you guys are going to keep playing with us. So I hope that I keep giving you guys a good place, a good playground, and I hope that I at least bring something to the table for y'all. Because yeah, y'all humble me by your presence. So cheers to that. That's the alcohol talking. I'm going to pour myself a little bit more.
I still feel
Just
like
so
I got
y'all know, we
logged
got
out
some
of a
12
debate.
What's that?
Yeah, you did. So, like I said, man, I was so fucking mad too, because like my wife, like she sees the struggle of herding the cats. I had so many responses so fast last time. I was like, oh my God, can it happen like this every time? I sent out like 29 invites and or, like prompt requests. And I got like 15 back within 2 days, within like 48 hours. And I was immediately able to create. I thought tonight, like if my original invite stood, we were going to have 8 debates tonight. 8 fucking debates.
Damn.
Yeah. I was like, I don't even know what to do, but I would rather abundance. So then I sent out everybody's like, okay, cool. Are you cool with this? Every single one of them, at least one person said, yeah, no, I can't make it actually. Or, oh, I don't want to debate that prompt though. So I had to literally go back from scratch and start over. And that's how we ended up with tonight. So every single one of y'all who's here tonight said yes to a debate that I then had to go back and say, nah, never mind, fuck off. So anyway.
Can I just say that?
Yeah, wait, hang on. Also, I want to say, Groofus, just so you know, the only reason that I didn't bring you in for one of them was because I already had so many. And of those debates that I just mentioned, almost every single one, all but one of them, the one that we just, the grudge match, was somebody that was new. So I was like, okay, I every chance I can put somebody new on, I'm going to do that.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, anyways, what were you going to say, Lonzo?
I was going to say that as we could tell, all these debates that we randomly did went very well and was very equipped. And I'm excuse me, glad that we were able to get those debates going, because personally, I'm just gonna say that never happened for me, and we should pretend as if that's not on my record.
I'm never gonna forget it.
Oh no, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're gonna hear about that for years, my friend.
That was
It's honestly my
honestly
favorite performance.
Chief has already made clips, bro. Chief has already made
literally-
clips to roast you with.
Let me
That
tell you
happened to me in the first
something.
debate. I just stopped. I was just
I
like, actually,
genuinely-
and then that's all I got.
I genuinely think I knew how Joe Biden felt now. Like I sat there and I was like talking and I just stared at the screen and I was like, wait, what is he saying? I'm like, wait, what is he telling me? And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not.
We all saw it in real time. We saw it in your eyes as the gears ground to a halt. We saw it happen. And every single one of us, we felt for you because we've all done it at some point. So, but we're still going to roast you for it.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So for what it's worth, the only thing that's left on the table, and I am still patiently waiting for me to get the opportunity to have this happen, is Let's Chief versus Doomer. I want to see the two of them debate, but just like any good debater, I can't nail either of them down on a fucking prompt because they start debating the prompt with me, trying to tailor make it to support their benefit. And then whenever I kick that back to the other, they're like, no, I see where he's going with that. I'm not going to allow that. So like it went back and forth for like a week and a half trying to find a prompt that they.
Who's Doomer again? It's been a
Is he
minute.
Coin?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that makes so
Oh,
much
Coin.
more sense now. Bro,
Yeah.
I have been
It's
sitting
just a
there-
rebrand.
Your
I
name-
didn't know the
your-
rebrand.
The name change
Yeah,
upset
nobody
me
did.
so much. I wanted to sit here and like argue with him because I was like,
Do it.
Yeah.
edgy, stupid behind name. You.
When
and
I
was like,
saw you roasting him for his name, I actually asked him, I was like, are you going to tell them? And he's like, I'll let him find out at the debates. So cheers to that.
bro,
I thought it was funny because he was like giving Rook like life advice. And I'm like, bro, dude's like, who is this dude? And why should I listen to him? And why has he got such good advice?
I thought it was gonna be like a worser Roddy from that name alone. Like that's what I was expecting because it just gave me like Roddy, but like of my generation. Like
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like you were gonna
Wants
like
to be.
that's what it.
Yeah, he did it on purpose. He made the most cringe account possible, and I'm here for it. So,
It's just to make fun of people on Twitter, really.
and,
Okay, that's
and again,
valid.
it
That's not
works.
hard.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but there's a thing that I have mentioned before, and I'll say it again to you guys. I don't talk about it as often as maybe I probably should to some people because I don't want to let the cat out of the bag when people are watching. So, everybody out in chat, plug your ears. It's never lost on me that I look like I voted for Trump. Right. So that said, I know that when people are going through their scroll and they're like, oh, who's this redneck? And they click on me, I'm hoping that I can pull them gently over to our side. Right. And I will ask the dumbass questions that I know they're thinking so that you guys can yell at me and I can try to take that flack and they can see me and they think they're cheering for me, whereas I'm cheering for y'all. Right. So I feel like the Doomer Pilled Patriot thing was kind of a same motif where it's like they're gonna be like, oh, this guy's one of us, and then he gets to say, oh, by the way,
One of us. One
Exactly.
of us.
yeah. But anyway, yeah.
Or you can get
I
people like
definitely the rebrand.
or you can get people like that one guy that was drunk and called me a retard for like 3 hours straight, who was
Would
like,
that be I'm sorry, I was about to say Circa. I meant spelt.
no, it was before.
No.
Yeah, no, it wasn't spelt. It was the
Spell
other
doesn't
dude.
use those words.
It was a night.
Oh,
I
that's
wasn't
right,
there.
yeah.
That was the worst debate.
I think it was like
How is that guy not worse than me? What is going on?
Who was it?
I don't
I
remember.
do
his
not
name.
remember his name. Yeah, no, but he was completely fucking wasted, just going
remember
off.
one- he was
one
like,
of the
you-
judges, right?
He was like, "How can you dare?" Yeah, he was a judge.
Rampage.
Yeah.
That's fucking Leafy's fault, bro.
Oh, Rampage.
Leafy
Oh.
vouched for that
Oh.
dude.
How can you call me drunk? I'm not drunk. I've been sober for 20 years or something.
He lied. He
Mhm.
lied.
Okay, I'm a
I
little
quit
bit
drinking.
drunk.
That's unsensitive. Motherfucker, later after I'm off, he's like, oh, I'm wasted. Like,
We know.
So we've known
Yeah.
Paul for a long time, and he had quit drinking for a while. Everything seemed cool, and then all of a sudden he's right back to the way he was, and decided he wanted to come on that night.
Hey, the more you practice, the easier it gets.
That's true. That's true. You just described alcoholism.
To a
But
T.
yeah, And that's the thing is like, I know a bunch of people who struggle with alcohol, right? I know people who struggle with addiction in general. So to me, falsely representing that classification is the equivalent of stolen valor, right? Like you're trying to bite off of like sympathy that you don't deserve, that you don't like, that's not fucking yours. And that irks me and makes you kind of subhuman to me, right? Like there's a lot of things I'll allow, but when you talk about things like if you try to falsely represent oppression, right? It's like, bro, you don't fucking fake that shit, right? Like you don't. Yeah, virtue signaling. Yeah, exactly. But worse. Like it's knowingly fake virtue signaling, right? Because a lot of people who virtue signal don't realize what they're doing. They actually think they believe what they're saying. They just say it out loud to get the credit, right? But what I'm talking about is to pretend you're something you're not to try to get the fucking sympathy. And that is like, fuck off.
This is not exclusive to
Radish.
That is not exclusive to what?
It's not exclusive to either party. Both progressives and conservatives will
100%. Yeah. I just don't like it either way. What were you about to say, Griffiths? I'm sorry, sir.
You don't understand systemic racism because you're not black. I'm just like, what
exactly. Yeah. what were you going to say, Griffiths?
I was curious if this is above, below, or about the same as people who don't actually have any principles. Because I remember you talking about it irks you when people don't have actual solid principles.
So,
or like conviction in them,
yeah. Well, it's more. It's specifically hypocrites, right? So, yeah, which a person with who is a hypocrite generally doesn't have like actual like sturdy principles. Yeah, exactly. They're definitionally unprincipled. And yeah, I would actually say that it's on par with. I would say that it's kind of the same thing. Like it is an unprincipled move, so therefore it classifies as being an unprincipled person because you are inherently being a hypocrite by claiming something that's not true, right? Like hypocrisy is a form of lying, and just lying in general, I just don't like it. Now, I will also say, though, that I ascribe to the Kamala Harris strategy of, bro, it's a debate. We say what we have to say to win, right? If you are in the fight, if what you do, like
in the moment,
in that moment, then I forgive it. But as soon as it's done, be like, yo, just so you know, I did not actually mean that, or hey, that's not true. Like as long as you immediately after the fight you clarify, then that gives you back the credit or the credibility. But yeah, to me, if you don't clear that up,
league account.
Say what?
Said I wish Riot would understand that so they can unban my league account from like 12 years ago.
Yeah, well, it's probably for your best and for your sanity.
Come on, man. Like I would have done what you said. I never raged. It was fine.
I've never played League, and I'm never going to.
Oh, it's an addiction.
You never played with me.
I've been off of it for a hot minute now, but every time I go back, people hate. I'm a special kind. Only people who play League will understand this, but I'm a Teemo main, so like I'm the extra most hated
Teemo or something, right?
Yeah, no. I'm middle lane Teemo, bro. I'm a middle lane Teemo, and everybody hates me for it. Yeah. So again, it's just, anyways. Teemo and Heimer are my two mains, which is just basically the most.
Heimer's okay because he has crowd control and team fights later, but Teemo's
just sucks everything.
Yes, sir.
Can I tell you, this is going to drag the conversation away from this, but I just have to tell you, I saw the funniest thing earlier from your stream, that like watching back your stream when I talked to Roddy, because I was showing my friend KP something, and I said, "Hey, man." I said, you should watch this conversation I had with a guy named Roddy on here. And I pulled it up. First funny thing was, he was like, oh, I said, yeah, this dude's a little bit of, we're going to be a little bit offensive. And he was like, oh, two racist dudes? I was like, no. One of those dudes is cool. Because you're on here. You know the original impression people get about you as soon as they see you. So I was like, nah. And then he was like, okay. And I showed him the first part that played was literally whenever I was talking to Roddy, he brings up Thomas Sowell, and he was like, in the early 1900s, black people had far better marriage rates, and their what's it called? They had higher house ownership. I said, yeah. I said, yeah. And then he was like, and I think that was under Jim Crow. And you know what? The thing that ruined that was MLK. And you can literally see my face on the street and just go, just staring at the camera like, what did I just hear, dog? And,
right. Yeah.
That's. I get
Okay.
the point he's trying to make, and I would not have phrased it anywhere near like that. Yeah, MLK was not the reasoning. Was not the reason
Right.
why.
And that's what I was just about to say. So a couple of things about Roddy, right? Because and I don't make excuses for Roddy so much as I try to explain Roddy, right? Because again, feel free to hate on anybody you want, shade as you feel, whatever. I thought it was awesome that you actually got to encounter him because you saw he's a really nice guy. Like he's actually a kind of decent human being. He's just, first of all, in the wrong algorithms. That's something that Rook and I believe Let's Chief have both given him shit over and over and over about, right? His algorithm feeds him what they want him to hear, and he believes it hook, line, and sinker. He literally never goes and cross-references. Plus, I used to work with the dude, and people used to call him sexist. And then he would tell me what had happened that made them call him sexist. And I'm like, well, that's not sexist. I mean, it's really dumb way to fucking word it, but that's not sexist. Or like there were things where he, like his best friend is married gay man, right? And so for people to call him homophobic, it's like, bro, he's like besties with a gay dude. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Or like same thing with racism. It's like I know he's got plenty of black friends, but like if you listen to what he says, it's not so much that the biggest problem with him is tokenism, right? He will find somebody from any marginalized group who is saying the things he wants everybody to hear, and he'll say, look, see, one of them says it too.
Like a tool.
Yes.
There's an issue with that. But
Yeah.
Here's the
Lonzo,
issue
my
with that.
favorite part of that conversation, Lonzo, when he was like, yeah, I think 1350 is an underestimate. I was like,
no, that was actually crazy.
Oh, Chief was in my chat. He was like, fucking hold him to that. Yeah.
But let me tell you, here's the issue with that. The issue with the way that he is that his perspective on racial issues within this country would have been the perspective of like the liberals we talked about that Malcolm X was talking about back in like the 1960s, where they were like, look, there's a couple of black guys who are like allowed to also eat at these places with us. Why is there an issue? I don't see the issue. It should be fine. It's like, no, those are, but the thing is that those are worse for progress than even the avid racist who sits there and calls you the N-word with a hard R, because theirs is the let's lightly pretend as if it's not an issue. Maybe every once in a while we'll give a little bit of credit, but it's not really an issue. Whereas the other one is something that you have to acknowledge it because it's there. And that's 100% a better alternative than that.
As another good example, he's one of those guys who's going to point to the 2 black slave owners that existed. You know what I mean? And be like, I mean, you can't blame white people. Like he's literally that guy. So anyway, like I said, I'm not making excuses for him. Really, it is.
I have the opposite. I have the opposite problem. If someone, if I hate tokenism so much, like I go out of my way to not mention Thomas Sowell or
and I thank you for it.
What I'm trying to think of another person's name, but I can't remember it. Regardless,
well, there's a few.
Candace Owens. Candace Owens.
Well, Candace Owens, the dude with the weird eyes. What's his name?
Candace Owens. Jesse
Peterson. That's it. Yeah, that
Brandon,
guy. That's another one that Roddy quotes all the time.
Brandon Tatum. Like you take your pick.
Yeah, I go out of my way to not do it, and probably like overboard, because I don't think I've ever mentioned on Twitter, on Discord, Thomas Sowell's name once.
The one time, and this Roddy still hates this. I think I still have a clip buried somewhere in my giant pile of fucking clips. 4 years worth of clips, and it's an embarrassing thing, but I don't want to delete them because it's like all I have left. Anyway, there was one time I did a stream where I Googled top quotes from Thomas Sowell, and it was like the top 20. And I just went through them one by one and debunked each and every fucking one. And like some of them were so patently fucking ignorant. It like angered me. It was one of the most raged streams I've ever done. Y'all know me. I don't generally get super riled up unless I have to. And if I do, I immediately bring it right back down. This one, though, I was furious at some of the fucking ignorant shit that came out of this dude's mouth. And I'm like, this doesn't even characterize. Like, I don't remember any of the quotes. Like I said, you'd have to go dig through the pile of clips and find it. But it was like, there was one in particular where I'm like, this is literally the fact that this dude is considered a thought leader in any circle. It saddens me for humanity. Like, literally, that somebody would think that what he said is smart. I'm sorry.
You should do that again. You should do that again with me here tomorrow. Or you should use Candace Owens. I'm just saying, I just feel like I missed out on a great opportunity. It's too bad I was busy being a freshman in high school at the time. But I think that it would have been absolutely great to be able to do that.
Make me feel old. Thanks, Dick.
This is also
like my knees don't do that good enough.
Part of the reason why I don't much care for the Hoover Institute, even past that. It's
remind me who that
the
is.
Hoover Institute. The Hoover Institute. It's the Hoover Institute is where Soul works.
Oh, okay.
Works.
Hold on. There's somebody who employs him.
Yeah, so I was kind of confused.
I don't know if he's actually works, but like
it's who sanctions him or whatever.
Who publishes him or some such like that. Yeah,
I like that. Yeah, Doomer.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been a minute. I mean
the source of his grift.
Yeah, sure. Because I mean, I'm not even in the same economics school as he is, so regardless, there's a big rift between us.
Speaking of which, Groofus, because you have told me in the past that economics is one of your favorite, I am still trying really, really hard to groom the PhD economist that I have in my bag list. I will eventually get that person in, but that said, we now have Circa here, so I would look forward to getting some.
I'm not a PhD economist.
No. I know you're not a PhD. Again, this other person is, and I'm looking forward to getting that person in, just to see if they can, back up their degree. I don't put much weight into degrees, just so y'all know.
I don't put any.
I'm a full.
I mean,
the only
PhD
exception is
specialized.
I was about to say the only exception is a PhD because you don't just get it by memorization. In order to get a PhD, you have to bring something new to the table. And so again, I give a little bit more credibility to a PhD, but I'm a firm believer in a difference between intelligence and knowledge, right? You can memorize every.
I can tell you probably want to go to the direct source and stuff too, right? Like authorities are good because they can be good communicators, but at the end of the day, you gotta go.
Exactly. Just because you've studied the fuck out of it doesn't mean you actually understand what you studied, right? So again, I still would like to get somebody who has those fun letters so that hopefully somebody can knock them over and prove that that doesn't mean anything. Or alternatively, I'm willing to accept that, oh, look, this person actually is worth their salt, right? That said, I am looking forward to Circa. You and Groofus, both of y'all, send me a few prompts on your own. Don't discuss them here. I don't want to hear them now, but some prompts that you guys that are economy related or economist centric that you guys would be interested in debating. And I'm going to find one that I think would not be too dry for the audience, first of all. And second of all, that you guys disagree about and that I would look forward to hearing. So yeah. Because you two are the economists on call. So
Circa, what economic school are you?
What did I study? I studied economics.
No, like obviously there's a specific flavor,
one of the
Austrian, Chicago,
ones, like neo-Schumpeterian. I mean,
I'm saying
honestly, none of them, man. Those are all political economic schools, so like they don't really have any practical or realistic application in contemporary times. They're more like it's like if you were teaching an evolutionary biology course and you grab the origin of species. If you grab the origin of species to teach biology in today's world, everyone would be like, "What are you doing?" Like, go grab a real textbook.
That's a really good
more
point.
for like understanding the ideology and history to know like what Carl Menger said or Hayek or recently one of my.
You know what? Maybe instead what I'll do is I'll have the two of you guys up against a stacked team of communist Marxists. That might be fun.
Like ANCOM.
You're gonna find.
Well, I have a herd of
Marxist school for economics.
Like,
no, the Marxist school of economics has some strengths. It has a lot of weaknesses too, though.
Yes.
I just
Wait, they're getting organized.
I call myself an Austrian. Yeah, I call myself
So
an Austrian,
Austrian-
but I don't actually like. I call myself an Austrian, but I don't actually.
Austrian economics is really popular amongst like the libertarian crowd. I think around like
Which I am.
2008.
I was about to say
I
which he
wanna say,
is.
yeah.
So that checks out.
Which
Look
I
at
don't
that.
really
Do you
want to
feel
be
seen,
mean, but
Rufus?
like
Yes.
the Austrian
But I was-
economics school is fundamentally different than what libertarians think it is. I mean,
Oh,
the
and
Austrian
just like
school of
that, he
economics
pushed you
can be
back
boiled
over.
down to like a single sentence, right? And that sentence is the markets are too complex. Just leave them alone. And
you're-
the truth
Absolutely.
is that I'm incorrect.
No, we just couldn't hear you. It turned into.
I-
Yeah, no, your mic did the thing again. So
I said the Austrian school is like the neoclassical school, but it has one single change. The neoclassical school, Milton Friedman and them, think that markets are completely rational, so we should leave them alone. People know what to do. An Austrian school is they're too complex. We don't know what to do, so leave them alone. That's essentially the difference. And
They're all too
No, I'd agree with that. I'd
Unfortunately-
agree with that. I'd agree with that.
and unfortunately,
I agree with
unlimited
that
freedom in
characterization.
economics is not a good thing. You know.
yeah,
The
see,
one
and
note
this
I wrote down from Sirica when he stepped in for Lonzo, there was literally one note on the labor side that I wrote down. It was many doctrines, many holes when he was referencing the difference.
yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the funny thing is that he was using exchange value, which is a labor theory of value, which comes from classist economists like Adam Smith and Ricardo, and that one is completely derived from labor. So, saying yes to the prompt for him that demand is instead of labor, I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? If you're going to use an exchange utility theory of value, then you're already kind of fucking yourself in this trade scenario. But I don't think he was really listening to me. So I didn't mention that part because I feel like it'd be kind of mean.
Well, the funny thing about all that is that throughout that whole process, I didn't understand what you were saying or what he was saying. And what makes it even funnier to me is that I thought I made a point. I just wasn't sure because I didn't remember what I said either. Somewhere
yeah,
along
well,
that way.
10% of the way there.
We know. We
How much
remember.
Vicodin are you on?
Yeah, I was about to say, most of us, the drugs make us better, man. Like, I'm sorry for you. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm
Tonsil Tony, at it again. Love it. Tonsil Tony, that's your new name according to chat.
I'm the weird libertarian that doesn't do any drugs.
Yeah.
And
So
yet you
I'm the
still
weird
became a
libertarian that was told I'm not allowed to call. I'm the weird libertarian
What
that
is
was told I'm not allowed to call myself a libertarian. So how about that?
Do you watch like Nick Freitas, by the way, Rufus?
There.
Freitas
Do you
or
watch
you
like
watch
Nick
what?
Freitas? Nick Freitas.
The Virginia delegate.
No, yeah, he was.
Nick
He was actually in
Fritos?
office. He wasn't.
Freitas. He's a
Yeah.
he's a Republican
Mm.
Virginia delegate.
Seriously,
I
that's,
watch
you
him
that's a
on and off.
Mexican dish, isn't it?
I'm
I
trying
watch
to.
him on
I think
and
I know
off.
where.
Sorry,
I know like
me
where the
hungry.
Austrian school side starts to get a lot of their ideas from, and Charlie Kirk also talked about Hayek a lot. So usually comes from a specific type of a libertarian conservative area.
Yeah, I mean, Freitas is I like Freitas as a delegate, and if you were to, I wouldn't mind him in the higher office, but he's not quite my type. He's too socially conservative for me.
Welcome in, Kay. Welcome in, Kay.
He's definitely switched
thank
though.
you.
I've been watching much more. He used to be a little less Trumpy. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's definitely fucking like.
Yeah,
He talks
that's
about
not
his
my thing.
friend
I
administration
hate
and everything,
Trump.
and it's definitely. Yeah,
That's the entire
He's
Republican
all in
Party,
on
bro.
it.
I mean, anybody with an economic background.
I mean, you
would
have
hate
to
Trump.
remember the first
Yeah,
people that
that's-
Trump
that's
attacked
also
was
true.
his own party. Like Republicans were the first people to get attacked by him.
What do you mean?
Oh,
He's
that's-
the greatest economy, the best, the broadest, the
greatest
strongest.
economy.
We hold all the
I think the
cards.
history books, by the way, I think the history books will not call it the Republican Party after 2020 because it's really hard to write history
For 2016
without
or
like hindsight,
2020?
right? 2020, the moment that like he
Trump
did the big
V2?
lie. I'm assuming. I think they'll call it the MAGA Party. I really do, because when you go and look at the House and Senate and you see who's still there, Trump has curated
Oh
the
yeah, because
entire fucking Republican Party.
McCain,
with
Romney,
something else.
one hour still in there in the Senate. Fair enough.
It goes on forever, man. And the only people who are still here are the ones who bent the knee, like fucking Chuck Grassley, who I'm surprised he can even
Lindsey
think
Graham.
still.
I actually want to
Think
make
it'd
a
be a
point
negative
to
light?
that. I actually want to make a follow-up point to that because it was something I was going to say earlier in regards to Confluence. Like, I can still respect you if you made the mistake. Like, I underestimated Trump's toxicity, not enough so far as to vote for him, but enough so far as to not think of him as the existential threat he turned out to be. If you voted for Trump because you thought he was something he wasn't, but you now understand, fuck, I stepped in it, whoops, I can still respect you. But if you still think,
all my conservative friends all
yeah,
the time,
yeah, if you still think what he's doing is good,
what's happening.
I honestly can't. I can't fucking bang with you, dude. I just can't
Bro,
bang with you.
You know the weirdest part about it is that there's so many people in this country who are just personally here who will be like, no, I don't like what Trump is doing because he's too nice to Israel. It's like, what about the immigration stuff? No, that's great. That's great. He's doing that part right. But he's like, he's too nice to Israel. It's like, really?
Anti-Semitism.
I think we should be scared at the people that say, no, I don't support Trump because he bent the knee and isn't going far enough. And I'm hearing a lot more of those voices.
No, that's true.
Before. That's fucking, those people are going to be the people that get JD Vance elected if he gets elected.
Oh, Lord, please,
those
no.
people should be the ones that you should be worried about.
I don't want Vance
but
to be
the root
president.
conservative
Please,
core,
no.
I think, is very not in favor. I think, like most conservatives I talk to, I feel like they're being pulled into the pit of like Nick Fuentes and them, who are like sitting in the corner. And because Israel is committing a fucking genocide, which is a really hard position for me to defend Israel, but I do defend Israel. I just think Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, Ben Gvir need to be tried for war crimes, right?
And that's why
something
it's
needs to be
important to
done,
separate anti-Semitism versus anti-Israel. That is an important.
But there's people in the corner in the conservative movement right now who are literally just going, "It's always been the Jews. I told you," and they're fucking winning.
And then it's like, get the fuck out of here. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're Jewish. It has the fact, like, what they're doing is what we're talking about. Fuck off.
And then I'm being told the
ethnicity.
Talmud is anti-Christian enslavement material, and I'm like, fucking shut up.
Yeah.
Well, no,
and
it's not about that.
Yes, it is.
When you think about it, here's the hard.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Wow, we're both waiting for each other to talk. Okay, look, so this is what I was gonna say is that the hardest part, which is what I dealt with when I was talking to my chat for the longest about it, was that they keep pointing towards like different Jewish and aligned people who are in positions of power here in the U.S. And I keep trying to point out something that I feel like a lot of people, even though it's hard to stress this point because it almost does seem like anti-Semitism, we have to understand that for a lot of the people who are in positions of power in the U.S. who are Jewish, a large portion of them have been put there by Israel. And I don't mean that to be, I don't even mean to be like, but like the reality is they did it. Not even just that, but I'm saying that they did this intentionally because whenever you can, they can then use the whole anti-Semitic card to then block the criticism of why is this person who owns the news station defending Israel this hard? And it's like, well, he's Jewish. No, that's not why.
Can a foreign person?
Hang on, Circa, let him finish, and then you can talk. Hang on, Circa, let him finish his point, and then you can knock it over.
Sorry.
I'm saying okay. I want to hear your response.
White anti-Semitism. I'm serious.
Yep, I understand. Go. Let him finish what he's saying, though.
I'm saying that he's Israeli funded, and the reason that they chose him is because they could then use the fact that he's Jewish, and then also defending Israel, and then say that that is anti-Semitic to criticize him. When in reality, they would not have chosen.
Who specifically?
Because there's a lot of.
Or you're just saying in general.
Because there's a lot of
politicians in general. Okay, cool.
Not even politicians, but a lot of the news networks and stuff like that have different Jewish owners. And the person pointed out to me in my chat, and I was trying to explain.
This is anti-Semitism that takes place without people's knowledge of it. I'm serious. This is
explain what you mean by that.
There is biblical canon that shows that Christians cannot create loans off of, using the Bible. They can't make interest off loans.
Usury
so
laws.
Jews did go into positions
of
exactly. Now it's Jews do not
shit
like,
when I tried to talk on usury.
AIPAC doesn't have control over the U.S. like that. Okay, you can't make a political action committee as a foreign citizen. That is not a thing. You have to be an American.
AIPAC is not technically Israeli citizens.
So it is
They're American citizens in support of Israel. Whoa!
You good?
What the fuck was that, dude?
Now, some of them are dual citizens, though.
The Dodgers won.
That was Kai.
But AIPAC, for instance, do you know how much money? Do you know how much money AIPAC has given to the Trump campaign?
Hopefully not.
I'm not sure.
With Adelson included.
Well, because
I mean, it's
I'm sorry,
like
man. I was hearing the explosions there.
Dodgers
so
won,
me.
and they're lighting off crazy amounts of fireworks right now.
Dodgers won.
So, like everyone knows.
Fuck yes.
They did, yeah.
Gotcha.
Everyone
Why
knows
is
how much
everybody
money
surprised? They were
AIPAC
obviously
gives
going to win.
in donations and stuff, but in the grand scheme of
That's
things,
not the
APAC
debate.
is like not a lot. It's really not.
Is that true?
I don't know if you guys remember. Yeah, it's not.
Because
You can go
here's the
look up
reason I
everything.
ask. There was one time where I did a deep dive with Rook on stream because we were looking to see who was going to be the savior for the left, right? We needed somebody in the next election. This is part of our whole 2020 Project 2028 dreams. And shout out Doomer for making it all sound all like legal and legit. It's still on the server. Check it out sometime and tell me what you think. I'm going to have another stream about it here soon. But in that time, we were also looking for representatives of the left that we could put up against Trump or Vance or whoever the Trump proxy is for 2028, and who would be better. Sure. Who is our savior? And what we did was what's the name of, somebody tell me what's the website where it tells you whose donors are who?
Apex Records, you talking about that?
Open something. No. Open Secrets. Thank you. Open Secrets. We went through Open Secrets.
Open Secrets is not accurate.
Okay, hold on.
Not.
Can you tell me where you got that information and why you believe that?
It's not that it's not accurate as for how you do donations. It's just when I had my company, I did an event film making thing for the city of Long Beach, which is like a city here. Okay, and I got a pretty good glimpse into how fundraising happens and how politics operates with money, and most of it is not just donations. It's
okay, but we're specifically that doesn't tell me that Open Secrets is incorrect. Tell me why you think Open Secrets is right.
It's more. It's misleading. It's going to be more than whatever Open Secrets. It's misleading.
Okay, so there's more than what
There's way more money in politics.
That's actually worrisome.
So
because of what I'm about to say. No, hold on. Doesn't matter because what I'm about to say. No, it's okay. What I'm about to say is we went through and we saw how much money was donated by AIPAC as well as others. We weren't just looking for AIPAC for what it's worth. We were just seeing who's donating. We were actually, if I'm being honest, now that I'm thinking about it, we were looking for Big Pharma specifically. We were looking because of the Medicare, Medicaid, and medical reform. Right. But so that was our primary goal, was to see who is most funded by Big Pharma. And what we found was that by and large, statistically in our research, AIPAC was the number one donor for both sides. There are plenty of times where AIPAC was the number one donor for both candidates in a competition against each other. And this isn't about, I don't care who they are or what they represent. Just that particular name was the primary contributor to a shocking number of candidates on Open Secrets of congressmen.
What is the total? What is
again? I don't remember the exact number now. This has been a while, but I'm just telling you that, anecdotally, I did the diligence, and what I found was that AIPAC's name was in the top 3 of every fucking candidate we looked at, or damn near. I shouldn't say every, but
that's probably
almost
it's definitely going to be high. AIPAC is high, but let me give you some numbers. So this is AI, so take this for what you will.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure.
In 2024, the lobbying expenditures was $3 million. Political contributions, it's just not underrepresented, unfortunately, because the fundraiser thing. But
like I said, I understood where you were going with that. Yeah, private donations.
The contributions from that was $51 million. If we go to the pharmaceutical companies, they spent almost $400 million in 2023.
Sure,
on lobbying.
Let me say that AIPAC may not be the biggest, but it's definitely in the top 3, and that is bad enough on its own.
AIPAC. The reason people talk about AIPAC so much is because it's tied to anti-Semitism. Because here's the real thing.
Because it's tied to the interests of another country.
They're not Israel. They are not Israel. No,
they are not Israel,
American,
but they support Israel's. They support Israel's interests, don't they?
They support Israel and United States interests.
And they're able to be bought for way less than the pharmaceutical companies. Yeah. I don't know.
But they're Americans. Keep that in mind. When someone pulls up Paramount and they go and look up one of the founders and he's a Jew, we just said that Jewish people are not just Israel, right? So keep in mind, these are Americans, and they do care about Israel, but people just presuppose that they're all just like Israelis, and that's just not how it works. These are American citizens.
I do not think that anything about AIPAC is Israel. I got to be clear, except their interests.
Yeah. So is there too much money in politics? Is AIPAC a problem? Absolutely. They have way too much institutional control over in making sure they keep low levels of Congress paid for and voted.
And to the best of my knowledge, that was kind of what Lonzo was getting at. Am I wrong, Lonzo? That you were just saying that their influence is disproportionate. Go ahead.
I'm just going to speak now and just go ahead.
And stuff.
Hang on.
I'm just going to speak now and say very clearly what my opinion on this whole thing is, because I'm not going to get into this whole thing about it's because of I don't give a fuck about the idea of if it's about Jewish people or this and that. Okay, the reason I don't is because in my mind I didn't even know that was an ethnic group or anything like that until like 4 or 5 years ago. So I don't even want to hear that stupid ass accusation of, oh, it's because of, I'm not scared of what my issue is. That when I have a conversation about these things and you look and I have to sit here and say, guys, stop being anti-Semitic, stop blaming Jews for different issues in the country, because I know it's not Jewish people's fault. I know that in a large part, the reason that I have to fucking say this stuff all the time and the reason that we have so many people pointing at Jewish people is because I don't give a fuck if you disagree with this. This is my personal opinion. I think Israel has intentionally tried to put people in position so that they could then have that as a blanket for people to point at. Because I think that is in their design to create anti-Semitism around the world so that they have a reason to go and flee to Israel. I also think that they have a reason to put that up as a curtain. I don't give a fuck what you're... Real quick. Hold on, Lonzo. Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question just because I want a consistency check. Okay. Consistency check. Sorry, there was a whole lot of Scotch people that I put real quick. So, consistency check. Is there another marginalized group or minority that you believe weaponizes their minority status? Or their marginalized status? Because what it sounds like you're saying is that this particular group weaponizes the racism against them for their benefit and even encourages or feeds into that racism. Can you say that about any other marginalized group or minority?
I think that in any time that a government has found the optimal ability to do that, they have done it. I think that any nation such as Qatar or any of them that have found an opportunity to use a minority group as a defense for something that they want to push forward with their agenda, they absolutely have, whether it be with the Palestinians or any group like that. I just find that Israel actively has been doing it. And at the current moment, it has become an issue because in defense of the Jewish people of my country, who I actively will defend because they are people of my country and they are, before anything else, that not just Jewish, it does not fucking matter. I think religion you are. I'm going to defend that.
Yes,
I'm going to defend that because I think that the real reason that this attack is happening in the first place is because of the actions of Israel. And if we disagree on that, that's fine. You can say that it's anti-Semitic for me to believe that, but I also believe that if there was, for example,
that Jews own banks and corporations, though, right?
Hold on. Wait, let him.
No, I do want to hear that. Wait. No. What? Say it again.
I'm pretty sure you said they're overrepresented in owning banks and corporations.
No, correct? This is no. That was the question that's the thing I keep getting pressed about in my chat all the time about, well, why is there Jewish?
He was just talking about the specific ownership of certain media companies.
And my response to that question.
That's what I was talking about specifically. So.
And my
it's an
response
old
to that
anti-Semitic propaganda trick.
Sure.
And my response to that question then, when asked about this certain person, when they name somebody who's Jewish and they go, well, why is this person in this position? I go, what has been their opinion since they've been there? Oh, well, they're pro-Israel the entire time. It's like, okay.
You mean they're representing their own best interests?
Oftentimes, let me ask you, Jewish, actually.
Real quick, let me ask you a question, Circa. What does AIPAC stand for? Do you know? Can you Google it for me real quick and just read it out to me?
Israeli
Political Action Council.
Okay, right on. Yeah. So I'm curious, is there an RPAC, like an American Russian political? No. Is there an AMAC, an American Mexican?
We do. We have political action committees that do what people want to do. We want one for Africa. We have some for Africa.
Are there action committees for other countries? That's my question.
For Africa if they wanted to.
Hold on, no. Did you just say for Africa?
Yeah,
yes,
no, I'm asking. Well, Africa's a continent, not a country.
On behalf of fucking making businesses in Africa, because
to be clear, we would have
fucking invest there.
I'm asking specifically, is there any other country on the planet who has a political action community in America tailored specifically for their country? Is there an American Canadian?
It's tailored for Americans wanting
American
interest.
Israeli Political Action Committee. You just said that, right?
They don't have
Is
to
there
be
any
Israeli, they
other?
have to be
No, but
American.
it's American Israeli. Is there any other country? It's a simple yes or no question. Is there any other country that has an American and that country? I don't know the answer, so honestly, please
India.
answer. India, there's an
I think
American Indian
Irish
Political
National Caucus. I don't know.
There is?
American Ethiopian Affairs Committee.
Irish National
Tamil
Caucus. Is that a
Americans
political
United,
action
That's
committee?
a, I don't
Ireland,
know if it's federal.
Al Kermes.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say that's just that's a.
These
like
are
you said,
packs and
it's-
foreign ones.
I'm sorry. What was that
I
again?
mean,
now,
the
Circa?
foreign-
You said which
we
countries
have
do?
the Tamil Americans United Pack, which is Tamil diaspora. We have
Okay.
it's for U.S. Ethiopia relations. I mean, it's
I don't know,
probably not going to be
Irish
too
pack
common.
Has a pack.
If I'm being honest with you.
There is a pack. Okay, cool. Like I said, that wasn't me trying to debate you. It was me honestly asking a question.
No,
I
no,
didn't know
it's
the answer.
okay. It's a
so
good
then,
question. This
so
is
then there's
why
there's
it's kind
plenty of other
important.
countries
Iranian
that have
has a
their
pack.
own. There's plenty of other countries that have
It's
a
not
political
countries. It's
action.
American citizens. Other countries cannot make packs. It's
But
American
I
citizens
understand,
who
but
are-
it is representing the interests of that country. Is the
Of dual
point. That's the
citizens.
thing,
And
yeah, of
Americans.
dual
It's-
citizens. That's
it's
the thing
two-way.
people get angry
I don't-
about. Is the idea, and that's even what Lonzo is trying to imply. I believe, not to put words
It
in your mouth,
is
sir.
two-way though. It's
So there's
beneficial to
other
both.
there's other countries. So let me ask you, Lonzo, does it bother you that there's an Irish a political action community in the United States? Is it just that you don't think that the Irish have enough power?
Let me tell you like this. I mean, let me tell you how I put it like this. If the Irish were, if there's an Irish action group here, and then
Mhm, there
through
is.
the action of the Irish group, we decided to send numerous funds to Ireland, it
It's the
would
whole
be
purpose of
an
their
issue to
existence.
me. That would be an issue to me. But I obviously know part
Why?
of why there would be one currently. Because what do you mean why? I
Well,
don't.
no.
think it
Hold
should
on, Circa. Let him get it through.
I don't.
We'll get
I
the
don't
why
think-
next. Circa, I'm going to
I don't
ask
think
a
it should be
favor of you, good sir. Try to take notes. I'm not being a dick. I'm being serious. If you take notes
No,
of the
it's not.
questions you have while somebody's speaking,
Why is
then
it a
when they're
good
done
question? Just
speaking,
because principles.
yes, it is a
Just
great question.
generally
But
speaking.
But I'm just saying so that we can let him finish his thought, because it's like it distracts a person and it doesn't let them
Yeah, in the
finish
middle
their
of the
point.
sentence, right?
Let them hang themselves the rest of the way. Then you can pull the trap.
want
You see
to
what I'm
hang.
saying? No. But I'm saying, like, in general, like, let the person finish their thought
I mean, that's-
and then ask
I
the
agree.
question afterwards. I'm sorry. Like I said, that's just a preferential thing. Please, it just makes it easier. Please finish your thought, Lonzo, if you can remember where you were at.
I don't think that even under the guise of an American citizen lobbying for the because it's supposed to be some type of partner relationship between two countries, I do not think that I support that for any country in general. That is an absurdity.
Okay.
If we want to help a foreign country, it should be the decision of the American people without any influence from a certain group towards favoring that country. Especially, I just don't like money being involved in any of those decisions in the first place.
Sure.
But the idea that we have a group specifically for that is absurd.
Remember, I asked you this was intentionally a consistency check, right? So to ask you what Circa was getting at, why is it that it bothers you that any country has a dual citizen political action committee that is involved in our country?
Well, technically, I will tell you ahead of time, just so you know, because you might not realize it's Radish, but it's actually a very, to them, it's considered very offensive to say that that's a dual citizenship thing, even AIPAC, because they say that that's a Jewish trope or something about dual citizenship to Israel.
Sure, I'm talking about
But with that
Ireland here.
statement- No, I know that. I know that.
We
But I'm
asked you
saying
about
that even
Ireland.
with
Yeah,
the-
go on.
Has dual
Yep.
citizenship.
Yeah, I was about to say,
But even with-
let's get past that. That doesn't matter. Let's go. Just why does it bother you for an American citizen to use
Because
their
money-
vote to influence our interactions with their home country or their native
Not their
country?
vote is their money, but
See, that is the
Yeah,
thing.
sure, but their
That
money is their
abnormal.
vote, right? Anyway, go on.
yeah.
No. See, that's part of the issue, right?
I know,
there, is
I
that
know,
money
but
cannot be
again,
a vote.
just please
But-
answer my question.
That's what I'm trying to. I understand that would be absolutely. God damn it. I'm trying to say that the reason I have an issue with this is that money should never be involved in it. Now, if you're saying that they want to use their vote, then absolutely fine. If a person wanted to vote, and if the person had only one issue, and their only issue was that we were not giving enough funds or not enough support to Ireland, I would say, okay, vote for that. There's no
That's
issue
not-
with me
that's
and you
not
voting
what
for that.
The political action committee does.
So a
That's
political
motherfucker,
action
that's
committee
clearly what
spends money.
that's what I'm trying to get
Political
to.
action committee. A political
No,
action
we don't
committee
just give
spends
money.
money to sway votes. Do you disagree with that fact, Circa?
It's not just that.
It's not just that, but they
More than
spend
that.
money
I
to do
have on my screen
propaganda
right
and
now.
persuasion. Okay, go ahead.
No, I
Let
have
me
on
see
my
what-
screen
yep.
right now. The
Tell me
Irish-
what are we looking at?
The Irish Political Action Committee. Okay, this is what
Mhm.
they support. and some of it's going to be related to getting.
And they are
labor
trying
from
to persuade
Ireland,
American
which would help us.
citizens and our government to do those things, right? Because that's what we just said, and you disagree.
Beneficial to both. It's not just giving
Sure,
money to
but
Ireland.
it is
That's what I wanna make sure
specifically
we-
for the interests of that country, their native country.
and the United States.
And the United States,
Both.
yes, yep.
Yes.
But the Irish Action Committee isn't pushing for us to help Mumbai, are they? That's my
No,
point.
no.
So again, they are
I mean, that would be
specifically
a
pushing
little
for the interests
disorganized
of
and not
it-
get anything done.
They're not lobbying
I have a
against
question.
our interests. They're lobbying for shared interests.
I know what you're
for
saying.
shared
I-
interests. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Specific
I
shared
do
interests to
believe-
that nation.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I have a
once
question
again,
for
They don't
you.
just simply give money. You know what I mean? That's the problem I'm hearing right now. We don't
No,
just
of
give
course
money
they
to
don't
Ireland.
just give money. They use their
We don't
money
just give
to
money to
persuade
Israel.
the,
We get a
to the
lot
government and the
back.
voters.
Circa, I have a question
Like,
for
how
you.
do you think
Or-
every
okay,
dollar we
is
spend in
there-
Israel is just vapid and goes away?
We're not spending money
Listen,
in
listen,
Israel.
I
We're
have a
talking about
question.
AIPAC here.
Listen. If it's okay, if this is a partnership that if this is supposed to be beneficial to both sides, then why do they only do it with America, which is the obvious one that? Why don't they go do it with a country that needs the benefit, like South Africa? Huh?
They don't have money?
I'm just saying, why not go do this
How
with
is South Africa going to invest and help Israel defend itself militarily?
Well, I thought you said this was a partnership where they're helping the other person too. Why are they only going to a person that would benefit
Israel
them more
provides the
greatly?
U.S. with, because we build a lot of production for like tanks and actual material stuff. Israel essentially is like one of the most advanced national spy agency fucking thing, as well as they do things that are more like online. So we do get a lot out of this. And then we have a foothold in the Middle East. We chose an ally. Israel was we didn't give them a single dollar until 1969 when they proved that they could win the Yom Kippur War. And then we just chose a side. And they're an ally because they give us a lot of benefit. A massive military base, tons of fucking spy software and innovation comes from them. We don't just give them money for fun. Like the aid we spend on them, it has a benefit to us, a massive one that we just don't see because it's not on a simple balance sheet.
Wait, so that
Tomatoes the
okay?
same
So
way.
wait, hold up. So like, let me understand this. Let me understand this correctly, and I just want to make sure that I understand the benefits correctly. They provide us with a spy network in the Middle East, and
I'm
what
not
has
listening
that
too well, sorry.
network given us? Because
Our
last I
national
checked, they were the ones who gave us
intelligence
information to invade for Libya. That was incorrect. They gave us
I mean, they
information
might
for
use it to
Iraq. That was
face
also
us in the
incorrect.
future. That would
They gave us information for Iran, which was also incorrect. So I'm not sure exactly what
And
that spy
they
agency has
also-
actually given us in that time, man. But it doesn't seem
And
to be
they
too
also
great.
what?
This is more geopolitical now, okay?
False flag.
I don't think Israel trusts Trump. So I think Israel
No, of
acted
course
on
they
their
don't.
I
own.
don't think anybody trusts Trump,
So
bro.
that would
I don't even
probably
think fucking
be the
Trump
reason
trusts
that
Trump.
That's what I mean. I think Israel doesn't trust Trump. So what
No,
he
but
just
they
said, Israel,
but they do pander to him, and they do what they can to bend the knee so as to keep him on their side. They know that he could
I think
fucking
Netanyahu
flip
does
flop
not trust him
anytime.
whatsoever, though. Still, yeah,
Doesn't
I think
trust
he
him.
did. You know,
Sure.
Netanyahu was
principles,
best friends
basically.
with Joe Biden, though. Netanyahu went to his wife's fucking funeral when Joe Biden lost his daughter and wife in like 1972. They
I
were
was
like
gonna
best
say,
friends.
how long ago was that?
It's like fucking
50 years
50 or
ago?
40 years ago.
Yeah.
And
No, and we had
Biden
no
had a
reason to
good
believe
relationship
that.
with
Yeah,
Netanyahu.
yeah. I was about to say we had no reason to believe that Netanyahu and Biden. Although I would say,
I hate Netanyahu.
yeah, you know,
Sorry.
again, no, as we all do, and that goes back to why has the Israeli government not deposed Netanyahu? Why is he still in office? Because he's actually supported, is he not? His movements and his positions are
Incredibly
generally
supported.
supported by Israel.
Yeah.
So
No.
if that's the case, then
Netanyahu
Netanyahu is
won with,
actually
like,
representing
22% of the
Israel.
vote. That he's not. But Netanyahu won with 22% of the vote, I think, and he only
Yeah,
How
won
the fuck is that possible?
Whoa, horseradish. They have a different
Yes, sir.
government than us.
22.4.
Hold on. Kay doesn't talk, so let him say what he's saying, please.
They don't support Netanyahu. Actually, they're seeking criminal charges against him in this war.
Are they?
Effort
He's
has
still
been
in
yes.
the authorities. Yeah, he's
Yes,
still.
the
That's
court. The
beautiful to hear.
court literally this year said that he could no longer, because he was using a loophole about the war to avoid
To stay
court.
in
They said
office, yeah.
Yes,
Avoid
they
court,
said he
yeah.
can no longer do
Avoid
that
court.
anymore, and he's next time they're calling him to court, he's being legally required to go this time.
That's
He
right. I
is
just
going
heard
to
something.
probably
Didn't he like just leave in the middle of he was sitting in the courtroom and like claimed an excuse he had to leave for business or something?
Yeah, he said he doesn't have to go to court.
Yeah,
after his
okay.
war, pretty much.
Sorry, go on, Kay. I remember what you're talking about now. I just read about this.
So they also in Israel have been going through like elections like nonstop. I'm not sure if you were following, but I don't remember how many back to back. Was it like 5 back to back? Would you be able to?
I don't remember the number, but it was like several back to back where he, like, in the middle of questioning, suddenly got interrupted with urgent security matters and had to leave in the middle of questioning.
Yeah. How long ago was this? Because I just found a poll from a half a month ago.
October 7th happened. He was in court the same week October 7th happened.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, this was just happening like a couple of days ago, I thought.
Okay,
like within the last couple of weeks. Yeah. Like this just happened. I was just hearing about it. So I don't remember where I read it or what, but it was just recently that I read about it. That he was like in the middle of questioning and was like interrupted with urgent security measures or matters.
I'll tell you
That
what,
was a little bit off.
if he would have been reading a book
24%
to a kindergarten,
24%.
if he had been reading a book to a kindergarten class during October 7th, that would have been, I'm just saying.
Gee, what are you referring to, Lonzo? Is that a specific call out?
I'm referring to
the reason I do
bushes
support Israel, by the way, like defend them, is because the country, I think, is doesn't really. They can come back from this. I think there's still a democracy that can take accountability from Netanyahu. So it is getting harder every day because they are committing a fucking genocide. But Netanyahu is not popular in Israel.
For what it's worth, I'm just going to put this out there, Circa, my own personal, because I've got enough liquor in me that I'll actually say, like, put my flag in the sand on what I think should be happening over there. Even though ultimately I'm not there, I don't have any sort of say in the matter, and what I'm saying is probably the dumbest fucking idea possible. I don't care. What I think is there should be a east to west, halfway even amount of land drawn across the map. And I believe in whatever manner it makes it so that it intersects with the city of Jerusalem. I think that the city of Jerusalem itself should exist under the control of the United Nations as a historically relevant site, and that there should be equal-sized land that is Palestine and Israel,
Like a two-state
both
solution?
from the river to the sea. That's
I
what I
just tell
think.
you that there's multiple issues. That one, there's a more holy sites inside, just besides just
Sure,
Jerusalem.
but
and
Jerusalem
also,
specifically
there's also
is the
issue-
only one that I care about. The rest of them can keep
there's
wherever
also
they
the-
land.
And there's also the issue
Jerusalem is
of
already
fertile land
split
versus
with West
non-fertile
Bank,
land.
but
I'm sorry, what was that second thing I heard?
There's
We
also
talked
the
while
issue
Lonzo was
of
talking?
where fertile land is at.
Sure.
Circus
Okay, so yeah, 50-50, coin to flip. I don't give a fuck. But anyway, what did you say, coin?
Jerusalem is
I'm
split
sorry.
already
They
with the
developed
West
it.
Bank.
Oh, they developed
It,
it.
it wasn't always fertile.
Of course, yeah.
There
I
you go.
still
Yeah,
also
we
want
can-
to
we can-
explain
Israel
we can-
actually has one of the best.
We can help to make it fertile.
fucking universities on the planet. So that's something that we have also funded with money. Is they
Sure.
have some of the best agricultural fucking innovation on the planet.
The point I'm trying to make is I believe in a two-state solution. I believe that they should both have equal sized property. I think that Jerusalem itself, because it's such a hotbed and such a war zone, and it's so critical to the development of almost every society, all of the three major religions hold it as a critical holy site. I don't believe that it makes any sense for any fucking country, any fucking race, any religion, any ethnicity. I don't give a crap. Nobody should
Jerusalem
hold it
is split
exclusively.
right now, though.
Sure,
Jerusalem
allegedly.
is split right now. Yeah.
Mm,
I mean, no,
allegedly.
Israel just controls West Bank still, not like Gaza. Gaza was everything's controlled. Imports, job creation, fucking food, water, energy.
Sure.
The West Bank is not like that. That's why they don't have a Hamas, but it is
Right.
split right now.
And again,
I don't
both,
think a two-state solution is possible.
both
anymore,
sides
but
have done
I agree
tons
with
of
you.
shit wrong. Right. And that's the
Yeah.
thing is, like, if you look back, I don't care which window of history you go to, both sides have
You'll
done
find something.
dumb shit. Yeah. So
Yeah,
the
you'll find
point
something.
is having equal access, equal right to existence, equal whatever, equal legitimacy is the only logical fucking answer. And again, the river to the sea, so that both of them have the benefit of all access. Like, fucking duh. Why would anybody have, like, when I look at the pictures that were drawn post World War II with the creation of Israel, I'm like, what fucking idiot drew this picture?
The
Like,
British.
seriously.
guy.
The British.
Right.
British guy.
Nope. My favorite quote. Those
Yeah,
of you who have not heard it,
Declaration.
for those of you who have not heard it, I'm going to say it again for
The
you
British
guys.
did not recognize Palestine, though.
The most
so.
dangerous thing for a native people is a British man with a pencil and a map.
Oh, my favorite
Pakistan and
Truest
India.
fucking words ever said.
If you
Pakistan and India.
I do think there probably is something to say that Zionism in particular also is not a good ideology. That is for sure.
I don't believe there should be any theocratic
Wait, what?
ethno states in existence. Period.
Zionism,
But-
in and of itself,
but
is not
Zionism-
a very, it's
Does that include the Vatican? Just out of
Yes.
curiosity.
Yes. I
Yeah,
do not think that the Vatican.
Zionism?
Oh, don't get me started about the Vatican, dude. Everybody was talking about storm Area 51. Fuck that. Storm the Vatican archives. Like the amount of
Jesus
secrets
Christ.
kept, the number of secrets kept in that fucking basement. Like the amount of
The
information.
amount of kids kept in that basement. sorry.
You said it, not me. The point I'm making is no, I do not believe any theocratic ethno state should exist. Period. Full stop. Bar none.
Lame.
I will
lame,
say though
lame and
that
gay,
Israel
lame
was an
and gay.
ethno state because the world consented to it. So Israel
Sure.
did not become an ethno state by like, the normal machinations of doing it, right? Or the
Sure.
normal mechanisms of just murdering everyone. Israel was like
Yep, you're right.
created
It was-
by the
it
world
was-
to be one. So
I get it.
it is a
but I
little
still
weird.
don't think it
You
should
know,
be.
they
like
don't
you're
just
not the-
like there are like what was it, 2 million Arab Israelis?
Yep.
So
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
not like
Yeah.
even
Yep.
though you could
It's not
say it's a
exclusively,
home for
like-
the Jewish people.
I mean, can they?
then
They don't really get the
does
same
it-
representation
like,
in voting, though, right?
Then it's an
It's not
overstatement to call it an
exclusive.
ethno state, like, and you know exactly what you're doing. So
Except for the
I mean,
fact
there's
that it
different
was
types of
created,
ethno states, I guess, but-
literally for a specific ethnicity, was it not?
Yeah, it was. It was the
So-
whole world.
yeah, we
created
can
it.
change
Whether
the definition
everybody
to
agreed
mean
on
that
it.
if you want.
I'm sorry. What is the technical
I
definition
think
of an
that's harder
ethnicity?
to
Am I
do.
wrong? Am I misusing the word, Chief? I'm dead serious. Am I misusing it? Please tell
No,
me.
that's correct. But ethno states are not
Okay.
all the same. In the same way, genocide.
Oh, I agree.
Actually.
No, again,
Uh,
no. To Circa's point, I absolutely admit that not all ethno states are created equally, but I still don't
Yeah.
think that any of them should exist. They seem to me like every time I hear any
I would agree.
ethno state described, I think of white nationalists and fuck them. So it's like, and why would I say
Very
white
much.
nationalists are bad if I'm not going to say ex ethno state nationalists are good? Like the
The
hypocrisy
Zionists who
there.
advocated for it were very much influenced by the fascist governments and the fascist movements of the
Sure.
1920s.
They did
Zionism
what their
is very
enemies
much
did to
relevant.
protect themselves, and I understand.
and
the
they were-
logic,
No, they
but I'm
liked it.
still
They thought
against
the
it.
idea of it was great.
Sure.
And they
Like, the
were
Zionists thought
and
it
they
was
were
good.
and they were influenced by America's actions against Native Americans, which may I
True
point
story.
out there is lesser Native
Manifest
Americans
Destiny.
on this
Fuck
earth
all
at the
that
current
shit.
moment. There's less Native Americans on this planet currently than there was 200, 300 years ago. I don't even think there's another population that you can say has declined in 200 years. That is insane. And yet it's barely ever talked
Irish
about.
technically.
They've declined in
Irish
population in the past 20 years.
Well, they haven't. Their population isn't as high as it was before the potato
that's
famine.
is oh no, he's saying in the Americas, I believe you're talking about in America.
Oh, no,
right?
I mean in general. I mean in general as
Oh,
in a
just in
population.
general, the existence. Got
because,
you.
because think about it, populations for most in general groups have went up maybe 200%.
Exponentially.
From the early 1900s to now, whereas Native Americans have literally decreased, coming from a time period where there was no antibiotics, people were dying constantly in their 30s and stuff. No form of real medicine, life expectancy was terrible, to now coming out of that, their population is still lower than it was before that. Like, that's insane. That's just that. There's no other way to call that besides genocide. You know,
It's
But
very.
I was going to say the
Really
Rwandan genocide really
Probably
did
could
cut
fit the
down on
description,
some of the number for one.
Oh my god.
well, that's in a short time period. It's even worse though when you think about it over the time span of a couple hundred years, because it means that you've actively been doing it for a couple hundred years. There's never been a release to
multiple
allow the
generations.
numbers to expand.
And
To be
multiple
clear-
generations did it.
To be clear, I am all about carving out huge chunks of Utah and maybe some of the Dakotas and calling them the new nation of the First Nations, and basically just let's repopulate that
Yes.
region using the native indigenous of the Americas.
You think the
Huzzah.
Mormons
Mormons
gonna let that
versus
happen?
indigenous people. Let's go. Mormons
Base.
versus indigenous base. Let's see
I mean, the
it.
Palestinians didn't like it when the Israelis did it. Fucking, they can fight, I guess. Huzzah, we do that already.
I'm just saying, considering
Base,
how much
let's
money
do
the
it.
Mormons have, they ain't gonna let that fly.
Race war, holy
For
war,
what it's
race
worth,
war,
Mormon
holy
v.
war.
Indigenous would be a fight I would like to watch.
The Mormons would
I'm
win,
not
but
sure who
like,
would
I
win.
mean, I would love to see it go down. No, the Mormons would win. They're too organized, too powerful.
Going into.
Radish, I will say if the plan was actually ironed out, I would actually support.
Creating their own state. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I say it ironically.
I
and I
would
say
too.
it for the memes.
It's definitely not possible. I think at this point, unfortunately.
No, it's not, but it should be. Like
Yeah.
again,
Well, I mean,
but
it should be.
by your logic, it shouldn't have been possible when it happened to Israel. By that logic, but it happened.
You're correct. Yeah, no, you're correct. You're correct.
I mean, I don't love that it happened. Like I just said, I don't like ethnostates. But if there's gonna be one, how about fucking consistency?
Yeah,
It'd be a pretty broad.
I think we could, and like we should do it. You're right, by principle alone.
Yeah, by
You know, if you
principle.
wanna have
That's
conviction,
exactly
then say,
hypocrisy. I fucking hate hypocrisy. So if we're going to do it for them, let's do it for them. And more importantly, I think that because we know based on we're pretty sure based on science that the native indigenous culture is at least as storied and deep as the cradle of life or as the area of Jerusalem and the Abrahamic religions, right? Like, it seems to me that they have just as much like social history, and the amount of that history, because they were all word of mouth handed down, that has been lost. Anything we can do to actually preserve that culture seems like now or never. So if there ever was a time, seems like now is it. Yay, Standing Rock.
I think this might actually be the first discussion that we've had where it sounds like the first discussion that we've had so far. I think where people were like, maybe that group actually does deserve their own. I mean, too bad it's impossible.
Yay for that minority, right? Yeah, it only took us a couple of hundred fucking years, but whatever.
It happened.
But it's crazy. I think about it strange when you really listen to it that Native Americans are not discussed as heavily in really in history too. But it's like it's really crazy because when you think about what happened in Nazi Germany and you realize he's like, I got the idea from you. It's like, well, what did we do that gave you the idea?
Hitler's rhetoric is very much tactical.
There was Godwin. We broke Godwin. We couldn't help ourselves.
The reason chattel slavery, the last chattel slave in the United States, was 1942, and the reason we finally ended black slavery, like for real, was because the Allies were like, "Yo, you cannot have.
You got to knock that shit off.
We're gonna fight on behalf of the moral right." That was the last year we had. The last chattel slave was free. It was 1942.
Well, and like I just said a second ago, the American people, like, again, I'm not a big fan of like flogging the modern Americans for the dumbass shit that our founding fathers did or our past, like exists in our past. But I also don't want us to whitewash it or stop acknowledging it. I made a comment about Manifest Destiny earlier. Sure. We have a lot of shit to apologize for, but Manifest Destiny is pretty fucking high on that list. Like, and I don't feel like enough people acknowledge. Or like, I'm curious, like, not because of I'm not trying to play victim Olympics here or anything, but what is the comparison of the death based on our westward expansion versus the Holocaust? I would not be surprised to find out the numbers are pretty similar.
The Holocaust had more number taking though, better balance sheet, so it looks worse.
The thing about the difference here is that when you look at the difference. The difference here is that it's because of the time difference and when they happened. In that, like I said, the population number expanded greatly, especially going into the early 1900s. The reason is that the difference is that when you look at what happened in Nazi Germany at the time, not only was that increase in population also one of their excuses of like, there's too many of them and we must remove them and nobody else wants to take them. But also when you look at it, the amount that they eliminated being 6 million has to be scaled up has to be scaled down greatly in comparison to before due to the amount of the population of Native Americans hasn't gone through the same growth yet. I think it'd been like 100 years or so ahead before that. You know what I'm saying? Like the population would have probably tripled or quadrupled in that time if they were not being actively forced into small camps and then, either being killed or being, what's the word? Where you make it where they can't have children anymore.
Euthanized? Sterilized.
Sterilized.
Sorry. Sterilized. There you go. Sterilized.
Euthanized.
Being sterilized. euthanize, very different thing.
Sorry,
to sleep.
Sterilized or being killed or just straight up being separated and being rounded or like kind of like animals. So it's like, and in that time span, they not only did they not, like, a big part of the issue there with Native Americans is that not only did they kill a ton of them, but another part was that they couldn't have kids. A lot of them could not have kids. They were separated from their tribe. So the tribes that would have had a history that would have been passed down for generation is gone because they were separated from them. Same thing can kind of be said about what happened with slaves, except at least they have written records for a large part still in Africa, but a lot of Native Americans were still
Because
here
they
being
tracked
pulled away
that
from their
money.
land on another part of the continent.
No, you're right. And a lot of the estimates are of the deaths during the westward expansion are just that, estimates. Like, we don't have a fucking census of how many natives were wiped out in these. Like, they didn't count the fucking bodies, as insensitive as that sounds. Like, they weren't terribly concerned, but I also feel like a lot of the military at that time did actually keep a head count of their kill count, because as gross as it is, that's a pretty common thing in warfare, is like keeping a body count. Now, I would also argue with myself and say, but they probably inflated those numbers to some degree. But I bet you there is at least some level of accuracy or
better than just
believability to
guessing,
the estimates.
basically.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm pretty sure that there's some sort of record keeping, but not nearly the level that, like you said, slavery or whatever. Yeah, the Holocaust.
Full census.
and I think-
Census would have.
And probably
Yeah,
one of the
Germans
worst
treated
factors
them
of it is the fact.
like pieces of labor, right? So they were very methodical about the movement.
Yeah, exactly. They kept the tracking, just like slavery. They kept track very close.
One
God
thing.
damn it,
Most of it
colonists.
happened in the Bloodlands, right? So, like by
One
gunshot.
One thing the Germans are good at is keeping records.
Yeah, keeping track of shit. Yeah, no, it's true. But once again, the slave owners were known for the same thing, because they could,
it was
like,
property.
yeah,
Like
it's
a property.
property, as gross as that sounds. So it was, they
had,
kept
like, a
track.
value.
Yeah. And there's a
And
lot of
I
records
think
maintained.
a large part of what makes it so horrible, what happened to Native Americans, is that the difference between what happened with the Germans is that, at least when it comes to the Germans, if you mention the Nazis, to most people, even some of the most heinous people in our society, if you mention the Nazis and what they did, they go, yeah, that was messed up. The issue is,
You
here
mean
with
modern
Native
day?
Americans. Yes,
Modern
the current
day,
day and age.
but
Yeah.
You mentioned
People who are
You mentioned
were
what-
alive then say it's the best years of their life still. Like, it was
Yeah.
not a very uncommon thing for people who did live through the Third Reich to say that it was the best years of their life.
The trains
Nazi
ran on
state were
time.
They were very good
Yeah,
to
you
the
know,
people
the
who were
Deutsche Bahns.
included inside the Third Reich. But if you were outside of that
Then-
circle, it was radically.
But I think
excluded,
the
right?
point he's saying is that modern day, we can look back over our shoulders and everybody can universally say, except the people perhaps who lived at the time, can look back and say, yeah, we shouldn't have fucking did that, or that was some really bad shit. But Lonzo, I think the point
we
you're
are
making
living
is that
through
we
a
look back on
populist-
Manifest Destiny and we look about the Westward expansion, and most people are like, yeah, I mean, whatever. I think we killed some natives. I don't know, whatever. Like, didn't they shoot at us first? Like, they make stupid ass. Is that kind of where you're going, Lonzo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a well, we had a couple of wars with the Native Americans, and it's like, no, we murdered them. We
Multiple millions.
completely wiped their numbers off the map. Like, they don't.
We
they
literally
barely
wiped
exist.
out their fucking cultures, dude. like
the native group of this, like, people, like, to give people an idea of what that would be. Imagine if us, as the current Americans in this country, were to now 200 years from now, there you would see one or two of us walking around, while there's an entire different group that looks nothing or sounds nothing like us, that owns the entire continent now, and we
That's
are
what
just
the
a
liberals
rare
want.
specialty that they see.
Okay.
Hot take. The only difference between a concentration camp and a reservation is the barbed wire. Oh.
No, I agree with that.
What?
Are
you what? Whoa! What?
No, concentration.
No, I agree with
Wait,
that.
modern reservations, or what? What do we mean by
No.
this?
No, well, concentration.
Rand.
I said it was a hot
from
take.
the idea of reservations. So,
But
What
the,
do you mean?
the
You
idea of putting them into a small controllable space and limiting the resources available to them and exploiting them in every way possible is what I mean,
I would call
the
that
only
a
difference
This
is
is
there
getting
weren't,
ridiculous.
there weren't gas
this is
chambers on the
ridiculous.
reservations, but instead there was like planned
It was by
alcoholism. There
Well, there
was
doesn't-
like
They were
you could talk about the fucking blankets. Jesus Christ, like,
Gambling.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
so you're
again,
talking about old reservations, not modern ones.
Yeah.
That's why I asked modern.
yeah, no,
and you
no,
didn't
of course.
answer.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Horses
I
out
told
here
you it was a
comparing
hot
gas
test.
chambers to like the sweat lodge.
No,
No,
I'm
but yeah,
comparing it to
no,
the
I
fucking
don't think it's
smallpox
that
blankets.
different.
Thank you very much.
No,
Obviously,
Okay.
they're like
Radish.
completely different from each other and
Yes, sir.
control, but they end up with
I
a
just-
similar outcome. They're not stupid
I
to
did-
compare.
I just want to be
Yeah.
a bit of a pedant because you don't necessarily
no,
need
do
a
it.
gas chamber or a concentration camp. I'm just being a
No.
being a
No,
pedant.
No, fair.
yeah,
Not all concentration
That's not a
camps have guys.
concentration camp at all.
I wanted to.
No,
I
no
knew
Yeah,
somebody
that's a
was going to say
stereotype,
something.
actually. That's a stereotype.
Oh, was that insensitive of me, Kenny?
They're like
Insensitive of me?
They're different.
Yeah, yeah.
But they kind of
Some concentration camps are in the middle of nowhere China, and they have, they have nice school rooms, and you get to paint
Oh,
and
did you
shoot.
make a
cameras
Uyghur
are
joke?
around.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just did a
that's
Uyghur
right.
joke.
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
Yeah, I
well
did.
played, bro. Well
Grant,
played.
Nice job,
the
dude.
few
Bro.
tribes
Thank you.
took on the aspect of fighting each other, like French versus the English. It doesn't
Mhm.
mean that we can just exterminate all the Native Americans, bro.
Yeah, true.
No, we should.
Well-
We should exterminate all the French.
And
Try
I'm
that
curious,
idea.
and I would. that hurts me. I would love for somebody, if any of y'all, specifically, I'm looking at you, Doomer, wanted to make a comparative analysis of the extermination of the native population of the United States versus the extermination of the Jewish people. I would really be interested in seeing just a comparative analysis of like numbers, methods, strategies, like propaganda,
I think
et
the total
cetera, et cetera.
Holocaust number is like 11 to 18 million, depending on how many Soviets you add. That's not just Jewish specifically, but
Yeah.
it depends on which historian
bro,
you're talking to.
I'm Polish. You don't have to tell me it wasn't just Jews in the
also
concentration
remember
camps.
the Roman.
May I point out too that
Romani.
that the
The
British
Romans?
specifically
The blood
seem to be the contributors of it.
Poland's called.
The British seem
Yeah,
to be direct.
we have been
contributors
fucked
to-
a lot in history.
The British. I was gonna say the British seem to be
The
direct
amount of people who have
contributors to
died
numerous,
in Poland and that greater area is just unimaginable. It's literally
It's also
unimaginable.
why we're really, really tough and we're really good at suffering for what it's worth. So
Well, that's-
Poland,
I mean,
there's
right
a
now,
reason though,
Ukraine
because
is
Poland is so
straight up-
flat.
when you look
I'm not
at
sure
when
why.
you look at
Insult.
like
thank you for not
Well,
making
like,
it about
Jake-
potatoes, asshole.
Well, because Poland's so flat, so it's a great invasion pathway.
It's just
from Europe
easy.
to Russia.
You're just there. You're just in the way.
The
Yeah, no,
problem is
literally.
that Poland has
Literally.
all those femboys. All right, why wouldn't you want to
Nowadays.
invade with all those femboys?
Oh
there?
That's
my God,
because
I
all the
mean-
strong warriors were fucking killed, dude.
What do you mean the
I
femboys
was-
are the
I
strongest
was-
warriors?
Columbus
They can get
and-
fucked in the ass and keep on going. What do you mean? They're strong as hell.
Wow.
You know what? Okay.
Jesus Christ, we're getting
That's a
dark.
crazy
man.
way
You
to
know
put it.
that Columbus kept like journals of how much he fucking killed and sold like children into slavery, right?
Mhm,
I
mhm.
think we do have an impact of what Columbus did on the Americans.
Yeah, no, yeah, true story.
Well, he
Uh,
never. Well, Columbus never came to mainland America, anyways. But another thing I was going to say is that if you notice the
Wait.
all of the
Are
places
you
that
saying he
put in-
didn't land at Plymouth Rock? Sorry.
No, Plymouth Rock landed on him.
I was
I'm trying
gonna
to
say-
say that when you look at when you
Well
when you
done.
look at when you look at all the
Cheers.
when you look at every place that the British have colonized, you'll notice a pattern, and the pattern usually is a mass grave of native indigenous people. When you look at Canada, America, Australia, New Zealand, it just seems to be a repetitive process that keeps happening.
Canada was
with them.
France, wasn't it?
No,
Canada
part of
wasn't the
Canada was
British.
France. No, part of Canada was France.
the initial.
That's the
though.
British. But the British.
I mean, literally, the French did
It's
it
the
too,
British.
though. So it's
That's
not
why they're
like
still
it
part of the
was
Commonwealth.
only the British. Because I
Yeah.
mean, look at Haiti.
Well, no, but I'm just pointing out a consistency.
Didn't the
with,
Spanish
yeah,
do it a little bit
that's
too?
But
No, they were
but here's the
primarily
thing.
course
South
they did.
America.
But here's the
Spanish be
difference
freaky.
with each one of. But here's the difference with them. Yeah, for example, the Spanish when they went there, the people who were there, those Native American tribes, ended up being mixed in with the Spaniards. The French, same thing kind of happened, although they brought slaves to a lot of those places, which also then mixed in with the natives there. But when you look at the English, every single one of those places are now majority the British people now. Australia is majority were British. The
Hold on.
The Spaniards
The British,
fucking
the
decimated
Spaniards, the French.
Mayans,
Do they all have anything in common? I'm
Nothing I can think of.
just curious.
diseases that the
Oh, wait a minute.
people who lived in the Americas
They're all
couldn't
Latin-based
fucking figure
languages.
out.
Fucking blame Italy. Sorry.
Spanish.
Has
Spanish
Italy
the last
actually
one?
done it?
We're
Radish.
back to the Vatican
Yes, sir.
again. Let's go.
Isn't it a Romance language?
We are.
Wait, isn't Spanish a Romance language? What?
Yeah, Spanish is a Romance language.
But it's still based in
Is that
Latin.
Latin?
But it's
Yes.
still, it's still a Latin-based language.
Still Latin language.
Dude, I'm so fucking ignorant on languages.
Oh, same.
Words
But I
are my
just
favorite
know
thing.
random-
You like numbers, I like words. So, anyway, what were you about?
Wow.
Somebody said my name. Say my
you-
name. Say my name.
We were
What?
we were just talking about Poland, right? So
We were. Could be careful.
There's this one libertarian former elected official. I just sent you a link.
I see you sent me a picture. Okay. What about this person?
No, it's just
Oh, I gotta click
keep in
it.
mind he is a quintessential like right libertarian. And-
Okay.
Never heard those words. put
Okay,
together
picking
in
up
the
an
same
anime
sentence.
femboy at a cosplay convention. Okay.
Based.
Yeah. Cheers to that.
I'm gonna take me a little bit of a trip over to Poland.
I
So
just
you're
think that's
saying
hysterical.
like
Well, so since
What are you talking
since
about?
we're
Mass
rolling
graves?
Poland, I just want to point out that as I've said many times, their two primary
We're roasting. They have my
exports
favorite
are
shit.
porn and meth. So be careful. I just
Are you like doing
porn and meth.
Holocaust denial
They're
right now?
biggest
What's
exports.
going on here?
I thought you said
Are you
Back
saying
is
the
so
mass
bad.
graves were not real?
Who said that?
Ex-testy. Are you talking about the
Oh,
Holocaust?
there's somebody in the chat.
the
Mass graves was a
Are we talking about the Holocaust? I really hope not.
Penetrating riches, not totally reliable. No bodies have been exhumed or found. Here, yeah. I just,
Oh my god, dude! Come on.
This is why the Jays
I-
lost.
Textbook fucking Holocaust denial.
This is why. You mean the Dodger and the Dodgers won?
Yes, this is why that happened. That whole
Okay.
paragraph is the reason for that.
Is because of Tess Johnson? Got you.
I thought we were talking about a different type of Jays. I was really worried for a second.
I want you to know.
I know.
Ex-testy,
That's
that
why I
most
had
of
to
the people who
clarify,
died-
Lonzo.
Most of the people who died by the stormtroopers in Poland, like the majority of people died by gunfire. They didn't dig mass graves, bro. They just kept on moving to the next home.
Just left. They just left them there.
They literally were regular police officers with SA officers, and they told to shoot everyone, literally. So
May I
don't know
point out
why
stupidest
you would
argument-
bring that up, unless you were thinking
Stupidest
of
argument
Holocaust
being-
denial, fucking shit.
Mass
Stupid argument being,
graves.
they left the bodies there. Well, I mean, there was no bodies. Yeah, because they fucking buried them. Their families tried to bury them. What are you talking about?
Johnson, you
No,
brave,
in
sir.
Poland.
You're invoking
Poland,
a
no one
room
buried
full
anyone.
of actuallys and debaters. So
Actually.
I gotta give you props. I gotta give you props for saying some crazy shit. That's interesting. Okay,
Wait, what
yeah.
did you
See,
say?
he's not doing
Wait, what-
Holocaust.
what are
Thank
you
you.
trying to say
Thank
then?
you, Johnson, for clarifying.
What are you trying to say?
He's
here?
talking about
Appreciate
the
it.
Jays.
You don't. Yeah, he's okay. He's talking about the natives, the Native
not doing a
American,
Holocaust
the
denial.
indigenous.
When I asked you about World War II, you said, "Yeah, I've looked into it," so that's why.
Gotcha. Yeah, sorry. Everybody simmer down. Everybody simmer down. Yeah, like I said, meth and porn. That's what Poland. That's
We're
what
back
Poland
to
brings to the
meth.
world these days.
Meth is
Oh, I
so
see a
basic
higher
should be
no mass
legalized.
grave camp.
What did you just say,
That's pretty bait. Oh shit.
dude? No.
No,
I'm
what
just gonna
happened?
put this out there. I'm literally hitting marijuana on stream, right? I will push for most regulations to be lifted on drug controls. I think mushrooms, every human being should at some point in their life do mushrooms one time because it's like taking a squeegee to your brain and going, but as far as meth goes, dude, if I find out a person does meth or has done meth, I'm immediately skeptical of every goddamn thing you do, and I'm never going to leave you alone in the room. Like I'm sorry. Full stop.
I think
That
it's
is me being
Cannot
edgy.
trust a meth head.
And I agree
Reggie,
with everything
I don't know how you
said,
feel about
Radish,
but I think it's very
Radish, that is me
interesting
being edgy.
and awesome that
Hold on,
you
let
can,
Leafy stay.
you can hit that vape on screen because there are people still in jail right now for that exact same thing, and for some reason they
It's a
can't
fucking
vote.
goddamn tragedy. And I'm going to say right now that
I
every
didn't mean
person
to,
who is
man.
incarcerated for
I
cannabis
think
or
I just
cannabis-related,
misunderstood
non-violent cannabis-related crimes should not only be released immediately, but I think that they should also be pipelined into training and brought immediately into the legal cannabis industry right now. Because the
Faith,
fact we have people like, we wish we knew how good to sell weed that they fucking do. Like, what the hell? So if you have nothing else on you but weed, you should be put into a pipeline to the industry immediately.
How do you
That's
get
the
a
best
violent- how do you
reparations
get-
we can do. I'm sorry.
How do you get a violent weed crime where you like?
No, so
did you hit
no,
me
it's
once
it's
too
always
hard?
it's always combined with. So in other words, if a lot of weed crimes or a lot of weed
If you have a scale on
cases
you or something.
Well, exactly. You've got paraphernalia on you when you get into an altercation, right? So let's say you were pulled over for gun violence, or you were like arrested for gun violence, but or assault, violent assault,
Or resisting arrest.
but
is
you
really
had a
one of them.
sack on you. Which, for the record, hey, I'm old. Fuck off. For the record, I'm going to put this out there. I've been around a lot of people doing a lot of drugs. I don't think there's a drug I can name or that you can name that I haven't hung out with a person while they were doing it. And I have yet to see a person who was on weed and only weed get violent, period. But that said, usually the people who smoke weed, it's because they're naturally violent and they're trying to knock that shit off. But that said, if you were in a crime and you had weed or a pipe or something, then you would have a violently related weed crime. Does that make sense?
Okay, now my other question is, how do you even take meth? I forgot. Like, I feel like I'm
You want me to describe the process to you? Actually, you don't just smoke from a pipe. You got to heat up the pipe underneath. It's the whole thing.
Well, I was gonna say,
a lot
it's
of
like
people, if you ain't got money, you
inject
use a light bulb.
You rub it
But
directly into your
you-
eyeballs, and then through osmosis, you will get
Oh my
extremely.
God.
You can take it every way. Imagine.
way in your
You
butt.
you
Yeah,
or
there's
you
all
can
kinds of
versatile.
ways, but the most common is to smoke it and you use it. You can't put the
Yeah.
fire directly to it. Is the point?
Personally, I prefer the baggy in the ass method, but like, I mean, this is me.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's
for
highly
later.
effective.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's myth, bro. Yeah.
I'm thinking of crack right now, but
Well,
methamphetamine is different.
yeah. So okay,
They're very
fun fact,
different.
because I used to have a chemist friend, and he used to love to make the joke that most people, when they eat fish, they're freebasing it, and they don't
Oh my
realize
God.
it. Yeah, because every time you put lemon on a salmon, you freebasing, bro. So, but anyway. And once you understand the science behind that joke, then it's like, oh, it's that simple. Like, I'm not giving you the recipe here, but if you understand what I'm getting at, you understand how to do it. So, and that's the other thing is like most drugs can be done intravenously, whether you should or not is a whole nother conversation. But then there's plenty of people. Like, I remember when I was in high school, there were actual things. And again, I'm not going to do this on stream. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. I'm not giving you the recipe, but there are ways to stick other kinds of things up your ass, and that way you don't smell it on my breath no more. And it's like, or on tampons was also a thing in my high school.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That could be dangerous. That could be
it
dangerous,
can be
man.
super dangerous. Like that was how it
Yeah.
became
I
such
tell
a
you.
like everybody
Poison.
found out about it because kids were
Right.
dying.
Why
Yeah,
is there a
Radish,
race car in your ass?
you learn. Radish, you learn how to
It's not a
stick
race
things up your
car.
ass in high school. That's not a skill. I
Testy
think
taken
not a
by-
I
life
miss
skill
the
you're going to
days
use.
when people only put toys and other people up there. What happened to the good days? Jesus Christ!
right. I miss the hamsters. Wow.
No,
that conspiracy
nothing.
was amazing.
What do you mean by missed?
Richard Gere.
I know.
Never lived that
The
one
rich
down.
thank you. You're
personally-
old enough to
I personally
remember,
think the
Leafy.
worst-
Thank you.
He didn't stand
I feel
a
validated.
chance.
Type of drug
There was a
addict to be
whole
around would
episode
be
of
alcoholics.
South Park
Alcoholics are
that
the
they
worst
made
in
off
my
of
opinion.
that too.
South Park
The
about it. Yep.
Lemoids.
That's right. And everybody knew that one. Yeah, you can't escape that smoke, dude. Like that shit sticks. That shit sticks like tar. Yeah. Anyway. I'm going to go ahead and start signing out, guys, because I stayed on an hour past. This has been a blast. I've enjoyed the conversation, and this
Me
was
too. I was
an
supposed to be
absolute
Borderlands.
fucking hoot.
My
Yeah, I got a beautiful woman in bed waiting for me. So I'm going to go ahead and say once again, every single one of y'all, I appreciate the fuck out of you. I mean that with every drop of my soul. Every one of y'all who shows up, and both of my judges, Chief, you were actually able to stay the whole time, even if you are being quiet. And I know you're just
Unreal.
I
getting
was
started
torturing
listening.
him like
I
a
know.
good chunk of this.
Yeah. Oh, I saw the chat. I know. Oh, Dizzle. Now you show up. Fuck me. Coin. Excuse me. It's gonna take me a second. It took me a minute with Rook, but I promise I will train it out of myself. Mr. Patriot, I appreciate you both as judges, and I appreciate both of y'all sticking it out for the conversation as well. Lethe, a pleasure as always. Lonzo, we forgive you for earlier, even if you did fall flat on your face. We still love you for it. Circa, dude, I'm glad you joined us. Even if we just like yelling at you, I'm seriously glad you're here. And of course, Groofus and Kay, both of y'all, thank you, Gorps, for letting you guys come over and play with me from time to time. I appreciate every one of y'all. I know. I only get y'all's attention when Gorps isn't on. I understand I'm second rate. At least Doomer seems to enjoy me more these days. I think that's just because I have as much gray hair as him. So with that said, I'm gonna dump everybody in my chat over into Lethe's chat, and you guys can keep on going on. I don't. You ain't got to get out of here. You ain't got to go elsewhere, but I got to go the fuck home. So good night, everybody.
Thanks again.
See you.
No, thank you guys.
Thank you for the
Cheers.
invite, my
And
friend.
next time I'm going
My
to
pleasure. I'll see you guys.
I'm going to actually read.
See y'all. Yeah. Dope. That would be wonderful. And hopefully people will respond a little quicker. And yeah, cheers. It doesn't matter. It's
appreciate you.
It's fun every time. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody give this man a follow. Give this man your love, and y'all have a great week. I'll see you guys. Actually, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow morning. I've got to go pick up my buddy who came into town. It's a 12-hour drive for me because he didn't come into my town. Yeah, 6 hours each way. Woo! Yeah, but I like to do it, so he's worth it. But there's a good chance he's actually going to be on stream with me on Monday night while we're doing our stuff, because he is easily the best sketch artist I've ever known, and I just want to get a goddamn camera on him while he's drawing. So you guys will get the treat there. That said, have a great night, gentlemen, and thank you again, all of y'all. Cheers.
Peace out, horseradish.
See you.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Lonzo. I understand it was very difficult, and you were trying to work through some very, very strong influences to get your points across.
That was a very strange feeling for a debate, in the not being able to come up with anything.
I wasn't here to see the context of what happened. I don't fully understand.
Lonzo was doing his best impression of Joe Biden in a debate, and he nailed it 100%.
Okay.
So
what happened to me during my first debate?
I just sat there and I talked, and I don't even remember what I said, but I remember I talked, and then he just kept talking, and I was like, and then there was a conversation that was supposed to be happening. There was supposed to be a mutual exchange of words happening in this conversation, and I just remember that it did not feel like that was what was happening, and then I froze, and then I just gave up, and everybody was making fun of me, and I just wanted to go home. And it was, I did my best.
It reminded me of people that like smoke weed for the first time and then try to like talk to people at a party.
Oh gosh.
He's like, wait a minute, these words aren't coming out the way. Wait a minute, somebody said something else. Oh no, I missed the whole thing. The party's over and you're just standing there.
I was like, listen to me. I swear I'm saying something right now. Just listen.
Yeah, Mo, usually people just eat
that was supposed to be my
ice cream
saving
and
grace.
don't debate people, but that's not how this works now. We have good drugs.
Man.
All the drugs.
Man.
And then I got robbed because
It'll go better next time.
The dude that I was debating against just ignored most of my arguments and just went, the law says people can't vote in jail.
Is that actually what happened?
What's funny?
That's such a bad argument.
Let me tell you
That's pretty
something.
much what it
I was listening to it. And I was like, yo, this might be the best one. I was like, why couldn't I have gotten this? I started to feel better, and I was listening to that debate, and I was like, man, I wanted to debate this. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just wait till y'all are done.
Yeah.
Then,
like, basically, I'm mostly arguing that the system is messed up, and there are people in prison that shouldn't be in prison, and they should be able to advocate for themselves through voting. And this dude's just like, well, all of them deserve to be in prison, so what's the problem?
Wait, what was his argument?
Oh, he basically brought up the Constitution and like what rights you lose by doing a crime.
He basically was saying that he was like, well, they're in prison because they were found guilty, which means that they deserve to be in prison, which is why they don't deserve their rights. And it's like, well, no, the point that he's making right now is that people are wrongly imprisoned, regardless of if they were supposedly put there under the judicial process that said, yeah, they were guilty. There's still a ton of people who, in fact, were not guilty. I mean, there's a majority of people that go to prison go on plea deals in the first place. So, like, what do you, like, your statement is just flawed. Like, and also, even if these people were guilty, tell me why they don't deserve the same rights when it comes to their political voice as other people. Oh, because they would somehow be a voting bloc that would somehow be harmful to the rest of us, so that our politicians would always try to lean towards them. That's an absurd statement to make, simply because of the fact that anything that would be beneficial to our prison population would not somehow be harmful to us. And the idea that they would just be able to go and ask for things such as shorter sentencing and stuff like that. First off, that actually is a positive, but the idea that they'd just be like, we're going to pardon all the people who've committed second-degree homicides, and they're going to go, oh, let me go vote for this person. How would that not harm their actual voters in the first place? Even the people who, like, no politician would run on that, because majority of the country is also hard on crime. Nobody's going to go, oh, they're gonna do that. Thank God, that's exactly what I'm voting for. They're gonna lose their actual voting block by doing that for what, a couple million votes? Fucking cut it out. Like, absurdity.
So,
the amount of prisoners who actually might do the vote. So yeah.
So like, there was one 200 thing, and I was like, you brought up a thing like I wanted to get the plea deals, and I was gonna bring up the dude in California that got picked up for murdering his father, and they interrogated him without letting him sleep. They brought his dog in, threatened to put his dog to sleep if he didn't confess, and eventually this dude confessed to killing his dad with scissors, and his dad was still alive and he was visiting his sister. Like, these things happen.
Classic California moment.
True. These things do happen.
I'm just ragging on California because I have a chance to rag on California.
Hey, every chance you get.
Base.
Because, you know, we just won the World Series.
I don't know. The argument for people voting seems like a pretty straightforward one. It's like, do you think that just because you're in prison, you shouldn't have like fundamental basic rights? Two, if the amount of people that are in prison are enough to sway a vote, then there's too many people in prison.
Yeah, there's too many fucking prison.
Yeah, you have too many people in prison, and you have an authoritarian prison state. It gives them something to connect to the outside world, and probably easier to reform. And plus, like, what about like political opposition being arrested and innocent people being arrested, like the people that got arrested for like weed, right? Such as what Horseradish was bringing up. It seems pretty straightforward to be like, yeah, there seems to be like no negatives to them really voting and a lot of positives. So why, not?
You know what's really funny about the whole thing about, was like about the, okay, damn it. Wow, my brain went blank for a second. I'm still feeling it today.
I'm sorry.
It is really funny.
I'm thinking asshole.
God damn it. The idea that anybody who would vote that would be somehow, because they have committed a crime, even if they had committed a felony, is somehow a bad vote for all of us. What's funny to me about that is like, that comes from a person who clearly has nobody that they know who's been to jail, knows nobody who's ever like dealt with even been into a courtroom at that point. Like, the idea that these people committed a crime, so they're bad for the rest of society. They're only going to do things that would harm the rest of society. It's like, what is that argument? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, that position in itself is almost a non-starter in any real like political discourse. I feel like, because even people who are on the right side of the spectrum, completely opposite to me, people who are against reform to some degree, at least understand that there are people who are in prison, who are good people, Like, there's not, like, I doubt there are people who are just like, everybody in the fucking jail cells, everybody in the prison cells is the tattletale strangler. Like, that's all they see when they think of everybody in there. But that's the way he was trying to present his argument. It's like every person in prison would be a bad vote to have because they're all terrible people who have done something bad enough to be deemed no longer acceptable within society, which isn't even the purpose of prison. Yeah, sure, it's part of it is to be separated from society, but the purpose is to reform them. If you don't even think that, if you think the only purpose of prison is to say, hey, you're on time out from being a human, what the fuck what's the point then? Fuck it, just line up and shoot them at that point. Like, what are you talking about? There's no reason to even have a prison system at that point. There's like, it's his argument
or a judicial system
was just
It's also goofy
yeah.
because I pointed out in my opening argument, America has the highest prison population in the world, above India and above China. And then he's like, America doesn't have the highest prison population.
No.
And I'm like, they do. And I even said,
No.
like, not per capita based on population, but in general, based on numbers, we have the highest prison population. And he's just like, well, no, they don't. I'm like, well, what country does if you're saying we don't?
Well, here's my counter argument to that. No.
Well, because China doesn't count their Uyghur population or Uyghur concentration camps as prisoners.
Yeah, that's not a
and
prison.
they don't count a lot of their. Well, no, but it de facto is a prison.
Dude, they're not prisoners. They're being re-educated. They're fine. Didn't you see the tour of the one prison where they obviously had everything set up? They were painting and they were singing. It's like a day camp for adults.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
I have a question. I have a question. What is the intention, do you believe, for the Uyghurs within within China? What do you think their intentions are with them?
I have no fucking.
Oh, it's probably actually to re-educate. I do think it is an actual
That's what I think
intention
it is,
to re-education. It's a cultural genocide. They don't really want to kill the Uyghurs, so they don't care if they do die. What they want is for them to assimilate to the Chinese sphere of
Chinese
influence
culture?
and basically become like second-class Chinese citizens. But like this is done through force because if they don't want
Second-class
that,
Chinese citizens.
yes.
You believe that that part I don't know about. Do you believe that
I don't know if
that
I don't know if
want
they give them
second-class
Chinese citizenship.
That's exactly the difference.
Yeah, they would, because China already has a policy and law system in place that makes it hard to travel from prefecture to prefecture. So they could just basically reject and discriminate against the Uyghurs. Even with citizenship, they could just be like, yeah, you can't leave your prefecture into any other like prefecture of influence. It would be pretty easy.
Well, they have the ability to do so. That does not guarantee that they will do so. And I know that currently, I'm not speaking about in the future tense. I am speaking in the future tense because I know currently that is possibly what's happening with them. What I'm saying is that, do you think that it is their intention to continuously forever keep them as a second-class citizenship within China? And keep in mind, the reason I'm asking this is because it does hold, in my opinion, a lot of similarities to Native Americans in the U.S. to the way that they were put in re-education camps and stuff. But I also think that there's a slight difference between the two due to the fact that they're not actively sterilizing majority of these people and like getting rid of them, cutting their numbers down. But I think that they are destroying them culturally, which is an issue to me.
What they're doing is, to my knowledge, more like what the U.S. did to the Japanese during World War II, rather than what the U.S. did to the Native Americans.
I could picture the Chinese being upset that they didn't get to do that to the Japanese, actually.
Like,
My God!
Oh, that was great. You need to be on drugs more often.
Dude, that's pretty fucking funny. Dude, I could just imagine like somebody in the Chinese government just going, "Fuck FDR, fuck him. It should have been me.
Should have been us.
It should have been us. Been killing motherfuckers." No.
Like the one thing that unites most
Send
of
them
Asia
over
is
here.
hate of the Japanese, like just flat out.
Yeah.
We were at war with them before you were. What the fuck is this?
Fuck it.
There's
send
like
them
a
over here
little,
so we
you
can
know, in
leave
those,
them in camp.
You know, in those video games where you make a choice and it like says like a note at the top, it's just like China will remember this. Just fuck.
There's still a party going on in the back. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
just stuck
I
here.
could hear that.
I want the entire country of like Japan to be my PR agent though. Like imagine being like one of the most like ruthless and fucked up like societies in history with like some of the most like, I guess you would call it, I would still call it modern history, like war crimes and just absolute atrocities and just a heinous view of the world. And now everybody's like, dude, I love Japan, one of the best countries, one of the safest countries, Kawaii Desune. I love anime. I love hentai. I like Jav porn. It's awesome. This is great. You know,
just
like
anime.
one of those things.
like even Canada, like I mean, Canada got away with so much. Like Canada's like war crimes, and also like the even like when the Native American like graves came out, Canada kind of just like brushed it off because like it's good PR. It's like, hey, we're the good America. We're like America if we weren't bad, and they get away with it. Just it's just like the PR is insane, but even like now some people are like Canada isn't so great anymore, right? Like it's starting to kind of crumble, but Japan's still holding on to this like we are this like great like near perfect country on a PR like world stage view.
Well,
we acknowledge our past wrongdoings. Okay.
98% of Japanese are Japanese, so it's kind of like
not
fucking
90% of water is water.
Dude, I'll see like white like influencers that had like Black Lives Matter in their profile also go to Japan and be like, they'll point to a sign that says like Chinese not allowed, fuck those dogs, and they'll be like, yo, just isn't this kawaii? This is so cute. In Japan, they just do it differently, guys. Racism is
Japanese scientists, when they learn that if you stab a child with bubonic plague infected sword in his heart, it still dies of bubonic plague. Sugoi Subarashi. I quit.
Oh my god.
My lord. Like it is truly a special country, and I don't know how they've gotten away with any of it, to be honest with you.
I'm
but
gonna say if your country takes 2 nukes to the face, you're gonna get a lot of charitability from the rest of the world. That's how it works. If you tank 2 nukes and still come back and hand people anime, they're probably going to let you slide on a lot of stuff you did.
I don't think they tanked it, really. I think they didn't.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah.
I think tanking is kind of an overstatement.
Tanking is not the word I would use to describe.
I literally lived in Nagasaki for a little bit, and I've been through where the bomb was dropped, and I could tell you, like, once you like walk through that, they didn't tank it. There was no tanking of the bomb. Absolutely, it was. They actually explicitly make you realize they didn't take it. The first thing they do is like after they take you through this nice little modern building and you go downstairs, like all the signs, by the way, are like guilt trips. It's like, yeah, this is where all the innocent people died right here. This is where some of the, you know,
that sounds like
but like you go in, the first thing they do is they're like, here's some pictures of children burned on the ground from the bomb. Here's a mom who found a random child and is breastfeeding her as she has radiation burns across her face. And here's some children. Yeah, that's school. The bomb was actually like 3 kilometers away from this school. Here's a picture of what it was like before. Here's afterwards. And here's the burned uniforms. Here's the burned lunch boxes. Here's the burned like shingles from the roof and stuff. Oh yeah, there was a hospital, by the way. Oh, also, did you know that Nagasaki was like where was an international district, and they had the most amount of Catholics. Here's the Catholic Church beforehand. Here's afterwards. Look at the angel with its wings burned off. Isn't that symbolic? And they like walk you through it, man. It's fucked up. They didn't tank it. The town was destroyed. They even have like a holographic dropping of the bomb where they gather everybody every 15 minutes to watch the bomb like fall, and it just turns because Nagasaki is like it's surrounded by mountains with a river that cuts through and then like goes to the sea, and you just see the bomb drop and then boom, the entire area turns like white, and then you can see the radiation levels spread out from it. They didn't tank it.
Listen, we wouldn't have hit the Catholic Church if they were not hiding terrorists under it. And I think that needs to be acknowledged in that history lesson. Okay, Japan's not teaching history correctly. Every hospital, every church, every single building that we should not have bombed with the nuke, there was a Japanese soldier hiding under it.
There's
with
tunnels.
Yeah,
All
they
the
had tunnels under
all
Even
the
though
tunnels.
it's hard to do tunnels in Japan, they had tunnels under every single one of those buildings.
There were so many tunnels. I tell you, our intelligence says there were tunnels under every building.
Really big tunnels, beautiful tunnels, honestly.
Big, beautiful
never
tunnels
I've never
everywhere.
seen tunnels like this. My tunnel guy looked at it, he said, "Oh my god, we've never seen tunnels this well done."
No, they don't hide their terrorists. They just move them around. They play musical chairs with their terrorists.
They play whack-a-terrorist.
We got tired of fucking playing and just bombed the whole thing. You know what's crazy actually when it comes to Japan? It turns out that we dropped more explosives and actual raw, like just munitions that we dropped on Japan compared to the actual 2 nukes that we dropped. So like
talking about the
the fact that it took, like the fact that it took 2 nukes they were like, okay, they bought out the bigger fucking bombs. If they dropped that many of those bombs, it ain't gonna, like, I guess that was what made them think like this is over. But just when you see 2 of your cities are just flattened, at some point you have to go, I give up.
I mean, yes, it was part of the nukes. Also, partly the Soviets were finally like, okay, time to get revenge on the Japs. And America really, really didn't want the Soviets to do a north-south split like they were doing East-West in Germany.
Jesus, a split Japan would be strange.
It would.
Is it even big
I
enough?
don't even know if it would
fucking-
last. Have we ever had an island stay split?
Kind
I mean,
of.
all the other places that have been split, like
Ireland.
Philippines
that.
was split for a while, wasn't it? Wasn't the Philippines split for a while?
Under who?
America
can't-
with
The Spanish?
There was a
No. I don't
was there
think so.
not?
I don't
I guess
think
you're
so.
right.
I could have
about
sworn there was
Ireland.
a split.
I mean, I
The
know the
Ireland
American
split is very
small. The I mean, I know America took the Philippines from the Spanish.
Good one, Moon. Haiti and the Dominican Republic. That is foul. They just put up a fence. And
That's
said
a good
no.
one. That's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
A what?
Haiti and the Dominican
Wait, what do you say?
Republic.
That one.
Oh,
Like,
I
that
should have
is
known that one.
Flagrantly foul.
I was in 1844 though, and what was the
What was it?
circumstances?
well,
Was
that
it back,
went
For which?
that went very well though.
so it was a Declaration of Independence. It wasn't a Cold War that split it.
From Ireland?
No, for Haiti and Dominican Republic.
Oh, okay.
It was in 1844, and yeah, it
Who
looks
split
like
from
they.
who?
Dominican
I'm guessing
Republic
Dominican
split.
Republic because I believe it was Haitian.
Yeah,
rule
Haiti.
in
Yeah, it was
1844.
Haitian. Yeah, Haitian.
Yeah.
Because the Haitians revolved and all that. Yeah.
I'll take Ireland though. Ireland does count because it was backed by a third party. So
Yeah. Well, Ireland, I think, was the one that turned out the best. If we're being honest, it and by that I mean not under British rule. That's what I mean by the best. Sadly, it's not
What's living with the
united,
British?
but
I said thankfully for them they don't have to live under. Thankfully for them
Yeah.
they're not British anymore. Yeah.
yeah, they
Who wants to live
lost
under Britain?
what
Who wants to live under
millions
Britain?
under them.
Yeah, their
I just can't
population is
imagine,
their population is less now than it was back before the British took control.
Jesus, what is
By
it
a
now?
lot.
6 million, I think. Is it
9
like 6
million?
million or something?
I think it's 9 million.
Does that
now. It
include
was-
both parts of Ireland, or is it just?
I think so. I'll look it up.
Because I think only regular Ireland I thought was a population of like 6 million or something. I could be wrong.
listen, we Irish got around a bit though, so there's a little bit of Irish in everybody on every continent. Like people just couldn't stop getting a taste of our Shamrock Shake, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it's-
and then there was the fact
it's
that an
7
Irish
million.
man owned one of my.
It's 7 million.
Anyway, 7 million. That's good. Yeah, the Irish really did get around. Sadly, the only connection to my bloodline that there is with Irish is not in a good way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Surely
it
the
was
Irish didn't do it.
It was 8.2 million before the famine,
Oh,
which was
jeez.
which was
What did it kill, like 4 million then?
which was from 1845 to 52. I don't know. I'll look that up too.
You know about the Fenians?
No.
That was the militant group that came out of Ireland that kept invading different parts of Britain and different colonies of Britain.
About 1.5 million.
Oh, wait, how the fuck does that even mathematically add up to that?
I don't know. Stagnant birth rates, maybe.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Maybe it doesn't account for the direct number of deaths that were a reaction of the famine. Well, that wouldn't make sense either. No, starvation actually does decrease. Because that would lead to 6.5 million Irish. Are you telling me there's only been 500,000 Irish? And what?
And the joke was, how many potatoes does it take to kill an Irishman?
So this.
I don't know the math.
It's just the Irish that live in Ireland, but if you account for the Irish that don't live in Ireland,
so they left.
You're talking to 70 to 80 million people in the world right now who have Irish descent. So
yeah, that 1.5 million doesn't include the people who left for America or other countries.
Because my family left Ireland. I mean, I still have family in Ireland, but I'm a very Irish person from a very Irish family, and they fled to Canada and the US, and yeah, I mean, they're not being accounted for. So
yeah, I wish I could do an Irish accent. They're pretty funny in my opinion, but I think about the fact that they came over to America for them to then be like, well, just get the fucking immigrants out of here. It's like, are you serious? To be the immigrant group that comes here is hated and then be like, we don't want anymore.
Racism is better than genocide. Yeah. I'd rather go to a country where the people are racist towards me than stay in a country where I'm actively being starved to death and people are fucking blowing each other up in the streets.
No.
Shooting.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's funny that the Irish came to the U.S., were treated like that, where they were like, you fucking immigrants, and then they became like the ones who were like, you fucking immigrants. Any other group coming, it's like, what the fuck are you doing, dog?
Well,
like,
everybody did that. The worst of the worst is if you look at like Hispanic and Asian populations in America who were able to settle, immigrate in, and then oftentimes get into construction business, gambling, or whatever, and start making their way up the social ladder, then turning around and going, oh, we don't like those immigrants coming into our country. It's not okay, buddy.
Funniest thing is that every single group that comes into the country, it seems as if there's always a bougie class of them that seems to surpass African Americans within the country, that are always like looking at us as if we're like the bad part. It's like, motherfucker, what have we done to most of these groups? It's kind of weird. Like, even when they had like the Asian town issues over in California back in like the early 1900s, I think it was. In that process, while they were still being racially discriminated against, even the Chinese groups, there was always a little bit of energy left within them to be like, the fucking blacks are here. It's like, what are you? You can't be serious.
It's a cultural thing, almost certainly, right?
Where's that smoke?
I would say that a lot of the culture of African Americans pretty much clashes with a lot of the culture of a lot of Asian Americans.
I've also noticed recently, especially with a lot of Hispanics within the country, that there are a lot of them that are of a lighter tone,
especially young men around my age group who are Hispanic, and yet for some reason seem to believe that they're like a part of the white in group. Like they acknowledge that there's Hispanic, but they also seem to in their head dilute themselves into believing that they're part of like a white in group within the country. Great example of that being Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes.
Literally, obviously Hispanic. Like
Wait,
he's
Hispanic? I didn't know that.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. He's Fuentes. Yes, he's Hispanic.
Well, okay.
Like his name
listen, he could have been adopted.
Like
he looks white as fuck.
His name. If his name was fucking Javier Gonzalez, like there's no fucking way that he could hide what his ethnicity is, and yet he's still like they're trying to eliminate the whites from the country. They're replacing us with these no God having immigrants from Mexico. It's like, are you
no God in Mexico?
You have a mirror.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Something doesn't add up here.
Mexicans are more religious than Americans are.
Yeah, but it's Catholic, so they don't count those animals. You know.
Yeah, you have to be
Protestant.
Protestant. Apparently,
not a real Christian and shit like that in the past. It was like
that is
all they care about is
bullshit.
the Jews and this and that shit. And I'm like, are you serious?
I thought
He was
only
like, he's
he
not.
cared about the Jews. Oh,
Nick
cared about the
Fuentes-
Jews in that way. I got that reversed. Never mind.
Damn.
Bro,
Yeah.
Literally cared about the
78
Jews.
78
Yeah.
to 89% of the country is religious. Wow, with the majority of them being Roman Catholic, followed by Protestant. This is insane.
Well, that's like the funny thing because everybody wants to
insane.
argue about Christian nationalism right now, but it's like, but not those Christians. Those aren't the right Christians. We need these kind of.
Oh wait, I read it wrong. Oh shit, 78 to 89% is the amount of Roman Catholics, and then the next is 10 to 12% are Protestant. Only 8.1% is non-religious. Yeah, so Mexico is more religious
Listen.
than America.
Yeah, by a
Listen,
lot.
if you look at every single statistic for every single South American country, they're all higher than America. That's the funny part about it. They're going here teaching everybody about these non-Christian things. Like it's like they're trying to combine every different outgroup that they don't like into one. So every immigrant that comes into this country is not only Mexican, they're not only Muslim, they're not only black, but they're also somehow stealing our jobs. And they're also working on farms for like no money at all.
They're stealing.
They're
their
everything at
church.
one time.
They're stealing. Their
Oh, and they're terrorists too.
Oh,
Support
yeah,
Hamas.
yeah.
I forgot about that part.
They all support Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. Fucking insane. They're every negative thing that you can associate a person with in these people's eyes. Honestly, some of these things are just only negatives to them. Like I don't have a problem with somebody being an immigrant. I don't have a problem with somebody being Muslim. But yet, like even have you seen the New York mayoral race happening? Like
Yes.
these motherfuckers are throwing out Muslim like it's a goddamn well, it feels like a slur at this point. But
I mean, you're not wrong.
they're like
It is
it'll
to
be like
them.
a conversation. It'll be a conversation about like how do they feel about Jewish people, like what the safety of Jewish people in the country, and they'll be like, "Well, remember, he's Muslim."
Mom,
It's like,
damn, he's a Muslim.
Yeah,
oh,
they're
okay,
pushing this
cool,
video
buddy.
Where he
The
ate
fuck is
rice
that
with his
doing?
hands, and then all of a sudden it's like a huge thing.
Yeah, bro, that was, bro. Seeing that was like, I was like, is this a negative ad? Because he's like fucking eating with his hands. And they were like, look at this monster. Oh, I guess he lost my vote. He fucking ate with his hands. I don't know what to vote for now. When I saw a video of Obama eating with his hands, he lost my vote immediately. Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, you have the Democratic Socialists, you have the pedo, and then you have the guy that got shot in a cab 40 years ago.
I think there's one that's truly. To be fair, one of those is a true New Yorker. Let's be fair.
Yeah, Sliwa is a New Yorker. Sliwa is a New Yorker.
That is,
Which is, and you don't want a New Yorker to run New York though. That's the problem. So it has to be a Mamdani. Like it's like he's the type of New Yorker you don't want to run New York. So.
I want Sliwa to run New York because it would be so funny for 4 years. It would be so entertaining.
Be funny for the people that don't live in New York. Yes, you're right.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I think to the people in New York,
From a-
it would be a lot less funny. It'd be a lot
For me over here in Florida, it'd be amazing. But to see Sliwa I want to know what he would do during the ICE raids. Like, is he gonna put on the red bandana, get out there with them, and is he gonna do like he did on that Fox News thing where he like was like, there's an immigrant selling illegal things there, and go tackle him himself at like the age of like what 60 something years old? Like, what the fuck is he gonna do? That's what I want to see.
Do something. He'd help. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Come on.
He's like, I'm not only am I in favor of Trump sending in ICE, I am ICE. I'm putting on the outfit, red bandana, red fucking beret and all. I'm getting out there. I'm gonna go look for some immigrants.
Was I the only one that found it funny that Superman tried to join ICE and failed out?
Wait, what?
What happened?
The dude that played Superman back in the 90s or whatever, Dean Cain or whatever his name was, tried to join ICE at like 50-something years old and then failed.
No, the only Superman I know of is Henry Cavill.
Corn Sweat.
Corn Sweat's
What?
pretty
That's
good.
his name.
That's the new one.
Corn Sweat.
That's the most country hick name I've ever fucking heard. Wait, what?
David Cornsweat, the new
Yeah,
Superman.
Dean
David
Cain
Cornsweat.
is 59 years old and thought he could join ICE real quick.
Oh my god.
I didn't know they had health requirements for ICE. I thought it was just like, can you stand? Have you not lost your legs to diabetes yet? You're on the force.
Well, the question is, so they pull up the Wikipedia of slurs and they're like, name as many as you can right now. And like, you have to get a certain amount. And if you can, then, you're hired.
We didn't forget about Christopher Reeves. It's just, we're talking about most recent Superman, and the most trash one was that one.
Christopher Reeves or
no, Dean Cain.
Dean Cain. Yeah, okay.
I've never liked the Superman
You
movies.
know what I think would be a great test? Ask the person to just list 3 books and what their first 3 books are, decides if they fit in.
The Bible?
I need Animal. No. Oh yeah, that's actually right. I need the Bible, Animal Farm, and then I need
1984.
1984.
No. I was gonna say Torah. Just what's it called? Is that what they call it?
Torah Tanakh.
The fucking the thing that they when they talk about like Jewish Thank you. Talmud. That's what
the people in ICE do not like Jewish people. Don't get it twisted. Okay.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is that they're always like, yeah. Is it the Talmud that they speak about, or is it they call it something else? I swear something else that they call it. I thought they call it like the Torah or something. I thought it was called the Torah.
That's
yeah,
what he said
Isn't that
earlier.
what they say?
Aren't there multiple?
Okay.
Yeah,
holy
there's
books
multiple books of Torah,
for the
Tanakh, the Talmud.
Well, that's the one that they always claim, like, well, this is Jewish people actually taking over. Like, this is their plan to take over the U.S. or some shit, whatever they're talking about. They think Jews are going to do something. I don't know. I don't know what they think they're doing.
I don't get I've never gotten the Jew conspiracy theories.
Me neither. That's the funny part about it. Because what's his name earlier was like, I'm being anti-Semitic, and I was like, oh shit, I guess I am.
I keep getting new ones, but it's like it's synonymous. Like anytime you criticize anything going on with Israel, you have to be anti-Semitic. But at the same time, you got people out here talking about aliens aren't real. They're a conspiracy made by Israel to hide their nuclear program. That I would call anti-Semitic.
Wait, I think that just sounds like a Poseidus with like a right wing Poseidus or something like that.
It's something. It's something. It's been a
correct
very.
Is what it is. What do you mean?
Oh shit! It's been something else hearing people sweet. Like in this past year, I think I have not heard this much Jewish conspiracy theories so commonly spoken in the mainstream, even from people who were like, "I will defend Israel. I love Israel," and I think that it's just the weirdest fucking thing to hear because they'll be like, "I think it's absolutely fair that the Jews have a deep connection of intertwining networks in our country that spy on us." I was like, "The fuck are you saying?" Like you can't. No, that's worse than what they're saying. I think that was Ted Cruz that said that.
Yeah,
that was Ted Cruz. He said it on the fucking interview with Tucker Carlson, and I was like, that's anti-Semitic, isn't it?
I like Ben Shapiro flipping out. Did you see the video where Ben Shapiro flipped out and he was like calling out the right? He's like, I have had multiple death threats from conservatives, blah, blah, and he was like trying to call it out. And the entire like comment section is conservative saying that he's part of the fucking AIPAC, he's part of the Jewish conspiracy and shit. I'm like, oh man, you dug your hole, laying it, motherfucker. You dug this. These are your people. These are your people.
Same thing with why are the Nazis? Why are the Nazis not siding with me as a Jewish man? I don't understand.
This is like the Mexican like farm workers that were like crying about like being deported. Like they're like, why are they deporting my farm workers? Or the farm workers themselves being like, why am I being deported? Or their wives being like, hey, why is he being deported? Like Trump said he would go after the bad immigrants, not the good immigrants. We're the good illegal immigrants. He said he was going to only go after the criminal illegal immigrants. It's like, well, all illegal immigrants by definition are criminals. Then you're so fucked, bro. You're so fucked on this.
Yeah, Stephen Miller is just sitting there grinning.
When he said that most of us are rapists and killers, I assumed he knew that I wasn't. The fuck?
Well, he said he was sure some of them were good people, so they thought they were some of the good people, but apparently
like it's just so tone deaf. It's everybody but me, and it just shows that the platform of conservatism in America has become how can I hurt other people more than like old conservatism used to be like I don't like spending money and I don't like social change. That used to be kind of the marker. Now it's I actively only want to hurt other people for the lulz and to own the libs. And if it doesn't help me, I do not want it. If you cannot articulate it helping me, because they'll flip on enemy. There is no like, oh, we hate government handouts unless it's going to Argentina people to buy $40 billion worth of like soybeans. We hate the government, like the whole socialist thing of like the government owning parts of corporations, unless if it's Intel being bought out by the corporation. We hate taxes, except tariffs are great. Tariffs are now great, right? Like it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter.
I mean, as long as I don't directly see you tax me, it's kind of like this. It's like you could fuck me, but if you just put a blanket over it, so I don't notice. I really do notice, but I don't notice it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's basically how our country is being ran right now, where people are going.
It sounds like
just do the thing that I don't want you to do.
Like here's the thing: Rufus has principle. Rufus here has principle. He understands that economically probably would have been better off under Kamala, but he still hates her because she stands for everything he dislikes. Most of these other quote unquote conservatives, these maggots, they don't understand that honestly, if they wanted what was best for them, like if they were truly like a smart, selfish person, Kamala probably would have done a lot more for them than what they wanted. But they pretended like they had principles because they wanted to own the liberals. They wanted to own the libs. And now their farms are getting closed down. Everything's getting expensive. Their neighbors are being deported. They're being deported. They're dying. Their hospitals are being shut down in rural areas that relied off of subsidies. Social Security is being threatened consistently. Their Medicare and Medicaid is being threatened on a consistent basis. And here's the thing: I don't like people suffering, but I do feel a little bit of cathartic. Like I told you so. Like it's like I don't want these people to hurt, but at the same time, it just
okay.
Well, it sucks because we have to do it with them. We have to suffer with them.
Hey, tell him about Gorp.
What about did Gorp do this time?
Wait, can I say real quick? Yeah, you can't. There's no economic policy of owning the libs that would possibly work. I just like to point that out. But go ahead, continue.
That's not true. That's not true. I can own the libs right now with a good economic policy.
Actually,
we could go there.
You're right. You're actually right.
That he when he relented to you that Trump wasn't preferable.
Oh,
preferable.
Yeah. He like when we were arguing during the So by the way, I didn't vote for Kamala. I'm gonna just say that right now. But when we were arguing about voting, I was saying that like gun to my head, Kamala is the better option. Clearly, not even a doubt in my head. And he was like, "No, that's not true." Anyway, this was when he was like quote unquote a conservative libertarian, is what he like identified himself. And then he went after the election. He was like, "I'm just libertarian. I'm just a libertarian." Now he's an anarcho libertarian Putin is what he calls himself. And I
Wait, when
called
did
him out
he
on a
co-
stream
When did he start calling himself an anarchist?
about 2 months ago.
I'm so stupid. I've
Yeah.
sat here and heard
So-
y'all say this, and I keep hearing he, and I keep forgetting that what's his
Gorpsink.
name is a guy. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I accidentally have said multiple times she to Gorps.
That's fucked up.
I don't know why.
That's fucked
Bro,
up.
I can't.
I
I'm.
don't think Gorp gives a shit, honestly.
I don't think he does either. But how do you end up just
Gorp makes attack
grow a
helicopter
mustache?
jokes. Gorp makes attack
Grow a
helicopter
mustache. That's all I'm saying. Just fucking grow a mustache.
But anyway,
I don't think you
anarcho-libertarian
can.
now thinks the whole system needs to burn down. And I asked him on a stream, I was like,
Oh god, is he an
"So, who would have-
accelerationist now?
Yes. And I asked
Oh,
him
fuck.
who
God damn it.
who does he think would have been technically better for the country? And he said, "Fuck you, Kamala." But now he's changing his tune a little bit, where he says, "If you look at it from an accelerationist point of view, then Trump is
Oh my
speeding us down the
God.
reset path."
I forget where I heard that.
Weirdly
but that's what
enough,
a
the
lot of
same
people
opinion
were
that I
saying.
hold.
A lot of
I
people were
hate
saying, let it burn
accelerationist.
down, vote
That's
Trump.
exactly what I said.
I hate
That's
accelerationists.
exactly what I said.
I hate accelerationists so much. Destruction of society is not going to be good for anyone. We are not.
I don't
going
think
to,
that I don't think the destruction of society, but I feel like there's a middle ground with accelerationism. I know it sounds like ironic and like an oxymoron,
Well,
but
no,
you
that
can
is an
accelerate to a
oxymoron.
certain. No, because you can accelerate to a certain point. Like a train has to accelerate to get to a certain destination, and it stops right before getting to its final destination. Right? Blah, 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 blah. Like you
But
accelerate to get
accelerationism
to
isn't a train.
No, but it's an analogy.
Well-
And what I'm trying to say is that you can accelerate to a certain point. Like I could accelerate to the destruction of the political party system in America, but not want the entire destruction of America itself. And I think that the political parties are close to imploding. So I could say that Donald Trump is accelerating the implosion of political parties, and I support that.
You will never get rid of political parties so long as democracy exists.
Well, that's not the issue. We need to destroy the two-party system. I think that he has actively sped up the pace in which this two-party system might itself be killed, and I think that also Donald Trump's presidency has in fact affected all the political systems across the world, especially in Europe right now, which are looking at their right-wing parties and going, "We do not want that because we see what the fuck is happening with you guys."
Except for the UK, who really likes reform right now.
Yeah, but the entire UK politics can be summed down to how many immigrants do I want to
Drop
see
a
on
bomb.
the train? That's about
True.
it. Like if you were to boil it down to that, it's how many people can I look at and be like, that person doesn't have pure, like if they don't have fucked up teeth, don't like beans on their toast, don't look like some inbred like Habsburg jaw looking motherfucker, then I don't want them in my country. Why would I want some beautiful Arabic women in my country when I can fuck some disgusting British slag? I'm sorry, I'm getting.
Let me tell you the funniest thing.
That's what you really
Funniest
think
thing
about
is
the
that
UK.
they were like, they really hated all the immigrants except for the fact that they love everything about the immigrants. Because the second I remember watching a dude who was like watching like on the video there of them walking away from the protest there where they're like, "Get these fuckers out of our country. All right, now let me go get some of this curry real quick from this Indian stand." It's like, you still wearing the shit on your back and you're getting the food? What are you doing?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, to be fair, what they
I had
did
this
in Israel
conversation
was
with-
insane.
I had that conversation with like Casey Lee IRL's chat the other day where I was being asked if I thought the proletariat was in favor of immigration or not. And I said, if you go out and you like take a poll of people, they're probably pretty against immigration right now. Almost all forms. They would say like certain limited legal immigration under this amount of like circumstances, I'm okay with them, but generally I'm not okay with them. But then if you look at the reality of what they like of their actions, right? They love all the benefits of immigration without the realities of immigration. And furthermore, once people start cracking down on immigration, you see a weird twist where people see the reality of what it looks like to start implementing these harsh anti-immigration policies, and they start pulling back because prices start getting expensive. They start seeing people they care about like missing, businesses start shutting down, and like they get to see all these like nice clips of like families like crying once the ICE raid hits their local church. And people start going like, ooh, I don't know if I like the reality of this. Ooh, I didn't think it would be like this. I thought they were going to just get rid of like the drug cartels and the annoying immigrants that get drunk and throw like Modelo's at my door at like 3 a.m. Like, I didn't think they would get rid of immigrants.
It's so unpopular that I don't think people understand this, but like, if there was a presidential election at this very moment right now, I don't think the Republicans have a slight chance of winning. I think that it's so unpopular right now with the immigration, pretty much with almost everything they've done. The economy would have to do a complete 180 right now in order for this to. It's done a 360, so that's not going to fix shit. But it would have to do a complete 180 for it to actually. For people to actually be voting Republican for the next election, which is why I don't think we're going to make it to the next election. There's no way they know that their popularity it's far too gone for that to happen. He's talking about 2028. Yeah, okay, make it that far.
Well, we're going to see the first midterms on Tuesday. So.
Oh, we're at
Virginia's governorship, New York City's mayor, New Jersey governorship. Yeah. New Jersey governorship, and that's also some other positions within those two states.
I want to know when re-election is up for 18th district of Florida, so I can go and try and run for state representative.
2026 and 2026 every 2 years.
Oh, 2026
every
so
2 years.
Fucking cooked. I'm gonna get cooked, but it's okay because I'll do my best.
So more Buc-ee's and less meth heads.
Based all the Buc-ee's.
That's my platform. More Buc-ee's.
I've never been to a Buc-ee's. I want to.
Are you tired of pulling?
It's very nice.
They're huge.
Are you tired of having to pull over at Love's gas station on your long hard trips? Well, we're gonna fix that shit. We're gonna build 3 more Buc-ee's here in the 18th district of Florida. You only need one. You're gonna build 3 of them. We're gonna build one. We're gonna build one. We're going to build one in each county, matter of fact. 5 of them in each county.
That seems excessive.
Bays. No, you don't understand. Buc-ee's is God. Buc-ee's is
we're gonna have
my religion.
Okay, we're going to go 3 Wawas.
We won't have a soul without a sloppy Joe.
Per Buc-ee's.
Publix.
I think you should be executed like a landlord in Mao's China for even suggesting a Publix.
Wait a
What's
second.
wrong with Publix?
How do you know?
I'm kidding.
How do you know Publix is? Wait, you're from the South?
No.
Kate
I was born in the South.
You were? I thought you were Canadian.
There's only Publixes in Florida and Georgia.
I am Canadian.
My family was in Florida, so every time I had to
Do you
go
guys
to
see
Florida,
this racism here? Every time, this is like the shit with Kamala. Oh, how could Kamala be black and Indian? Holy shit! It's, what?
Fucking Canadian.
Oh my gosh! And she's American at the same time, so she's American, black, and Indian.
Because of
Pick
the one
a
drop rule,
side,
you don't get to
bitch.
choose otherwise. The one drop, and you got to figure out what that drop means, and you got to stick with it. You can't go anywhere outside of it.
It's like my family immigrated from Ireland to Canada, right? And the US on both sides of my family, because both sides of my family are Irish. And my mom is American. My dad is Canadian. I was born in the South in America, and I lived a little bit in Canada. It's not that hard.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I don't even know what happened. It looks great. This is like a
Did someone just get married? Is he getting proposed to?
That would make sense. That would tie the entire night together. I don't know why this is the most interesting thing going on right now.
It is. It is.
And apparently, like, his cousin is 20 times taller than him.
I'm just, yes. He's just looking at the
What even happened?
Hasn't it?
What happened?
Oh, my cousin. I was talking to him because he fell asleep on my bed. He was in here just snoring like crazy.
We thought you were. We thought you got proposed to.
That's cute. Has anybody seen that AI video of Bernie Sanders talking about why we shouldn't deport
No,
Latinas?
but
Big
that's
booty
probably
Latinas. All right, that's it. I'm finding it for you guys.
All right, I'll watch it and then I should probably raid out because it's almost midnight. Who's even streaming that I want to give views to? 'Cause I see Enemy Charlie up and I just can't endorse that.
All right, put it in your chat.
Cool. Let me grab that. Actually, I don't even think I can stream it in here, can I? Because this isn't my channel.
Stream.
Yeah, I'm in.
I can stream stuff.
Oh, okay. You want to do it?
You should be able to.
Okay, let's see.
Big.
I don't understand why Trump wants to get.
Where's the volume on this?
Let's see.
All right, we're running it.
Oh my God.
Get rid of all these illegals.
Uncanny Valley.
Have you seen these big booty Latinas? Oh my God! I got this cleaning lady named Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Biggest booty I've ever seen.
What happened?
AI is diabolical.
Restart it.
Hold up. Wait, it's loading. It's loading. Give me a sec.
All these illegals. I mean, have you seen these?
It's still
big
loading.
booty
What's going on?
Oh my God! I got this cleaning lady named
Is my shit just
Ocasio-Cortez.
come on?
Biggest booty I've ever seen. I mean,
Nothing's loading.
She's got a bit of a mustache going, and yes, she got fat lately, so she's not looking very hot anymore. But we can figure it out, you know.
Damn.
I can't get it to load. I don't know what's going on here.
I'll just send it.
Stream has ended.
I'll just send it to you directly.
Bet.
Because we watched it.
Had to close oxygen not included. Let's see. Yeah. What is it? Is it just like AI?
It's AI, but it's funny. I thought it was real at first, and then he said, "Cleaning lady Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez." I'm like, "Oh shit, got him."
Case said it was. Case said it was AI.
Wait, hold on.